Ladies and gentlemen, it's my duty to report to you that Arizona Senator, former presidential candidate, and one-time prisoner of war, John McCain, is dead. Serious about restoring honor and civility to our politics, but he did pass during the night. He puff passed a fat-ass blunt.
Smoking on that Al-Qaeda. John McCain, look, the hits keep on coming. He's been disrespected by one of the people in the Trump White House.
One of those rare moments when they're cool.
Yeah.
Like, it's like every 6 months, somebody in the Trump administration just decides to be incredibly cool and just disrespecting a dying senator once again. You're winning me back. Stop it.
Ted, insult and injury. Senator McCain requested that someone do the President Bartlett yelling at God in Latin scene from West Wing at his funeral. And since they couldn't invite the president, they scrambled to find a replacement. And unfortunately, Senator McCain's shithead great-grandkid, Hunter Gavin, booked Takeshi 6ix9ine to do this.
Oh,
and
boy.
It's irrevocable. Contract is signed.
Damn, this is going to be awkward.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Edonimus Dumani, man, that makes no sense.
Wait, guys.
Scum gang!
guys, I'm looking at my phone right now, and it does say John McCain has flatlined. I'm sorry, watched the film Flatliners last night.
The remake?
Yeah.
But Megan McCain tweeted the day in response to this White House staffer saying he's going to be dead soon. Who cares? She said, "These men who say this will be forgotten. They're nothing burgers, but my father's legacy will last for hundreds of years." And even if he did have Takeshi 6ix9ine at his funeral, people will remember Takeshi 6ix9ine longer than they will remember John McCain.
They'll remember him longer anyway.
And here's how you know that. From 1920, who is more famous now? James Cox, the guy who got defeated by Warren Harding in the presidential race, or Al Jolson?
Fuck that. Who's more famous, Warren Harding or Al Jolson?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the guy who actually won, become president.
He didn't win shit.
Takeshi 6ix9ine accomplished, no matter what you think of him as a guy, he accomplished way more in the past 4 months than John McCain ever did. What did John McCain accomplish? McCain Feingold, after getting pinched as a member of the Keating Five,
gone. Citizens United.
Annihilated.
Yeah.
Didn't even last, didn't even last
A decade.
Yeah. 6ix9ine, 5 Billboard Top 100 songs in like 5 weeks. Incredible. John McCain threw his entire lot behind 2 Republican presidents who hated the shit out of him, and he hated even more probably because one said that his adopted kid was an illegitimate black child he had, and the other just, you pick the awesome thing Trump said about him,
So yeah,
I really do hope that his last wish for Trump not to show up at the funeral is disregarded.
that would be
And
so
Trump
fucking
goes
cool.
Trump
just
comes
out
in-
of his oppositional defiant disorder. He's like, you're not going to let me go. Fuck you. I'm going.
Did you
and
see
he
Trump
just shows up and he just sprays beer everywhere like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He sprays Diet Coke.
Yeah.
Trump
everywhere like Fanta fucking squirt guns like it's an ICP concert.
Trump comes in the Fan Man setup. Everyone said my suits were too big. They work perfectly for this. You see the way they collect air? Okay, we're going to get rid of this. This kills birds. I don't like it.
He goes up to Jeff Flake and goes, "Hey buddy, you want to win? You want to get $5 the hard way?"
Did you see the thing where Orrin Hatch was like telling John McCain, be like, invite Trump to the funeral. Come on.
Yeah.
This is
Let's do it.
curb your
And it just- yeah,
enthusiasm.
Let's do it. Come on. It's your dying wish. But stop.
Cindy, Orrin Hatch's wife, I don't know, presumably she just walks into John McCain's hospital room and she's like, "You piece of shit, John. You're a fucking asshole. How are you not going to invite the president? Larry?"
No, I just hope that it's a star-studded affair. All of the stars of bipartisanship are there. Simpson and Bowles.
How sad is it that Pete Peterson couldn't come?
That's seriously a bummer.
Man.
All that brain power could have gotten rid of the debt.
It's like, you know what? That Pete Peterson not being there, it's like Jimi Hendrix not being there for Woodstock 99.
Lieberman's going to be there. Of
He
course.
will.
Yeah.
Just imagine.
Apparently, I did read also that John McCain, as he ponders, the great beyond, he says his biggest regret was not choosing Joe Lieberman as his running mate in 2008.
That's the biggest regret in his entire life.
His biggest regret is the thing that would have split his party and guaranteed that he went down as one of the biggest electoral losers of all time. He's a genius.
Then Joe Lieberman would be selling tummy tea on Instagram.
Wait,
it's just a great way to get your summer beach body in line. If you're a busy mom, it's a great thing that you can do. Okay.
I am seriously though imagining. So yeah, all the stars, all the great heroes of bipartisanship who are still alive come to John McCain's funeral, and it's over, and they're the last ones there. All the fail kids and media vampires are gone. It's just the real grizzled veterans of the halls of power, and they're just drinking. They're sharing the whiskey. They're sharing tales of John, and they just get that last sort of like heroic moment of like, God damn it, we have a little bit of life left. We love this country. Let's do it. And they all pile into a car and drive to Washington to pass a bipartisan bill to bomb Iran.
Dude, I'm thinking it's Lieberman and Simpson and Bowles, or no, Lieberman and Lindsey Graham break into John McCain's hospital, steal his body, and drive it to the desert and burn it like Graham Parsons.
I was thinking that, okay, who's going to be at that funeral? Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Joe Lieberman, Ellen K. Simpson, Erskine Bowles, the expendables of bipartisanship, and Arnold. Arnold will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, Schwarzenegger will be there.
You know what's the saddest thing about John McCain? Due to the torture he endured, he was never able to dab. Just he fought for our freedom to dab, and he could never do it.
I know why you dab, but it's something I can never do.
John, dab! This is an order. I can't. John, don't lower yourself into voting for Trump's tax bill. This is an order. I have to do it. My kids can't get real jobs, okay?
John McCain also can't give the thumbs up as he lowers into molten steel.
No.
Molten steel just is him voting with Trump 94% of the time.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the unwritten rules. Those are my favorite arguments to get into. Like, this guy bunted to break up a no-hitter. Should we throw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball in his face? And then, like, last week, there was a slide. I think Rizzo on the Cubs slid into home plate like a little clumsily, hit the catcher. But then the Pirates didn't throw at Rizzo the next time he came up to bat. And so it's then like, wait, are the Pirates disrespecting the unwritten rules by not enforcing the unwritten rules? And then the Cubs should throw out the Pirates to make sure that next time someone disrespects the unwritten rules, you respect the unwritten rules and you beat them next time.
Yeah, and the idea that the enforcement mechanisms for these things that are it's just basically like a ladies' tea party situation. It's like it's the baseball equivalent of like extending your pinky when you're drinking your tea. The punishment for that should be having a professional athlete throw a fucking baseball at your fucking head. Mm-hmm. That's the punishment that fits the crime.
Whoa, hold on a second. Wouldn't our politics be better, if these norms could be enforced by throwing a fastball at Mitch McConnell's head? Well, maybe there'd be more bipartisanship if there was enforcement of the unwritten rules of politics.
What Matt said was perfect, though, because it's the perfect, like, Midwestern, Southern dumb guy shit, where it's, like, tons of just, you actually break it down, it's all catty bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
It's all like, you're a fake friend. You owe me gas money. You took my headphones. Well, at least I raised my kids. Like, that type of thing. But it just always ends in spectacular, horrifying violence. So it's perfect. Like, this is my sport. After John McCain is uploaded to an AI and becomes president and finally bans the UFC, I'll be happy to go to baseball.
I think that there's something to that. Like, there needs to be enforcers in politics. Like, each party should have, like in hockey, you got one tough guy. Each party gets one guy that's allowed to get into fights on the House floor. And then, we've been like dancing around for a while with elected officials like Jesse the Body Ventura. Like
Lamar Alexander.
Yeah, there you go. If you're going to have Jesse the Body and you're not going to use him to start a fight, like, what's really the purpose there?
Yeah, if you had Senate goons, like, imagine just a guy when John McCain like triumphantly returned in his wheelchair, and the Democratic goon, like, I guess, Are there any athletes who ended up being? They're usually end up as Republicans, right?
Yeah,
right?
Jim Bunning, Steve Largent.
Yeah, if you have them just show it, like imagine he just like tips McCain over the press gallery in the second row, and they're like, oh, okay, we have to let like I guess the Republican goon would be
Dennis Hastert.
Dennis Hastert.
He was a wrestling coach.
He was a wrestling coach, yes.
Well, there was one guy, one visionary who had an idea on how to enforce norms on politicians when they're playing baseball, but it might be a little ahead of his time.
They actually did have a goon one time. It was Jim Traficant.
Yeah.
My guy.
Yeah.
He would just threaten to kick everybody in the crotch if they like didn't sign his letter of intent to abolish the IRS or whatever. That guy was awesome.
Oh, he ruled. Oh, he was so cool.
Jim Traficant and Lincoln Chafee are my two favorite all-time politicians.
They would make a great buddy cop duo because they are really, it's like fire and ice.
Yeah.
You've got this weedy, sort of dorky,
Careful.
blue-blooded nerd. Oh, I buy the book. I don't know, Jim. And Jim Traficant, this wild, literal mafia-tied Midwesterner. Like, fuck it. His fucking weird hairpiece
Frankenstein
flopping in the
hair,
air.
Beam me up, right? That's what.
Beam me up.
They beat me
Yeah.
up at the end of everything.
Yeah. And then he died because he fell off his tractor.
Ted Stevens would have been a goon too.
When you got near his earmarks, he fucking roided out.
Well, he loved the Hulk. He loved hulking out.
He hulked out like
But
crazy.
Sumner, who was the guy? Was Sumner the
Sumner
guy that
got caned.
He beat the guy to death with a cane.
And the,
yeah.
but the
He
guy
got
who
beat.
the guy who got beat
Yes, Charles Sumner.
An abolitionist
Preston Brooks beat him up.
didn't an abolitionist challenge Brooks to like a duel, and he was like some great duelist, and Brooks like pussied out.
Well, he did. I mean, he pussied out in that he intentionally attacked Sumner when he was sitting down in the Senate because he had like a foot on him, and he didn't want to have a fair fight because he was worried he'd get beat. So he just started clubbing him while he was sitting in this chair, which was very constrictive, and he literally couldn't stand. So he was just beating a man who was essentially incapacitated already. He was a total bitch, and he died shortly after, which is good.
They should get Rand Paul's neighbor to be a goon.
Yes,
It'd be like
that guy
It'd
can
be like
kick some out.
Rand Paul's neighbor will be the Terry Tate office linebacker of Congress. So he'll do both parties. Just if anyone
Keep 'em
gets
on their
out of line,
toes.
he's going to
Keep 'em
just
on their
lay
toes.
him out full on.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're doing another discretionary hold on a judge appointment? Spear.
I think we should move on to another kind of gibberish. I guess. Like,
Oh, yeah.
a sort of, I guess the big clip of the week last week that everyone was gabbing about,
Hooting and hollering.
and involved Megan McCain on The View. I mean, she's a host of The View, sort of getting into it with Joy Behar about socialism.
It's the word everyone's talking about.
It's the word everyone's talking about. And Megan basically, I forget who said this, but she was putting socialism on notice and was like, socialism, let me speak to your manager because, we got a problem.
She left a scathing Yelp review
And
at
yeah.
Socialism's
I
page.
asked her this question about what do you mean by being a democratic socialist? And she went over her platform. She says Medicare for all.
Good.
Fully funded public schools and universities.
Love it.
Paid family and sick leave.
Good.
Justice system reform, immigration justice, infrastructural overhaul, clean campaign finance, an economy of peace, housing as a human right.
Well,
I don't know.
it's a really successful country.
Can I please push back on
wrong
this?
with
Because
that?
This makes my head explode. Which problem with socialism, in the words of Margaret Thatcher, at a certain point you run out of spending other people's money. Venezuela, one of the richest countries in the world in the 70s. Now, the average Venezuelan has lost 24 pounds because they're starving to death. 90%
I
of the
think
country
more to like
is living in
Scandinavia. I think
poverty.
she's talking more about Scandinavia than Venezuela.
I'm sorry. This is what I need from her. Name one country that socialism has ever worked, and also every democratic socialist who is
Copenhagen,
going on TV
Denmark,
saying that it's good needs
Norway,
to start paying
Finland,
90% in taxes.
Iceland.
On your tax form. No, on your tax form. On your tax form, I think you should start paying the amount of taxes that every socialist in this country thinks you need to. Because if you think the government is so good at spending money, look at the VA.
Hold on a second.
Because it
Hold on a
is
second.
dangerous.
I
It is
just told you
dangerous.
several countries
What about
that do
these countries?
it. But
But
besides,
I'm sorry,
hold
these
on
are
a minute.
countries
Hold
with
on,
a
everybody,
population of-
God bless you all.
So Megan was basically said, people characterized it as sort of a meltdown. I think that's being unfair to Megan, but she was passionate. She was expressing, she was had some volume in her voice, but she was passionately saying, I'm terrified that socialism is being normalized in America. This is not normal.
Yeah.
Socialism is bad. and Joy Behar was pushing back, and from the clip, it definitely seemed like the View audience was very down with socialism. And like, I think this is part and parcel of the phenomenon we're seeing now, where the right-wing media, like, for instance, if they're describing what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez believes in, will give a more accurate summation. Yeah. They'll just say, hey, she wants free health care and government guaranteed jobs and education, and she's going to pay for it by taxing you. It's like, well, yeah, definitely. But they know that for the Fox News audience, that's like, they can take that as read as something evil and frightening. The View audience, it's a little bit more up for grabs. And like, now there's this idea that like, if right-wing people, if Megan McCain starts ranting about socialism, maybe people in the View audience might be like, hey, that sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, the thing is that the Republicans, their message machine obviously has been very honed over the years. They have all these mechanisms for getting their ideas out there and shaping all of the discourse around every given issue. But they're all flabby now because they've been competing against liberals this whole time, and it's like beating up fourth graders. It's like when Kramer was in the the karate class with those kids. I mean, just wrecks their shit because what do they have? They have Hillary voice and fucking earned tax credits and shit. Incremental gibberish and opportunity bucks and all that crap. Like, they don't have a thing that anyone could all they have really is sort of a cultural attitude and gestures towards for very, very vague ideas that can easily be turned by Republicans into anything they want them to be. Now with socialism, I mean, I do think there's a danger of sort of rhetorical drift and socialism sort of being turned into basically just ultra liberalism or something. But on the policy proposal front, like things like Medicare for all are, that's a fucking policy. That is an actual thing that you can propose to somebody that they can understand pretty quickly what it means, and which has an intuitive appeal to people. And Republicans are absolutely out of practice on trying to confront an issue on its own merits like that. And so all they can do is things like when Hannity's like, she wants to do this, she wants free health care. Just like, for people who aren't already on board with their psychotic, like mean-spirited worldview, where the economy and the government exist to punish bad people who aren't like me, and actually suffer and would like to see a world that's a little more generous towards its fellow citizens, that they have no real response to it, and they end up just amplifying the message.
Well, I think what's going on here is like people who are very invested in the liberal consensus in media or the think tank world. Like I saw Josh Marshall and Matt Yglesias saying some version of this line where like, a lot of, what all of the young people are calling socialism now is really just the New Deal of it's just liberalism of an earlier era. It's sort of more muscular liberalism, but it's not really socialism, which I guess in a way is kind of true. Like Medicare for all on itself is not socialism.
But that's still good because that serves as an entry drug towards a broader critique of capitalism and a real demand of abolishing the wage system.
And also it raises the question, well, why was this regular liberalism 60 years ago and now it's radical? Like, what has happened since then? And the reality is that the class balance has shifted so far in favor of the wealthy and the ownership that any kind of leverage and ability to make demands from regular people has dried up, and so they've been fucking dictating terms basically unopposed since the fall of the Soviet Union.
I also view this as kind of a project to reconstruct in people's minds the idea of a commons, the idea of a common good, which has been drilled out of us for decades. The idea of all government intervention is considered haram in this country, and if you ignore that framing and just go right to the heart of the matter, we should be operating as a society and economy around not a profit motive, but around fulfilling human needs. That's kind of a short circuit, and that, as you point out, the Fox News crowd can't really deal with.
Right, because people actually are suffering. People hate their fucking insurance companies. People, if they have them, people hate their student loan debt. They hate their jobs. They hate all these things in their lives that they're told they have control of their lives. They're told that all of these wonderful consumer options make up freedom, but their actual horizons of their lives have been brutally constrained. And this idea of, hey, maybe we actually take charge of this thing. Maybe we direct the economy towards people's needs instead of towards just the massive accumulation of money upward would be good. And yeah, you have two things that are making it harder for right wing to deal with it. One is that they don't have a framework for critiquing these things because they're so used to beating up on a stale and contentless liberalism. But a lot of the people getting mad are people like Megan McCain, who is a fucking talentless dipshit fail daughter of millionaire senator and his fucking beer baron wife, who's just mad that her fucking unearned inheritance might get taxed.
Well, yeah, I mean, Megan McCain is... John McCain's life is filled with, like, sacrifices, but sacrifices for absolute bullshit. He rots in a Vietnamese prison, but in a war he volunteered for in the most unjustifiable sort of position you can be as a combat officer in that war, a pilot. He rots away so he can have a political career where he goes on to get the UFC banned, be a member of the Keating Five, help push the Iraq war forward. And now that his brain is rotting and everyone is primed to rehabilitate absolute pieces of shit like him, he does it so we have to endure his shitty daughter for the rest of our lives. What does she bring? What does she bring to anything? What is her ability? What insight has Megan McCain ever had? Has she said anything funny? Has she even ever said anything that's so inflammatory it's at least kind of interesting? She's not even Sarah Palin. She's just a wholly useless... It's like a bag filled with flour is her personality. But the flour is just... It's somehow entitled and shitty.
The entitlement is breathtaking. Obviously, I deserve this inheritance from my parents that I did nothing to earn, but I also honestly deserve a media career to give people my brilliant fucking insights, which is Republicans should be okay with gay people.
You remember how I shocked the world when I said I like the Clinton staffers more than the Obama staffers?
Spit some knowledge.
The McCains are worse than the Clintons.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh.
They're a worse family. Okay, I'm just going to put it in far of like their shitty kids we have to see forever. Chelsea, like, look at Chelsea's presence in the world. Chelsea's presence is like writing a children's book that's like resistance kids or some dumb bullshit and like making fail pancakes. Like making
zucchini pancakes.
Yeah, making fail meals as like a millionaire 40-year-old. And then like on Twitter, someone will be like, like MAGA Pete will be like, "You're going to prison, you pedophile bitch." And she'll be like, "Actually, a bitch is a female dog, and dogs are very useful. And so you complimented me." And it's just a million weeping guys will be like, "You rock, man. Chelsea, ah!" Just reply guy's doing the soy face to her. And it's like, whatever, I can accept that. But Megan McCain is just... Her entire last year has been apologize to my family. How dare you say that about my dad? How dare you? How dare you look at me? You could tell that her formative years were spent getting servants fired and punished.
Oh, absolutely.
I fucking hate them so much. The Clintons, again, there's like this level of comedy to them. They're like very Ian Nuccian. With the McCains, they're just so fucking entitled. You have to love us. You have to realize the sacrifice we committed for you, you piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, also, she's now married to Ben Domenech, publisher of The Federalist. We all know who we think about that. But also, people forget a guy who like literally insulted her looks and intelligence on Twitter like a year before they met.
Yeah.
Pretty good. But
I guess Megan really works.
Who says conservatives can't grow beards? What? Who said that?
Wait. Before we go on, I found this article. Megan McCain was talking about how she got married on The View, and she said it was because of Donald Trump. She says
she wanted a marriage like Melania has. She says she was jealous.
I have this theory because I got together with my husband very quickly, which I never do. We moved in very quickly. I have this theory that Trump's America makes everything more intense and heightened because we're always talking about the threat of nuclear war and we want to be nurtured by each other. For real, I would not have gone together with my husband if Trump didn't become the nominee and weren't running for president, 100%. At the convention, when he accepted the nomination, I cried and cried to him in an SUV back to our hotel room, and he got me P.F. Chang's, and I thought, maybe I can marry this guy. He fed her like a wild animal and earned her trust.
That's so dark.
You know what that reminds me?
That's so dark. All these people are... all these people... I was talking about this with like American rich people versus European ones. European ones who are just like, terrific. I've secured the campgrounds for my pedophilia ceremony. And American ones are like, all right, mom and dad, we got our PF Changs. They have billions of dollars in of just plunder from a global empire, and this is what they do with it.
Well, that reminds me. P.F. Chang's reminds me of another failed son of wealth, Mark Davis, the son of Al Davis, and the current
the guy with the bowl cut. Yeah, the bowl cut.
The bowl cut pimp owner of the now,
Raiders.
I guess, Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah,
who famously would every morning go and have lunch at his quote unquote office, which was a P.F. Chang's, where he would have iced teas at the bar and read the newspaper. And then he would ride around in his 1980s panel van that had a VHS tape recorder in it. He also flies to a specific place in California to get that bowl haircut.
Wow.
Yeah, these are the children. This is what they're doing with the money.
Well,
this is what they're doing with the money.
Yeah,
you're. How can you not win this fucking policy argument?
Yeah, European.
They want you to literally die in a fucking ditch so that these fucking dipshits like him and Wyatt Koch and Megan McCain can just make the world their little fun playground.
At least European billionaires, like their kids have a chance of like summoning Satan or doing something cool. These people are just absolute fucking. They're like, it's like they're all demonious X.
2 points. One to yours about this is what they're doing with the money. I thought Randy had the best comment on this, where he was like, I know some of you may think socialism is like pretty good and cool, but were you aware it may cause Megan McCain to have slightly less money?
I mean, no, thank you.
To Megan's comment about why she got married to Ben Domino, because, you know, in the Trump era, everything is so crazy and intense. We need to like just hew to love, and that is almost a exact replica of what John Podhoretz gave as the reason for why he decided to finally marry and have children with his long-term girlfriend. Can you guess the reason?
Reagan got elected?
9/11.
By the way, John,
It was 9/11 because he realized he had to get serious because the world was serious now.
Boy.
Dude, what we need is more love and compassion, like marrying the guy who's the editor of the website with articles like revisiting the DNA intelligence debate.
Yeah, every article on
the rule of thumb, better than you remember.
I mean, the Federalist is the best one of those publications.
absolutely.
Oh, hands down.
Because NRO is just like,
They're too soggy.
Yeah, it's just like the case for chess. Just dull. And Breitbart is just like, all right, we get it, you're racist. But Federalist is just like, just always, y'all mind if I wild out.
It's just sexually repressed fever dreams. My favorite part about it, though, is that like all these fucking magazines, it's absolutely opaque in its funding, dark money. It's like, money that the Koch brothers got from, like assassinating indigenous activists in like Nigeria, the Niger Delta or something, is going to pay for articles about how Miss Piggy should be stoned to death for being a harlot.
Well, yeah,
I imagine the Federalist is kind of what the Beak is like.
Yes.
Well, Felix, I want to go back to one thing you said, that, what has Megan McCain ever said that was funny or interesting or useful? Well, I think we'd like to dive into that now. We have prepared another reading series from another political tome that we'd like to share with you.
This book makes me sad because Stella was really good.
Matt, describe this
You
book.
might think, what does she have to add? She has one thing to add. She has written a book.
Much like us.
Yes.
Fellow author,
fellow co-author, as a collaborator. In 2012, she and Stella and the State's Michael Ian Black co-wrote a book called "America, You Sexy Bitch: A Love Letter to Freedom."
Can you say that? Oh man!
Hold on a second.
Oh,
America, You Sexy Bitch. Pretty provocative title, which I am now adding to my dossier. Michael Ian Black, Pizzagate pedophile. He is currently being.
He is.
He is currently being in the Cernovich dragnet. And what's really funny about that is some of the tweets that he's being dragged, like unlike the James Gunn stuff, or like what's it?
He's doing edgelord.
Where he was doing edgelord like pedophile jokes or whatever. The Michael Ian Black tweets were literally just about pizza.
Yeah.
Like he was just like, boy, I'd like some pizza right now.
But we all know.
Hey,
Michael Ian Black does have like offenses. I don't give a shit about. Like I'm Michael Ian Black. How dare you? I love it when people do that to like win an argument with like, why are you arguing with Michael Ian Black in the first place? Who gives a shit?
The concept of this book is that Michael Ian Black is the liberal.
Well, let me read it.
Okay.
I'll read the
All
jacket copy. This is from 2012. She is a single 20-something gun-loving Christian Republican writer and blogger.
Gun-loving, yeah, sure.
The daughter of a senator and 2008 Republican presidential nominee. He is a married 40-year-old gun-fearing atheist Democrat comedian, the son of a lesbian former Social Security employee. Megan McCain and Michael Ian Black barely know each other, but they are about to change the way politics are discussed in America. Or at least the way politics are discussed.
Yeah, they did. Trump won.
At least the way politics are discussed in their crappy RV. In America, You Sexy Bitch, Megan and Michael embark on a balls-out cross-country tour, starting in California, the heart of liberal America, and ending in the state of Connecticut, the home of blue-blood Wall Street billionaires. But mostly, Megan McCain and Michael Ian Black talk to each other about their differences, their similarities, and how American politics has gotten so divided.
Trump won. That's it. This just changed America. It got liberals and conservatives talking to each other, and they decided to elect Trump.
So, Matt, you've prepared some selections from America, You Sexy Bitch.
Really quick, though, this book was sent to us several months ago by a listener, and it's a signed copy, signed by both Michael Ian Black and Megan McCain. Yeah. It is a treasured part of the Chapo library up on the shelf with our unhallowed tomes.
Yes.
And the governance of China by President.
This is our Saddam Quran written in blood.
Yes, absolutely.
This is the equivalent to that.
Yeah, it's a holy testament here. So the format of the book is that the chapters are different places that they go, and it alternates. It'll be like a page and a half for Michael and then for Megan, and they talk. They mostly actually talk past each other. It's kind of funny. There was very little actual dialogue. They mostly just get mad at one another and then sort of stew and then kind of get over it and then get mad at each other again.
By the way, Chapo tour coming up.
There is no fucking like the kind of thing they're promising here that we can rise above partisanship and ideology.
Well, I mean,
this never happens because it can happen because it's a fantasy. But anyway, so it starts off with them in LA. They're getting ready. They're getting the RV and they're getting on there. And the first thing they kind of do is they kind of tell you where they're coming from. And so the first thing Megan says to sort of pitch things to this audience to let them know where she's coming from is, as much as I consider myself a Republican and feel in almost every way intellectually and culturally tied to both the Republican Party as an organization and its many shadings of conservative theory, on paper I am in many ways culturally liberal. I was born into a wealthy, famous family. I went to an Ivy League school and majored in art history, which means I know a lot about pretentious artists and art critics.
Name one.
I'm a writer and television commenter employed by the liberal network MSNBC. I'm a huge supporter of and fighter for gay marriage and LGBT rights. I'm unmarried and not completely convinced that the idea of marriage isn't outdated. I am almost 28 and do not have children, and I think abstinence only education is delusional and dangerous. I live in the heart of the West Village in New York City. I consider myself a God-fearing Christian, but I'm also a big believer in karma and sometimes get a feeling like I may have had past lives. All of this said, Jesus and I came to an understanding of each other a long time ago, and my relationship to him is one of acceptance. My God isn't Rick Santorum's God, and my God loves everyone for exactly who they are. My God does not make mistakes. This list can go on, which is why I have always hated labels and stereotypes about people, especially when it comes to Americans and what exactly it means to be a real American or come from real America. Because if I were to adhere to all the stereotypical terms that make someone a real American, I might find that, in many ways, I'm falling desperately short. What she is a stereotypical rich idiot.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like she thinks that she's like blowing your mind with all of these conflicts. It's like, I'm a Republican, but I like gay people. It's like, I like gay people, but I'm rich and want to keep my money. Like, is your mind blown by
I'm
that?
a conservative, but I appear on a network television owned by giant corporations.
Yeah.
I'm rich and I'm a cosmopolitan.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
I was interested to learn that Megan is a believer in past lives.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
well, I mean, that just really goes to show you. It's like she's thought about none of this for more than a half second. Like, of course, she's a Christian because it's sort of the received kit you get. But of course, also kind of anything she heard sounds good.
Yeah. What if she believes that because her dad killed her with a bomb in her previous life?
You never got a chance to drop him.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's got his piece of his fuselage hit her. He's like, "Whoops, damn, see you again."
My God's the good God, not the God who wrote all those things that are bad.
I really wonder. She said, like, me and Jesus talked it over, and like, I'm cool with him. It's like, Megan, is he cool with you?
Protestantism is such fucking voodoo.
I'm just thinking.
I talked it over
buddy.
with Jesus.
Put a pin in that.
I hate it.
Put a pin in that, buddy.
This turns me into a Deus Volt guy, but for a counter Reformation. Like this is just the
pits.
No. American Protestantism is really like, hey, whatever you're doing, it's working.
Yeah,
keep on.
If you're white, like you rock.
Yeah.
Whatever, buddy.
So they travel around. They go to Prescott, Arizona, and they hang out with her brother and shoot guns.
Oh, okay.
And it's
Wait. Now, Michael Ian Black's a liberal.
Yeah.
And he shooting guns?
He fired a gun.
No.
I know.
No.
And he talks about how weird it is and also kind of cool. It's like
that's redefining the terms of this whole debate.
I know.
Now I'm seeing both sides of this.
Next paragraph from Michael Ian Black. After I saw a cop, I thought about grabbing a service weapon.
Well, no, I mean, like, I feel like this is what in the Trump era is being prescribed, that we need to like hang out with people who are not like us and learn things.
So then they shoot guns with their relatives, and oh my God, he feels weird. He kind of liked it, but also guns are bad. And she's like, yeah, guns are good. Once again, nothing has been learned. No point. Then they go to Vegas. Megan talks about how much she loves Vegas. It's where she goes. It's her party town, which of course she loves Vegas. But this is one of the most insane things, and I honestly wonder how this got in the book. So they go to the Zappos headquarters. You guys remember Zappos? The shoe mailing website, which apparently is in Vegas. And this is the entirety of one of Megan's sections on it. One of the main things I wanted to do with Michael when we're in Vegas is tour the Zappos headquarters. I'm a frequent user of the Zappos website to buy shoes and sometimes clothes. Although that is what I use Zappos to shop for, you can find a huge variety of things to purchase on the site that extend past shoes and jeans. Everything the Zappos company touts itself to be is true. My shipments come when they're supposed to. It is easy to print out a return slip from their website, and the customer service is amazing. Probably the best I've ever encountered.
What the fuck?
Everything is simple and easy, and the people that I talked to about an order seemed happy to help me. As weird as it sounds, it is really refreshing to do business with a company that seems to truly believe in customer service. For the record, I have no affiliation with Zappos other than as a customer. On top of that, Zappos CEO Tony C. has established a substantial cult following as a result of the wild success of Zappos and its somewhat unorthodox business environment. Or, depending on your perspective, the working environment all other working environments should follow and replicate. His latest venture is to rejuvenate downtown Las Vegas, where they are preparing to move their headquarters to the City Hall building, which was slated to become a homeless shelter until Say stepped in.
Thank God that didn't happen.
He is attempting
No, you don't, buddy.
He is attempting to reinvigorate Vegas in ways the city hasn't seen since Bugsy Siegel, investing his own money.
No, did they say Bugsy? Did they literally say that?
Yeah. Investing his own money and the time and talent of his entire team in coming up with new ideas to pump fresh blood into the area. Some say he is trying to create a new Silicon Valley right in the center of town. I say more power to him.
That was just like cut and pasted from a Zappos press release. That's incredible.
But it rocks because it's like, he displaced a homeless shelter. He's the best thing since this murderous gangster from the 40s who got shot in the eye.
Yep.
Wow, you're the Albert Anastasia of online commerce. Thank you.
Murder.com, not murdering.
The Dennis Leary joke.
www.murder.com. So they go to Salt Lake City from there.
And then pretend to be Mormon.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you have to pretend to be Mormon to get into the temple, but they didn't even get to do that because the fucking... because it's closed when they get there. I think they saw them coming.
Glad they included that bit in the book.
The only holy people in America, the Mormons, saw this unholy alliance and had to protect their sanctuary.
Yeah.
But Mormons, I stand with you.
But going to Salt Lake City makes Megan reflect on religion.
Okay.
Oh, great. I can't wait
I'd like to hear her thoughts on this.
So get this.
I think it's the opiate of the masses, but that's just me personally.
So she's looking at all the happy, smiling Mormons and all the white, smiling Mormons in Salt Lake City, and she says, "As I look around this rental place and see so many happy, shiny faces, I start to wonder if maybe this is the religion I'm missing. Maybe this is my church. I have had such a tumultuous relationship with organized religion that I refer to myself as a liberal Christian, a term I stole from the wonderful Christian Chenoweth. In general, however, I am conflicted about many religious concepts. Much like my politics, there is a lot of room for gray. I enjoy going to church and have found much comfort in it. I pray every day, but I believe that all of us are praying to the same divine force. The God that created us looks over us and protects us. I don't believe that there is a right God and a wrong God, that one religion's image of God is better than another. Then why are you a Christian? Why are you anything?"
I think I think everyone is praying to the same God. There's no right or wrong God. It's all the same sort of divine force that we as human beings, connect with and commune with on some level, except, of course, for the false moon god that the Muslims worship.
And must be exterminated.
If the choice is between this hokum and somebody who says, no, my God is the right God and everyone who believes in another God should be killed, I take the latter every time.
Literally anyone goes up and get like, I'm going with ISIS. I'm going with one of those weird Catholics.
The magazine her husband runs and publishes.
Yeah, no, I'm going with one of those weird Catholics who goes beast mode on their own body with a whip. I'm doing anything but this bullshit. I'm Zoroastrian, whatever.
Even somebody who's Baha'i has to read this and think, you're dumb as shit, lady.
Yeah, even Unitarians are like, pick a side.
Well, hold on a minute. There's one religious concept that Megan actually hates and is uncomfortable with and says no. Michael is an atheist. I don't understand atheism, and this core difference between us strikes me as one of the most profound. I don't understand not having some kind of faith in something or believing in some form of God. The absence of a higher power of some kind, or that there being some kind of divine plan, just doesn't make sense. Really? Nothing comes after this?
Well,
This is some serious shit here.
Pretty
this is
easy to believe.
This is C.S. Lewis right here.
Yeah.
This is some real apologetics. Really? Nothing comes after this? And there is nothing before this? I simply refuse to believe it. And I find atheists arrogant. Arrogant and simple-minded. It's one of the few deal breakers when it comes to men I will date. No atheists. No atheists and no vegans. I'm still a red state girl at heart, and I like my man to eat red meat and love God.
Shut the fuck up.
Faith is such a huge part of my life that it is hard for me to conceive of what it's like for someone to get out of bed every morning and not have faith in their life.
Faith is literally no part of your life because your God is okay with anything you do ever.
Yes.
It's literally couldn't be less of a part of your life.
Shut
the fuck up.
I just want to say her idea that atheists don't believe in anything. Why do you get out of bed in the morning? Megan, I'd like to introduce you to something called the objectively true science of Marxist-Leninism.
Seriously, get on that shit.
Does Michael
It's
Ian
called
Black...
The State, okay? Michael Ian Black should know about that. Way.
Does Michael Ian Black say anything in this book, or are all his lines just,
No,
yeah, okay, Megan.
He's
okay.
in here, but he's even more boring than her. It's just all liberal bullshit. He loves Obama. He doesn't like guns.
Hates God.
He doesn't believe in God. All this shit. It's all, you could guess what he's going to say. But this goes back to something that Felix said about Protestantism. So they go from
paganism.
They go from Utah to Austin, Texas, and then they go to New Orleans. Over the years, I've had extremely special and even life-changing experiences in New Orleans. The first time I got my heart badly broken, I had to be in New Orleans a few weeks later. While I was there still reeling, I skeptically visited a voodoo doctor who had been recommended to me by airport cab driver. I don't really believe in psychics or fortune telling, but I thought a voodoo doctor might be an interesting experience. I really don't think anything was going to happen, so why not give voodoo a try? At the very least, it would be a distraction from my broken heart. To my great shock, the doctor gave me such insight into my life and my recently ended relationship that I truly can say I got closure, and my heart started to heal in New Orleans. Everything the voodoo doctor told me would later come true, and I found the experience unbelievably cathartic. Believe what you want, say what you will. The voodoo doctor gave me closure, and I will always be thankful for her for that.
That's the thing is, like, when you talk to somebody really stupid, you can solve all their problems and predict their future. That is the only magic. Is that if you meet someone who's just a complete fucking like dullard, and you're like, oh yeah, your relationship ended because you wanted to go to the farmer's market and he wanted to like watch Truck versus Bear on Spike TV. And anyway, you're going to marry a guy who writes articles about how female dog owners should be hung. And
I was
like, oh my God,
Felix,
it all came true.
You bring that up, that passage there about her visiting the voodoo doctor and finding some, sense of closure or meaning in it. Probably half of the people employed by her husband would absolutely execute the voodoo doctor and then shave Megan's head for doing
absolutely that fucking
devilish
guy, Matthew
idolatry.
Dowd talks about how it's like it's not worth it.
Matthew Walsh, yeah. Do not do the Ouija board.
Yoga, Ouija boards, it's not worth it. It's like,
that's devil shit.
That's insane, but you believe in something.
Not only that, but like you believe in something. I mean, you believe in stupid things, but at least it's like stopping you from doing, like it asks something of you, like you actually can't do yoga or do whatever or do and think whatever you want to do at every given moment.
Yes,
you can't be Christian
and do voodoo. You have to pick one. I'm not saying voodoo is bad. I'm saying you have to pick one.
You have to pick one.
The monotheism of the Bible is practical monotheism. It doesn't mean there's only one God. The Yahweh fought the Pharaoh's God. He was stronger. It means you have to pick one, you fucking idiot. Holy shit. I fucking can't stand Protestants.
No, it's the worst.
American Protestants.
And if they got, and it's the money that does it.
pigs.
It's just this fucking. It just turns.
I can do whatever I want.
Yeah. It's like, hey, what's the thing that I can believe so that I never feel bad for a moment of my life? I never have asked of anything. I never feel disquiet about my place in the universe. I never fear existentially for my death.
That's why she believes in capitalism so much and why she hates socialism.
At least those like dour Norwegian Protestants like kill each other over shit. Like they're cool. They believe in something at least. This is just, she's not even trying.
Well, eventually there was going to be an argument between these two with their different views. So they went on a swamp tour. Look at gators and such. And
hey, that sounds fun.
Oh,
do they go on a fan boat?
Well, I'm imagining like the movie The Butterfly Effect, how the future plays out if Megan gets sucked into the fan on the fan boat. Tragic mishap during the writing of America, You Sexy Bitch.
I have to say, it's a lot of fun. I've been out there.
You were on the fan boat.
Not on the fan boat. It was just like a regular boat.
Nah, give me fan
I'm
boat.
just picturing
Fan boat or nothing.
Matt in a swamp playing the accordion.
Oh, isn't
Just
that
having the time of his life.
isn't that a cool idea? Your propulsion by a giant fan. It's very Acme, you know.
No, it's cool, but I didn't do that. I just like threw the marshmallows and saw the gators. It was nice.
Wait, you threw the marshmallows?
You throw marshmallows at them and they come up and you look at them. So they did
love
that.
marshmallows. It's
And while we're
adorable.
doing this, they're talking about healthcare,
Oh, okay.
which, according to Megan, is the two issues where he is the most conservative and she is the most conservative and he's the most liberal. Even though I'm pretty sure there's a brick wall in my future, we start discussing Obamacare on the bus on the way to the swamp tour. Michael's argument starts with Republicans being heartless and that we all need to give a little more for the common good and that healthcare should be free to every American. I naturally feel like Uncle Scrooge when I say that universal healthcare would bankrupt this country if enacted into law. Of course, I think all Americans should have access to healthcare. However, the concept of free healthcare is unrealistic. I wish I could be so idealistic as to think that if we all just gave a little more, then everyone would have the same level of amazing healthcare. But it's just not that simple. It makes me feel like I come off sounding heartless, when in reality, I think I'm simply being pragmatic about the kind of world we live in and what our country can afford.
You sound pragmatic as fuck. Anyway, let me guide you through this gator-infested swamp.
Yeah,
You're worse than Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge was at least a competent businessman. You're just someone who's so rich. She had a fucking like $50,000, $80,000 credit line.
Yeah.
For her parents, she probably still has it.
Yeah. And this is, by the way, the nut of her actual objection to healthcare. We can't afford it. It's too expensive. I mean, we know that's not true. I mean, everyone listening to this knows all
There
the
was
fucking
money to pay for this book deal.
Yeah.
Like,
but I mean, we also know. I mean, the fucking a Koch brothers funded think tank just came out with a fucking study saying over a 10-year period, universal healthcare would save like $2 trillion over the baseline of what we're going to end up spending on healthcare just as it exists.
By the way, all her shit about like we just can't afford it in America, like all this water-headed shit goes back right to what she said on The View about socialism, where like Joy Behar was like, wow, I don't know, like, Norway, Finland, they have free healthcare. They work pretty good for them.
you hear Joy Behar all the time.
Yeah.
I love it.
And Megan's response to that was, she was like, it is, I'm sorry, it is literally delusional to compare a tiny European country to America and think that we could do that here. All of her arguments for like America is just too big for socialism, it cuts the exact opposite way.
Well, of course.
There's more fucking money in this country. Like it's easier to do socialism on a large scale because there's more money and we have our own currency. And as I've said before, the biggest obstacle that we wouldn't have to deal with is this country's foreign policy.
Fucking us up.
Yeah.
Well, so she says instead of doing that, we should do tort reform. That would make things affordable.
God. Okay.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And then she says, the idea of universal healthcare seems very much like a first step towards radically socializing medicine in a country that is too large and complicated to support such a drastic move.
No.
Shut the fuck.
Yes, I will concede that insurance and pharmaceutical companies are making money hand over fist, but I do not think we can penalize big business for doing what our democratic capitalist system is designed to do. Also, take into consideration that much of that money goes back into research and improving the outstanding level of care
That's
that we
the Megan
already...
McCain
Yeah, your
line.
dad's still alive. I hate it.
No, but this is good. Improving the outstanding level of care that we already have. The we in that sentence is what matters.
Yeah.
We meaning her.
Yeah, you know
That
how
she gets access to.
You know how my dad can float on the ceiling like Baron Harkonnen, and he's been dying for 7 years. Yeah, no, I know that you have to pay like $3,000 a month, and you even when you get care, it doesn't cover it, and it's the biggest single cost. It's not deductible from your taxes even. But look, my dad has a 7-year-long dying period. We all have to mourn my dad. Like, we're just keeping him alive somehow. We're just pumping oxygen into his rotting green blood all the time. He'll never go away. You're welcome.
Well, she asks, why should an award-winning hospital like the Mayo Clinic in Scottsdale, Arizona, have to risk becoming less of a leader in finding new solutions to medical problems by making it cater to anyone who walks in the door?
Yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want just anyone who's dying.
By the way,
like,
haven't doctors in
you
Cuba
fucking
literally just
scumbag.
cured AIDS in infants?
yeah, you fucking scumbag.
I think it's pretty telling.
Just that phrase, anyone who walks in
Yeah,
this door.
just-
She walked into the fucking door of life.
Yeah.
You
You
never
walked right
did. You
through
just
that
showed
door.
up. You just fucking showed up, and now I have to see you for the rest of my life. You did nothing. You did nothing. You went on a fucking road trip. You went on a fucking road trip. And that's your qualification.
Okay,
Oh
you
my
say this.
God.
You better not ever see her and say that to her because, buddy, you're in trouble. She says to Michael, at the end of the day, there's nothing in this world that comes free. And Michael replies, it's not like you could ever understand not having health care. This is not the way to argue with me. I've spent a significantly large part of my life trying to combat any bullshit poor little rich girl couldn't possibly understand real life stereotypes, and I'm in no mood to do so with Michael on a damn bus on its way to the swamp.
And that's tea, sis.
Sis, don't say anything like that when you meet my father. I'm still trying to explain to him exactly who you are, I say, even though I know
Oh,
it's
if I
an
meet your
argument ender.
father, there will be
Wait,
no words. He's
Her father married her mother, who is a rich beer heiress.
Yes.
He didn't do anything for his money either.
That's how he got his
Yeah.
political career funded. He left his first wife for the money.
Yeah.
Having
after his
younger
first
woman.
wife got sick, by the way.
Yes.
What a compassionate guy John
Yeah.
is. What a great family. Don't give me that. What the fuck? What is she going to talk about when she was in college? Is that it? Is that it? Is she going to talk about when she like lived in a shitty apartment once in her life? What's the large chunk of your life?
The fucking platinum credit card.
Nothing.
Well, what I like
She
about
does not
She doesn't
elaborate.
expand on it?
There's
so,
nothing.
so what she says
She's
there,
just saying
so what
that
she
you're
sa-
supposed to take for granted that she's worked hard to
so what she's saying
combat
there,
stereotypes
what she's
about a
saying there
talentless
is like
rich
when
child.
people try to argue with me by saying, yeah, Megan, like, you know, maybe you don't understand what it's like to not have health care, or maybe like the things you take for granted aren't widely shared. The prosperity that you take for granted is not as widely shared as you'd imagine, and you don't know that because you're a clueless rich person who hasn't earned or done anything in their life.
Right.
She says, I've spent my whole life getting angry at that, and I've worked very hard to combat it.
Yeah.
And then okay, and then it just
Excuse me, she's a blogger, sir.
It's what she said. What she's saying there is that argument really makes me mad, and I wish people wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Next,
take her
moving
advice.
on.
Because she's blogged, okay?
Yeah.
She blogged.
Yeah, she went on MSNBC in 2008 and said, "Gay people kind of not bad."
Yeah.
Awesome.
So she's
Thank
she's
you.
saying that line about how like which would lead someone to say, imagine if the Mayo Clinic just had to serve anybody.
Yeah. That
you
just-
know, and she says like that really annoys me, and you shouldn't use that argument. So it's just like saying, yeah, you know the argument that's like the most effective moral case for why I'm a nitwit who doesn't know what I'm talking about. Don't use that argument
this
around
is-
me. It makes me mad.
This is the boss fight. This is when the the weak point of the boss starts glowing red. Except every part of her is the weak point. Just anyone can walk. You want that world?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You want a world where just anybody gets top of the line cancer treatment?
I see why people spend so much time like trying to rehabilitate Stalin online. Honestly, man.
Yeah, no, there's
Fucking honestly,
the
bro.
lure of the
Like,
gulag is very, very strong.
oh my God. You just want to. You hate to see it. You want to see this person in prison.
Yeah.
You hate
Well,
to read it.
you know, you guys are getting very class worry right now. You're getting very hostile towards the job creators and producers in the world.
Yeah.
But have you considered Elvis as a rejoinder
I
to
have
that?
not. Well, he was born poor and he became very wealthy.
So they went to they go to Memphis and they go to Graceland and they tour Graceland and they explain, you know, what it's like.
all of real America.
Yeah, exactly. So they're looking at all of his amazing stuff at Graceland, all of his opulence.
His 80 Cadillacs.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know exactly what it is about Elvis, other than that he was the first of his kind and changed music and American culture forever.
Whites?
But there's something about him that appeals to every generation, yes, of whites. I think the latter part of his life, when he went through hardships with prescription drugs and weight gain, is obviously sad, but it doesn't make him any less of a legend or an icon. It just makes the lengths that support people go to enable celebrities egregiously tragic. And why do they do it? I guess to be more around famous people and steal some of their wealth. As I stand in the middle of the gold leaf heaven, I find it ironic that the people on tour are here in their T-shirts and flip-flops, as much to worship the excesses of a very wealthy man as they are at his talents. Given a choice, they'd probably take the money over the music. This hypocrisy hits hard the day after my dinner conversation defense last night. The anti-wealth trend is on the uptick, evident everywhere you turn.
Wow.
Look at Occupy Wall Street. Look at the way Mitt Romney has been treated during this election cycle, with his wealth perceived by many on the left as a liability. Being wealthy or coming from substantial means is not lauded in America today as it was in Elvis's day. This is obviously a wealth disconnect in this country, and yet, that's what we call it, a wealth disconnect. And yes, Wall Street has screwed a lot of people in middle America, but what concerns me is the new edict that you should be embarrassed by personal wealth and success. This is what continues to worry me about the Obama administration. The spread the wealth around feeling will always be one of the biggest alerts around what kind of political ideology our president adheres to. We should encourage hard work and success and not publicly scorn people once they get there. Even some of those who grew up without wealth can too easily forget where they came from. I do not flaunt my family's wealth because, well, only a spoiled asshole would do that. But I also don't feel like feeling like it's something I need to hide or be embarrassed about.
God forbid you ever feel uncomfortable or embarrassed or
ever
anything,
any sort of debt or connection to another human being
this
that,
goes back to
that
her,
requires you to have anything.
This goes back to her personal
result?
relationship with Jesus, where Jesus was like, you know what, Megan, you rock. You shouldn't be embarrassed by all your wealth.
God appeared in a burning bush to her and said, keep doing what you're doing.
By the way, here's an explanation to Megan of the American healthcare system she might understand. The health insurance companies are to Americans as the Colonel was to Elvis. you know that guy who is a wealth creator who managed Elvis by stealing all of his money and letting him kill himself with
Colonel
drugs.
Tom Parker.
Yeah. That is what health insurance is in America.
Here's another analogy. And
also, I'm sorry, Elvis actually did have talent. He was a great performer.
Yeah, and he was poor.
Yeah.
Here's another analogy she might get for health insurance. Imagine there's a pilot and he just can't seem to get through a flight. He just can't even seem to land the plane. Sometimes he can't even take it off, but they keep giving him planes. For some reason, they just keep giving him chances.
So I don't think Megan has to feel bad about her wealth. There's a lot of other things she should feel bad about. Her beliefs, her level of intelligence, personality, her lack of accomplishments.
I do agree that the tax code is out of control, but I also believe in a free market system where checks and balances come into play. I apparently was one of the few people not offended by Mitt Romney's comments that he enjoyed firing people who didn't do a good job working for him. I do not understand why that was perceived as such a shocking thing to say. America is a capitalistic society. If you do a bad job, you should not be able to keep it. Alternatively, if you do a good job, you should be promoted. None of this seems particularly controversial to me, but to a lot of people it is.
Megan goes on Rap Genius after a Capital Steps show to figure out all the references that go over her head.
I love the thing about fire. Like, when has Megan ever been anyone's boss at a profitable enterprise? Is she just talking about when she complains to people's managers? I love that.
Getting waiters fired, getting landscapers fired, getting pool boys fired.
Oh man, this trip they went on, it was probably like fucking General Sherman's March to the Sea, but for service employees. Just everyone they came across, she was like, let me talk to someone who's above you. Just salting the earth. Yep. She single-handedly raised the unemployment rate by 2 digits.
Yeah, that's why there was no Obama recovery. She got everyone fired.
Everyone fired.
I do like this. If you do a good job, you should be promoted. Or if you just show up and you're Megan McCain, you should be promoted.
And you go from MSNBC to The View because they want one young conservative who doesn't want to hang gay people.
Yeah.
So that they can keep humping this idea that there is young, cool, nice people out there who also believe in everything the Republican
But she's
Party
not even
does.
She's a nasty piece. It's like she's like John McCain. It's like But she's dumber than McCain because McCain could do he could play the game where it's like, oh well, sometimes I eat too many donuts on the campaign trail. But he's in reality just a nasty piece of shit.
Oh, he's awful.
And his mask would slip sometimes. But it just
She
half-asses putting on her mask.
He called her mom the C word in public.
He did,
Which
in front of
is-
reporters. So she talks about global warming at one point, and apparently that's a problem. Both parties have a problem with that because Republicans refuse it exists, and Democrats use celebrities to talk about it. So they're both equally at fault.
I agree.
Yep,
I agree.
And then she goes to Branson, Missouri.
I wish she visited Branson from E1, and he had a certain device with him that makes a whirr noise. His favorite device.
And this is actually my favorite quote in the whole book, is that she goes to Branson and she and Michael see Yakov Smirnoff's special.
Hell yes.
They go and see Yakov Smirnoff do his thing. And I actually think he's closed his theater since then. So this was like towards the end of his run there.
She got him fired from his own theater.
she did scathingly review the show.
She called ICE and tried to deport him.
This is unacceptable. I paid $33 for this.
So she sees Yakov Smirnoff, and it's a terrible show.
Please explain to me how a television could watch me.
It's a terrible show. It's a show he's been doing basically verbatim for 20 years at this point. And it's a lot of sentimentality and cheap patriotism, and it gives Megan the closest thing to like an existential moment or identity crisis in the whole book. The rest of it is just her keeping on. So she sees Yakov and she says, "There's nothing per se wrong with Yakov's comedy. It just feels like somebody retelling his stories about a better time in his career. Yakov, for whatever reason, has not exactly evolved with the times. And every time
She's in fucking Branson. It's like a time capsule there.
And
It's also like I'm mad at her for critiquing Yakov. At least he made something.
Yeah, no,
you've never done anything.
He came to this country from the Soviet Union, and he fucking had like 3 jokes and
He became a
built
comedy
theater.
sensation.
What would she have done in that situation?
Well, in Soviet,
She would have just died.
She would have died. She would have died of exposure.
in Soviet Union, Megan McCain doesn't exist.
So she's like, "Wow, this is really cheesy. It's very, very bad." She says, "I hate the term has-been because I think it often cruel and unfair generalization, but that is how the majority of people would probably describe Yakov and his show at this moment. I spend a lot of time giving speeches, mostly at college campuses. Giving speeches and entertaining an audience is one of the best and most flattering things I am asked to do, but at the same time, it is also indescribably difficult and draining. Engaging a room full of college students about the future of the Republican Party and trying to make it funny and edgy at the same time is truly one of the hardest things I have tried to master."
So I just give up.
Tried, meaning that although I think I am good, I can't believe she thinks she's good, I don't think I'm done evolving as a speaker. Either way, it is something I take extremely seriously and consider one of the greatest honors of my life. Like Yakov, I stand in front of a room full of people telling my story. Her story of my dad was a senator.
I love that. One of the greatest honors of my life. I love this. This is just such like American bullshit language. Like the thing when something good happens to you and you're like, I'm so humbled. Like you don't know what any of this means. No, your honor was when you were just born into millions of ill-gotten gains and gifted them before you even lifted a finger, and then never did anything for the rest of your life, and just gifted into us seeing your fucking shitty face forever. That was your honor. That was the greatest honor you ever received.
So this is the last part. So she says that to kind of make the connection between her and Yakov. We both talk to people for a living.
He's better at it. He at least did it on his own
We
merits.
share our story, his story of fleeing one country for another and building, a new life and a comedy career. Her story of shooting out of a wealthy womb and just being gifted an entire life of privilege and media access.
God, I hate her.
Those comparably compelling stories. So then she says, "As I leave the theater in a daze, strolling back to the lobby with my happy chatting clan up ahead of me, all my pre-show exuberance is gone. My admiration for the patriotic paintings vanished. When we get outside, Michael and Stephanie can tell something is up. They can both read me pretty well. It is not exactly that I didn't like the show, which I didn't really. I had been to not good or great shows and speeches before. I think there was something about the desperation and dated feeling of Yakov's show that made me get down. It was sad. I wanted to know what happened to his career. I wanted to know how one had such a large following and then ends up desperately hawking swag to small audiences in Branson, Missouri. Yakov once appeared on Johnny Carson and made him laugh, and now he's stuck wringing laughs and money out of people's nostalgia and patriotism. He's flogging the same story of his American dream that he has made his name on. What if that's me? What if I am Yakov Smirnov?
Don't worry. You'll never lose millions of Megan McCain fans. Don't worry about it. Never worry about it. Please.
Well, that's how delusional she is she thinks it's a comparable situation where she has to maintain an engaged audience and a perspective and insights to keep people interested as opposed to just being dragged along by the tender hooks of her family's money and her name.
Yeah, no, you're a fucking half dead jellyfish floating along the beach. And she's like, wow, I don't know how long I can be the world's fastest swimmer. She's like Drake. She's like, man, when you're on top, everyone's coming for you. Like,
no, she is. She's like, damn, it's so, God,
lonely
had to
at the
grind
top.
for this view. How am I going to keep this up?
Yeah, she's just born. Damn, had to grind for this view.
And then she ends up going to Washington, D.C., and of course, meeting her dad and having a nice dinner with Senator McCain.
And Michael Ian Black?
Yes.
Okay.
And nothing is learned. No one changes their minds. No synthesis has been achieved. Just this absolute waste of everyone's time.
All right, so hear me out here. What if we ran a river through the part of Arizona she was born in to just completely wipe it off the map?
I mean,
Genghis Khan style. What do you think about that?
I think emptying the entire state of Arizona of human habitation would be a good
No, I like Arizona. I think it's like an interesting place.
No one
I
should
just-
live there, though. Come on.
So what? No one should live here. It sucks here. I just think her birthplace should be wiped off the map, personally. It's hard to run a river through Arizona, but, you know, to paraphrase Michael Ian Black and Megan McCain, this is the greatest darn country on earth, and we can do whatever we want. I went in the car, and I saw all the things that make America difficult, but wait. We disagree on some things, but on others, we do love this country. At the end of the day, the most important thing is that nothing you do is ever wrong, and nothing you believe is ever at odds with anything you see, and you never have to change anything. I went to the restaurant with the old senator. He was just kidding $5 to buy me chicken tenders. Just fucking pablum, fucking idiots.
Even if it wouldn't pay for healthcare and education for every single human being in this country, just as a matter of principle, there shouldn't you should have we should cap out people's money at I'm going to be generous and say just $10 million.
I think we should just cap people after hearing this shit. I was in a bad mood today, but it's this just made it worse.
Really, Felix?
But this is what we can't have nice things for. This is what we have to live in misery for.
No, but but this is the argument against socialism that she's making, is that we cannot possibly have universal health care because it would take away from all the other things that are good. It would very slightly inconvenience me or make me feel guilty or responsible for even a millisecond.
Yeah, it would make me part of something bigger than myself. It would make me accountable to others, and that's just not happening, folks.
Yeah,
that's canceled. That's T.
It's canceled to ever feel any level of discomfort or anything. You're fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone else is the problem.
Eternal sunshine of Megan's mind.
Yep.
So
just a pointless life, a pointless family, a pointless book. Just done with it. I have to go frag out with Chet. I can't take this.
Whoa, boys. We are on the Straight Talk Express right now, and we're going to give you an hour plus of straight talk on the life and legacy of Senator John McCain, longtime friend of the show. It is a Chapo full court press. We've got the whole team here to, like I said, look back on the life, the love, the career of American hero, Senator John McCain.
The greatest American hero, I think, of all time.
I mean, that's what the show is going to be about today. This is our wake. It's an Irish wake for John McCain.
Yeah.
Was
I'm
he
not drunk yet.
Was he Irish?
We'll get there.
No.
He was a goddamn Scotch-Irish bog monster, like every other of the most diseased people in American political history.
Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Yeah, throw your hands up. Yeah, throw your hands up.
Tolkien got the way that they make orcs from knowing about Scott's marriage people.
So, yeah, I mean, John McCain passed away. He succumbed to his brain cancer.
Owned.
Okay, so I mean, I read yesterday in his will, he requested that both Barack Obama and George W. Bush speak at his funeral at the National Cathedral. They're going to play the Paul Walker Wiz Khalifa song, definitely. But no, I mean, look, I mean, the takes write themselves. Like I can see what's coming as clear as my hand in front of my eyes. Barack Obama and George W. Bush are going to speak at McCain's funeral, and everybody is going to say, just for a brief moment, America was united again, and they spoke to our better angels, and they raised our nation, but also, and most importantly, sort of slyly and implicitly condemned Donald Trump.
Let me be clear. John F. Kennedy was a great friend to the cause of the global caliphate.
I like how through all this, like George W. Bush is a big background player. George W. Bush was crueler to John McCain than Donald Trump ever was.
Oh, yeah.
All Donald Trump's biggest sins against the McCains was being like he was a bad pilot, which if McCain was
It's funnier.
It's funnier if McCain was like a cooler person. He'd be like, yeah, it kind of sucked. It's like me with video games. I like to believe I'm very good, but after a while I'm like, yeah, I'm not so good. McCain could do that with being a pilot, but he can't because he's too much of an asshole. Meanwhile, George W. Bush did robocalls in the 2000 Republican primaries, his campaign, saying that McCain's adopted daughter was an illegitimate black child he conceived in Vietnam. And McCain was like, I forgive you, who cares? Like, crueler than anything. Trump couldn't get it together to do a robocall or anything.
Yeah,
but,
that's the thing, is that George W. is in his prime was a really kind of focused frat boy bully.
Mm-hmm. And also, Obama and Bush, those are the guys who owned him. Those are the guys who stood between him and his lifelong ambition of being president and getting to initiate a global nuclear war. And they're just going to stand there and be like, yep, our vanquished foe, we respect him. I mean, Trump just said some, hilarious insults about him. He didn't actually stop him from being president. Ultimate cuck move.
Trump also, he was so nice. He wanted to make up with John McCain so much that he passed and signed a tax bill mandating it so none of McCain's shitty kids would ever have to work. He knew that they were as dumb as their dad. And he was like, here you go. And McCain was still not big enough of a man to make up with him.
Let's talk about Trump, though, because one of my favorite things happening right now is all of the people, how dare you, sir, that Trump has not had the official White House flag at half-mast for Trump.
Oh my
God! And
God.
I've literally seen people being like, "This will not stand. If you have a flag, fly it at half-mast. Everyone put their flag at half-mast."
Oh my God! Oh my God! There are going to be liberals arrested for civil disobedience, but it's putting the Arby's flag at half mast, climbing the flagpole at In-N-Out and shit.
We also know that the White House comm shop, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, had apparently, according to news sources, a prepackaged, pre-written statement all ready to go for John McCain about what a hero and what an honorable man he was. That Trump personally spiked and put out a Twitter statement just saying thoughts and prayers with your family.
Prayers that's how you do that.
One. Bless
that's
up.
How you do that shit.
Yeah, though, that Sarah Huckabee Sanders, for all of her bullshit, is a real student council president kind of bruiser.
Yeah.
She definitely she burnt that obit into wood in a pyrography class.
She's a real pick flick girl.
Yeah.
You know what my favorite thing about the Trump thing is? He put an Instagram condolence to John McCain over a picture of himself. That's amazing.
God tier.
He has such a powerful brain. It's he looks so bad in every picture, but particularly bad in this picture. He's like, oh, damn, looks like you lost again. By the way, here's my disgusting body. He legitimately thinks he looks good in that picture. It's just such a fuck you.
It is a continuous thing where I feel like the kind of libs are gaslighting me, every time I read anything where they're like, look at what he's doing. He's sending secret messages. It's he's so senile. He's so syphilitic or something. It's just so obvious. And this is why I think we need multi-generational households, because you should be able to see what a brain dying looks like.
This is augury. It's watching the trails, the paths of birds, and trying to divine wisdom from it. So my favorite thing, I saw it today, I just caught it from coming here, so Trump is in some unrelated meeting with, I don't know, I think with a head of state or something, the Prime Minister of Niger, asking why he gets to use that word. And the White House press corps had to be ushered out of the room because they were yelling at Trump and asking, any comments on John McCain? What do you think about John McCain? What do you think about John McCain? And, Trump's obviously not responding, just grinning there like an idiot. And everyone is just in such high dudgeon about this, including friend of the show, Joan Walsh, whose blurb can be found on the front cover of our book.
No, I mean, this is the overall thing. Like, in the next week or so, like, as you listen to the show, you are going to be hit with just a tsunami of the most sanctimonious bullshit imaginable from the political press, because John McCain really was the avatar of everything they believe in. And I want to go into why. In that, like, he was someone who got infinite mileage out of occasionally going against his party and putting country first. But again, only doing that, like, he would make statements against his party, but it would almost always end up signing on to the bad thing as well. But the thing is, like, in the Washington media, you only get press for doing a good thing if you spent your entire career doing bad things. So, like, the fact that John McCain came out against, torture during the Iraq War, everyone was like, gave him a huge standing O for that he, broke with Dick Cheney and George W. Bush. But, like, whereas if you had spent your entire career in politics, like, a Dennis Kucinich or Mike Gravel figure, just generally being opposed to pointless violence and dehumanization and slaughter of any kind, you would get no credit for that whatsoever.
What they like is a massive war hawk that nonetheless has lines.
Yeah, and here's the thing. What you're seeing right now, like, I had, seeing, like, Maggie Haberman or, like, all these people just saying that, like, the nation is in mourning right now. And I just want to be like,
No.
What you mean we, white man? You know what I mean? Like, not everyone is mourning
No
him.
one fucking gives a shit.
And
Literally no one
most
cares
importantly,
about this shitty mean old man.
No, most importantly, here's who's not mourning John McCain. Not us, the, shitty dirtbag leftists. All of the Republican base. Every single Trump supporter is pissing on his grave right now. If you look in the comment section of any Fox News story or any right-wing forum or any major right-wing media figure, everyone is talking about what a traitor he is, how he's in hell right now. Trump has 90% approval rating from his base. So who are all these people talking about what a hero and what a great figure John McCain is? It's journalists and it's liberals.
By the way, the Q theory is that he killed himself because he was about to be arrested for doing Pizzagate.
Yeah, no, he did. It was a military tribunal. He was going to be put before by a military tribunal for doing military pedophilia, which is the worst kind.
Yeah, they
10 years old hut.
They put him before the Star Chamber, and they gave him the option of, like, the Roman suicide, where you inject yourself with brain cancer.
So yeah, all of the Republicans, all the conservative movement, none of the people who really subscribe to this or believe in it like John McCain or think he's a hero. It's only liberals and the political press. The political press I understand, but for everyone else who is, like, going, party over country right now is not the time to, bring up even any mild criticism of his actual political impact on this country. My question is,
Why?
Why are you doing this?
Well, I think some of it is that he was having all these deathbed regrets, but they were in no way a concession of his own moral failings. Like, he would be like, well, the Iraq War was a mistake. He means it was a strategic mistake.
Yeah.
He doesn't mean that it was, like, murderous and completely unnecessary. He means, like, well, that didn't work out well for us.
Yeah.
Which he was doing, like, as soon as Bush's popularity started to tank a little bit. He's like, we could be running this thing that we absolutely need to do 100% a little better. Like, that was the Republican, like, fucking Chuck Hagel is the same way. That was the move if you were, like, one of the last of the dying breeds of the, quote, Republican moderates in 2006 and 2007, was to admit that the Iraq War was going poorly, which it was. He doesn't, he 100% still thinks we should have gone there.
Yeah.
But,
also, I would have accepted, like, a true, like, deathbed confession.
Yeah.
Like, I would have been like, fuck you, old man, but at least you did something good on the way out. but he wasn't like, there was no clear weighing on his conscience. He's like, it was a mistake. He never used words like atrocity or anything like that.
Well, and it's not like he stopped after the Iraq War promoting every fucking military adventure he could get his hands on. He wrote about up until his death. He was annoyed that we didn't go into Syria. He was annoyed that we didn't send more arms and soldiers to the Ukraine. He was basically pissed that he missed World War III.
And getting a little bit into the man's life, like, there were obvious reasons why the press liked McCain so much. He was nice to them. Like, he would basically throw these parties for them, like his straight talk barbecues. He would talk to them. He would give them quotes. He knew how to play these people, because to be a journalist in America, you have to be, for the most part, this is the majority of national level journalists, not local reporters, but the majority of national ones, you have to be just a fucking cretin who believes cretinous things and will just, the moment anyone is nice to you, you just fucking roll over on your belly and expose your smooth genitals. But McCain was also a bit of a hero to them, because McCain was somebody who, unlike, his successors that he sort of brushed up against in the Republican and Democratic Party, he was someone who it seemed like he had gone through some struggle. Now, if you actually look at it, McCain was, the trend in his life was he experienced maybe 0.001% of the punishment he deserved. Like, he flies over Vietnam just dropping death and chemicals. And what? He gets the same prison sentence you get for unarmed burglary. Oh, his shoulder doesn't work. Oh, no. Talk to the people that he just flew over. After, by the way, he camped the plane respawn and got to keep getting in them because his dad owned the server. But, okay, so he gets that. He gets that. And he gets out, and it's like, oh my God, what a hero, what a hero. This guy who, how many bodies did he have on him at that point? How many fucking bodies did this fucking wide-faced cretin have at this point? Then he, after savings and loan, after everything, he looks a little contrite. He's a little sad. And that's enough. That's enough for journalists in the early 90s. Then, after just years of larceny, after years of abusing his power, getting MMA banned in America, all this shit. No, well, he got MMA banned in America because his fucking wife, who he left his other wife when she was on her fucking sickbed, Mary Cindy McCain.
The one that looked a lot like Sarah Palin.
Yep. Mary Cindy McCain, this heir to this Anheuser-Busch distributor who makes...
A bird woman.
Bird woman.
Her and Callista Gingrich, actually birds. No one talks about this. They're birds.
Their family, deep in business with boxing, somehow gets the up-and-coming competitor banned. Just savings and loan, all this evil shit he's done forever. Then it's 2000, and look who's throwing me barbecues. Oh, whoops. Oh, George W. Bush was mean to him. Then his punishment for the rest of the time is that he has to hug George W. Bush, smile at this man he hates, and he stands up to him 2 or 3 times, and that's enough.
I want to go through the McCain legacy, but before I do, Felix, you mentioned that the press loved him because he's nice to them. I would dispute even that. They all love him, but if you read all of these like touching remembrances about how cool and fun he was, they all have a weird quality. It doesn't really seem like he's being nice to them. It seems like he's being a massive asshole, which I can only conclude that every other senator is either the most blank person, the most zero personality imaginable, or like a Albert Fish level psychopath.
I think it's a mixture of both.
It's because these journalists are piss pigs.
They're shame pigs. They love being negged. And again, to extend it to
and they're also they're little nerdlets, and they want a daddy to dom them.
Yeah,
they want to get bossed around by a father figure like the one they never had or whatever.
That's why Jim Webb even got any coverage at all. Like there was like, it's an ancient memory now, but there were like Mark Halperin and who's the other fucking guy?
John Heilman.
Yeah, John Heilman. Like exhaustive profiles of Jim Webb and what a maverick he was. And it's like, what do you think like Jim Webb said to these just fucking round, fleshy journalism oafs? What do you think this man who brags about killing people and talks about reverse racism on a national stage thought of these guys?
Well, I mean,
they want to be bossed around by a military daddy, yeah.
Let's not forget the purely kind of economic motivation they have for it is that he moved a lot of ink. People loved reading
give
about
you a quote too,
McCain,
which is what they lived and died by. And he was always, I mean, my God, he'd show up to any fucking bullshit event or show, talk to anybody, drop a quote for anything, and that's huge.
Oh, he was a media creature, absolutely.
He knew how to play the game too. Like, you remember when he was drawing out
Obamacare vote, like his last great act, he says right before he finally goes against Trump, the 17% of the time he would vote against his agenda. He goes, "You want to see what I'm going to do? Stay tuned." It was all a show to him. It was pro wrestling, but it is these people. They bought the face.
Oh my God! I just figured it out. Okay, Trump is reality TV. McCain was prestige TV.
I want to go through like the McCain legacy right now. I want to go through some of like the greatest hits of his career, which we're going to hear, and like I said, prepare yourself for the week to come. Beginning with like the centerpiece of his his courage and like the thing that everyone loves about him the most, his service in Vietnam, and in particular his time as a POW. And the thing that everyone references is that, he had a chance to be released early, but he chose to stay and made sure that all of the officers who were in prison there were released in the order that they got there, right? Which is like, in that context, yeah, that's an honorable thing to do in that situation, to let someone else who'd been there longer go first. However, the entire political press and everyone who's referencing this is completely unable to reckon with why he was there in the first place.
No, they act like he got fucking kidnapped by the Symbionese Liberation Army and then shanghaied and sent to fucking Hanoi.
He was the son of an admiral who volunteered to be a Navy pilot to drop bombs on Vietnam from 1968 on. And by the way, I think Tom Skoka or someone else pointed this out. Most of his imprisonment in Vietnam took place after Nixon had purposely prolonged the war another 4.5 years. So thank him for his stay there as well. But again, like, he was the bad guy in that war.
Yeah.
The
pilot is an especially vile class, in my view. It's George H.W. Bush. He was a Navy pilot in World War II, and he was at Andover when the war started, and all of his elders were saying, no, we need you to stay at your fancy prep school or Andover to Yale, and you need to graduate and become the leaders and let the draft sort it out, let the chaff fight. But Bush was excited to make a name for himself, and he was just excited to be a knight of the sky.
Yeah,
is what they viewed being a pilot as. And McCain's the same way.
It's a resume builder too. It's like the equivalent of doing like Teach for America for libs that are going to go on to become corporate lawyers.
Well, in another feudal society in Saudi Arabia, the only prestige the military is just sort of a jerk off profession over there, except for being a pilot, because that's the cavalry of the 20th and 21st century. And for McCain, that's what it was. That was the aristocratic military position.
I assumed their ground troops was just like a fleet of Lamborghinis or something.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, like Matt, I think you said on a recent show, like, Vietnam didn't happen. It's only like just movies and like what we remember from movies and TV shows.
And that is American heroism and suffering, and that's all that it was. It was a pageant of American trauma. And McCain is just an example of that. Someone who suffered unjustly.
He suffered so greatly during the Vietnam War, but again, he was part of a war machine that dropped more bombs on Southeast Asia than the United States did on Germany and Japan during all of World War II. I think just during Operation Rolling Thunder, which meted out untold civilian casualties.
At the end of the day, over 100,000.
We're talking about millions of people that were killed by the United States military during Vietnam. Again, another completely unjustified war of aggression.
Also, again, it's not just that people were killed. The environmental devastation of that war left congenital violence on the children that were produced by the people who survived that war.
People in Laos and Cambodia to this day are still killed by unexploded U.S. munitions dropped on their country.
This is just like birth defects and shit.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
Agent
it's horrifying.
Orange. Yeah, I mean, the list goes on and on of. I mean,
there's no clean war,
exactly,
obviously, but this was particularly horrifying.
Again, like the inability of the political press or anyone who references his, like I said, in that context, honorable decision to stay longer than he, passing up the opportunity to leave. I'm sorry, I have completely unable to categorize, to
conceive of the Vietnam War as an atrocity, which is what it was.
Yeah.
Right. And so Rolling Thunder, that was Johnson's and Westmoreland's campaign to bomb North Vietnam with no real military purpose. This is just to inflict terror and force them to the bargaining table in advance of the election. And afterwards, McCain said that, I believe he said this in like one of his autobiographies, that the problem was we weren't bombing useful military installations. Generals didn't know what they were doing. We should have bombed more stuff.
Well, yeah, that's the refrain of that was sort of a very popular. That was sort of an underpinning to the Reagan Revolution, that type of conservatism. The people who, and McCain kind of did this with Iraq. Someone didn't let us win. That famous line from Rambo 2.
So don't say that, John McCain was just a cog in this war machine. He wasn't the one making decisions. No, he wanted more. He wanted to do more.
And when he came home, he was a propaganda tool for the war effort.
Yeah, you praised Nixon.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, it's not as if the entirety of U.S. servicemen and women at that point were totally brainwashed to, I think, the degree they kind of are now. It's much more homogenous opinion that whatever we're doing in X foreign country is good. There was an incredibly vibrant, GI anti-war movement at the time. You saw visibly a ton of soldiers who were defecting and going to jail for refusing to serve. So it's not like you could attribute it completely to groupthink. There were dissenting servicemen and women that refused.
I mean, say what you will about John Kerry, but at least he comes back and says, "Oh yeah, that's bad. We're just doing war crimes over there."
John Kerry sees that. John Kerry comes in, goes in front of the Senate and goes, "I would like to make a statement." He can do that, and John McCain can't.
Yeah.
Ernest just heard all we're talking about McCain and just retched on the floor.
I feel you, fam.
He's so old.
Yeah.
You know what? To put a bow on the Vietnam talk, imagine when people are talking about John McCain, just replace, take all the fucking breathless bullshit, all the hand wringing, all the fake tears. When everyone replace his.
Sorry. He's still going.
Oh yeah, he's still vomiting. Replace John McCain's name in any obituary, any breathless article, any smarmy tweet. Just replace his name with Chris Benoit. Actually, I mean, John McCain killed significantly more people than Benoit. But
Absolutely, and Benoit was, by the end of his life, not really responsible for his actions. His brain had been turned to slurry by CTE.
I don't even like wrestling, but Benoit contributed way more to humanity than John McCain.
Actually,
anyway, at least he made those the fucking the people who watch wrestling. At least he made their lives better.
Somebody should make one of those browser plugins that just changes the name of John McCain to Chris Benoit.
And you know what? I'm going to start it now. I would like everyone to start believing, this isn't true, but I want you to start believing it. A, Megan McCain is secretly Chris Benoit's daughter. B, Adam 22 is John McCain's illegitimate son. I don't care that it's not true. You have to start believing it. I need you to help me ruin this man's legacy. Let's go.
Here's my final thought on the Vietnam peg to his legacy. I read today that the Vietnamese colonel who was in charge of the Hanoi Hilton, his jailer and tormentor, issued a statement today that said it was very, very heartfelt condolence to the McCain family, and said that he very much admired John McCain, particularly for his efforts later in life to normalize relations between the United States and Vietnam. To which I would say, good for that guy. You can always feel sympathy for your enemies when you defeat them.
That's just called being a good sportsman.
I would honestly, I would have kind words for John McCain as well if we had defeated him in this country as well.
Meanwhile, his words for that guy were a little different. Yeah, if we were to believe him, he hated that man and everyone like him right up until the moment he croaked.
And
I hate poor sports.
I mean, to be honest, the torture of any POW is wrong and not to be celebrated. However, those American officers were treated far better than Americans treated any Vietnamese person.
Absolutely.
During Vietnam.
100%.
I mean, they could have just been killed. They could have just killed them on site.
Not just that, torture.
Yeah.
No, we tortured the fuck out of people in Vietnam.
Yeah. Okay, so just...
Have you guys ever ridden the cyclone at Coney Island?
Yes.
Okay, so when you get to the very top of the first drop, this is the oldest functioning roller coaster in the world. You see an American flag, an Italian flag, and a POW MIA flag, and you're like, God, I've made a mistake.
When Kerry came back, he said to the Senate, Whom amongst us has not been torturing Charles's?
So, okay, moving on to another big peg in the career of John McCain. This is when he had was already a senator, well established. The Keating Five savings and loan scandal. He was one of the Keating Five. For those of you who don't remember that, he basically helped swindle the life savings from thousands of Americans. One of the top political scandals in American history. Basically, the Lincoln savings and loan collapse ended up costing the taxpayers of America $3.4 billion. For his role in this, he received only a reprimand, citing his poor judgment from the Senate Ethics Committee.
Well, the thing is, that's why he became Mr. fucking Too Damn Campaign Finance. That's why he was this. Then they never talked about that. When he started running in 2000, he was Mr. Too Damn Campaign Finance Reform. And just the fact that he had decided, you know what, now that I got caught just blatantly taking money from this fucking crook, I've decided that, the thing that I did blatantly is wrong because I got caught doing it. And it was never framed that way. They never talked. It worked. It was a fucking PR washing move. And it worked. And then the motherfucker, he gets one piece of legislation passed, McCain-Feingold, which is immediately fucking overturned by a Citizens United ruling that was vindicated that was decided by judges that he had all voted for because he was a fucking conservative. And it was just the whole political fucking first of all, campaign finance is one of those classic sad lib things. It's like, well, we can fix this thing. We can slap some paint. We can throw some bonding on this thing and get it across the finish line if we just get this money out of there. But beyond that, it was just a goddamn PR move to become associated with the thing that was one of his big ethical lapses. So congratulations for basically once again just rolling the press.
I feel so bad for people who are like really into campaign finance reform. That's just like one level above being like, oh man, what if we played the song Imagine for Donald Trump? That's just like just a slight level above that, thinking that would work.
Moving on, there was his vote against recognizing Martin Luther King Day as a national holiday. Ooh. That's pretty good. He's probably talking about that with Aretha Franklin right now.
We're referencing possibly the worst tweet ever made. Possibly the worst. Anna Navarro.
Yeah.
Where she was like, it makes me smile to think that John McCain and Aretha Franklin are hanging out up there, which is like, neither of those people are happy to see one another. Neither. One for very different reasons.
Racist friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the next one on my list of McCain achievements. The bomb Iran. Iraq wasn't enough for him. He was also completely gung-ho for Iran. And for everyone who's going to listen to this show or saw our tweets during the past day, who are so disgusted that we make a joke about someone dying, bomb Iran. Hey, that was a joke too. What's your problem? He was joking about starting another fucking war that would kill another few 100,000 people. It's just jokes. He was just joking. Come on, calm down. He's just joking.
That's why we fired him from the podcast.
Yeah, he's just joking. These are just jokes we're talking about right now.
It's sad though. He was so good at riffing.
But that's really
these are just jokes, and in that spirit, I have a joke as well. He may not be a Peter Jackson splatter film, but he is brain dead.
Oh man! Yeah, so he advocated for an Iran war that he sadly didn't get before he died. Although I'm sure it's going to be called Operation Rolling McCain when they finally bomb Tehran. But Libya, down for it. Syria intervention, good start. Why not more?
Everything.
Could we have some more armed moderate rebels and maybe a U.S. intervention there? Or Ukraine? Yes, more war. Please give it to me. His whole thing was everywhere and at all times maximal conflict, ratchet everything up to the point of violence. He loved it. It satisfied some honestly deep and horrifying bloodlust that was very helpfully in coincidence with the imperatives of the military state. And that's why any encomium to this guy, any one of these fucking tweets or articles about how he's an embodiment of American decency, you're basically saying that a lifetime spreading bloody imperial mayhem from Southeast Asia to the Middle East means nothing, that the lives of those millions of people that he helped end mean nothing. If he can be paragon of decency.
He was exceptionally militaristic. Like,
Yes,
to the
even by
point where,
American
like,
standards.
just like conservative capitalists were not necessarily as enthusiastic as he was, because they're like, what will this do for business?
Hey, do you guys remember this one? We're all Georgians now. Again, calm down, dude.
I did not sign up for that.
Dude, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm not going to sit in a field and just fire off 9mm rounds into the sky for an hour and a half. Thank you. No, thank you.
I mean, that sounds pretty awesome.
Actually, never
Stalin
mind.
is best
Let's do it.
Georgian.
Let's
That's
do
the
it.
Georgian I am.
Yeah, we are all Georgians now. Yeah, that was another thing. There's again,
I
like,
can say their word. Sorry, we're all Georgians now. Me after listening to ATL, the ATL soundtrack.
This is my last item on John McCain's greatest hits, and it's one of the best. Sarah Palin. For everyone who is, again, all of the liberals and all the journalists who are talking about how he represented some lost sense of decency and honor in American politics, everything that these people hate and fear now, QAnon, Pizzagate, birtherisms, just the general mainstreaming of just absolute ignorant Yahoo conservatism, Sarah Palin opened the door for all of that.
Yep.
He chose her as his running mate. And yeah, way to go, buddy.
Yeah, that's the circus.
Yeah.
He brought the circus to town.
Do you remember that one rally where he's just dying up there, like all the crowds of hooting morons who are just waiting for like Trump and Q to roll around, fucking 8 years later. He's just like, and another thing, gas. Who's sick of it? Just fucking dying. And then he's like, he knows he's dying because he's just a lifelong media and crowd operator. And he's like, well, how about Sarah Palin last night? How about her up there? Huh? And then the hooting morons just start cheering. That is the most iconic moment of the McCain campaign for you. Besides suspending his campaign to fix Wall Street, that
was good. Again, for everyone who is just like, what happened to like the decent Republicans? Where is this lost? These great statesmen of yore, Trump and all of his MAGA people. Sarah Palin, that was exactly 10 years before all of this. She was the mother of tears. He opened that fucking door, and as we
another
actually, Matt,
amazingly inept, successful person. Like, she really was the preemptor to Trump, where she just kind of like trips over her own dick into success, and she didn't win, but she got far.
But it kind of showed that but by failing to win the office, it showed that she did not have what it took to like keep it going, because now she is genuinely hawking like tummy tea on Instagram. Like, she's just a Instagram thought now, because she just is too lazy and stupid to keep a grift going with the most griftable people on earth. And yet my old ass can be the one heartbeat standing between her and the nuclear button.
This is a bit of a digression, but I kind of appreciate her because, like, you got to figure the other crazies like Michelle Bachmann, all those people from that era, like they still do live this like upper class lifestyle. Their kids still go to prep schools, all this shit, but not the Palins. The Palins are just always like, the dad and son are always getting into fist fights over some snowmobile bullshit.
Bristol keeps just popping out bastard kids one after the other.
They're McMansion white trash.
It's all I do. I am here for it. Like, that is representation for you.
You are here for a messy bitch. You always have been.
I wish they got. Imagine if they were vice president and it was just like someone is on the vice president official Twitter account being like, some people will say they'll be there for you, but they never fucking are. fuck this shit. Listen to Avenged Sevenfold right now.
Amazing.
Like, that would have been like Todd would get a hold of it, then Sarah would get a hold of it. Remember Levi Johnson?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my
They
god.
fucking brought him at gunpoint to the RNC.
Oh, that was so good.
I'm gonna
Also,
make an honest woman out of her, don't worry. And then as soon as the campaign was over, he was fucking out of there.
But respect to the Palins for really being those pieces of shit. Those kids are never going to Sidwell friends. They're never. Can you imagine?
Never, no.
Can you imagine them at Yale?
Yeah.
Like, can you they can't hold it.
They're
together.
never gonna work at Goldman Sachs. No.
And
They're gonna send.
They're gonna sell RVs.
Yeah, they're gonna
illegally somehow.
They're gonna try to put Track Palin in like the Skull and Bones initiation ceremony, and he's gonna be like on Instagram Live. Yo,
what's up, y'all? I can't believe this shit. This is awesome. They wanted me to jack off. That's kind of gay, though.
Well,
they're like, stop, turn it off.
Well,
That would be amazing. Michael Hudson would become the number one journalist of politics in the country.
Yeah, he would finally
the
get
only people that could decode their ways.
Yeah, he would replace Mark Halperin, which is what he
But
deserves.
again, most importantly, Sarah Palin's failed children, unlike John McCain or Bill Clinton's, will be safe from whatever depredations they will inflict on the U.S. state. We are not safe from Chelsea Clinton and Megan McCain.
No,
they're coming,
for
folks.
us, yeah.
They're coming for all of us.
I mean, I have to say, Megan McCain, Chelsea Clinton she's just a dummy. That's it. She's just a dummy, and it's like her main function seems to be writing books like children.
She doesn't seem to have a lot of ambition.
No, she has no ambition.
I feel better about.
She just wants to write books called The Kid's Guide to Resisting, and she'll get insulted by MAGA Pete 1953, who's like, I'm gonna kill you, you stupid bitch, and she does this very student government thing where she quote tweets them and goes, actually, a bitch is a female dog, and most working dogs are very smart. And people are like, that was classy, Chelsea, and it's I don't
I mean,
care,
she's been called ugly since she was a child by major media figures. I think she's I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that she's going to kind of try to stay out of her hair. That doesn't mean that the Democratic Party isn't going to try and draft
they're
her
going
for
to try.
shit.
They're going to draft her.
But she's more of a sympathetic character to me than Megan McCain, who is just she was when she was born, she called the manager of the doctor that delivered her.
Yeah.
She is just, oh my God, what a fucking tyrant. You can tell. You can fucking tell. The way she basically wrung her hands around her dad's spongy tumor for about 6 fucking months and it just wrung all the sympathy out of us, demanding people apologize for being mean to her dad. Fuck you. I am just so what a fucking why does she have a media career?
She's kind of like a divine character from a John Waters movie.
She's dummy thick and just dummy.
I'm still thinking about that thing. People keep posting this as a pro or con about McCain, and we even write about it in our book. Is that rally where this swine woman comes up and goes, "Oh, I heard Obama's an Arab. I heard all these bad things." And
he's an Arab.
Yeah,
Well, what I love about that clip is that woman, she felt because she was on camera and had a mic in front of her, she knew what she was saying wasn't right, so she kind of mumbled it. She sort of stopped herself a little bit, and then it just sort of stopped and paused and then started again. And
we've all been there.
He's an Arab, and he just sort of spit it out real quick, and then he's like, "No, ma'am, no, ma'am. He's a decent person."
And
then Dr. Nassim Taleb descended from the ceiling and said, "You imbecile!"
Nassim Taleb came down in the fan man rig into the stadium,
just carrying a CVS receipt of haplogroups, being like, "You absolute imbecile!"
And I see some people defending McCain there and saying, look, I was there at the campaign, I was there at that rally. Here's the real deal. So McCain was acutely familiar. The campaign knew that their supporters believed that Barack Obama was a scary Muslim. So they knew they had to head that off in the past. And why these media types, these liberals, these centrists, whenever I see them wring their hands and wonder, what happened to the Republican Party, 90% approval rating for Trump, the assumption there is that Donald Trump cast some spell over what was fundamentally a decent chunk of the populace. And that's never been the case. In 2008, McCain's over the summer, or 2007 rather, over the summer, McCain's campaign imploded and really didn't look like he was going to get the nomination. And the two things that really hamstrung him were, one, his opposition to torture, where he was, getting booed at debates for that, and two was because he signed on for amnesty. He signed on for this the aborted immigration reform in 2006. Shamnesty, 2005, 2006, which really, really riled him up. And the only way that he could inject any kind of passion into his campaign, any kind of enthusiasm, was by, one, appointing Sarah Palin, and two, winking at what is fundamentally and has always been a white nationalist base of the Republican Party. And 2 years after that, when he was being challenged in a primary and he was really fighting for his life there against some disgraced former congressman who was doing infomercials.
J.D. Hayworth.
J.D. Hayworth. Yeah, I remember that guy.
That big boy.
Oh, man, he had a big-ass head.
McCain,
He looked like a drunk weatherman.
McCain had to debase himself by playing to the Joe Arpaio base in the Arizona Republican Party, and he was going on TV and saying, well, I think we need to build the damn fence.
Yeah. Complete the damn fence. That was in his campaign ads.
So you get to pick one here. One, he's actually a decent man who's just pandering and lying to his stakeholders who are bigots. Or two, he really believes that.
Either way, he's not an avatar for fucking a way of doing politics that's honorable.
No, there's no dignity in either way.
No.
And that's what I mean when I say the problem isn't Trump. The problem is, and has always been, the Republican Party.
I would like to transition to some of my favorite media reactions to John McCain's passing that have annoyed the shit out of me. And I'm going to begin with Olivia Nuzzle, who had a great tweet the other day where she basically said, hey, it's not cool or edgy to talk bad about John McCain. You're not Christopher Hitchens. You're just an asshole. Matt, as you rightly pointed out, the categories asshole and Christopher Hitchens not exactly mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
But I mean, if anyone's edgy or cool, it's Olivia Nuzzi, right?
Yeah.
It's this woman who is just born wanting to be on the New York Times editorial masthead, who fucking will just perform any transactional relationship with fucking anybody for anything.
Here's what I think about this. Apparently, Olivia is friends with Megan McCain. So obviously, if you're friends with someone,
what a shock!
Yeah, obviously, if you're, obviously, friendships often do take precedence over, abstract political principles. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Here's the thing, Olivia. Maybe someone who has not been so well established as being quite also chummy with Milo Yiannopoulos and Ann Coulter should maybe pipe down a little bit about other people being mean to others publicly. And here's the other thing. When I say fuck John McCain, I'm not being edgy. I'm not trying to be cool. I'm being 100% sincere.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm absolutely sincere in that, I think he was a bad person who had a poisonous effect on the world we live in, has caused untold suffering of, countless others, as we've related before. Again, this is sincerity, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to put up with this phony national bathos and mourning. I'm not going to take part in it.
Awful, terrible man who made the world a worse place by far.
And pointing it out it's not just getting likes or retweets. It's not just being edgy or doing like Helen Keller jokes in high school or something. What you're doing is you're pointing out if this is the model of the American politician according to mainstream political discourse, the mainstream media, mainstream members of both parties, and he's this much of a rancid piece of shit, then that tells you what their ideas of what the fucking politics are actually mean.
Well, it's the way this is the American media. Just the language falls apart for them. It completely falls apart. The edgy thing to do is to talk about the implication of this career criminal's foreign policy choices and domestic policy. That's edgy. That's Opie and Anthony. Did anything? You guys are bros. Sorry, four of the biggest fucking nerds I've ever met in my life are bros. Everything is a bully to me. These are just like transactional worms who have wanted to be inside, on the inside of a social circle forever, and all their resentments just sort of fucking shoot. It's like a guy doing nofap, cutting himself shaving, and just cum shooting out. anytime that they have any disagreement with somebody, any interaction with someone who isn't like them, someone who hasn't wanted this since they were fucking 12, it just comes out. It comes out their lack of socialization, their complete alienation from the normal world. That everything I don't like it's a bro, it's edgy, it's shock jockery. It's just completely alien to anyone else. These people are fucking freaks.
She brought up Christopher Hitchens, who shit on a lot of dead people. He was quite good at that. Pat Robertson, among the best, or Falwell. No, it was Falwell. He had a great media hit for. He was rude and mean to a lot of people who died. But then again, it was also funny as hell when Christopher Hitchens died. I'm sorry. Every one of these,
Christopher Hitchens would be fine with people laughing at his death.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm sorry. Every one of these Iraq's war supporters, when they die, I'm not saying kill them, But I'm saying when an 80-plus-year-old man dies of cancer, that's sort of like, that's just nature taking its course. Christopher Hitchens was a drunk who smoked 10 packs of cigarettes a day his entire life. Him dying is not some huge fucking tragedy. When every single one of these Iraq war supporters, these fucking ghouls, dies for whatever reason, it's funny and good, and the world is a better place. Next, Ross Douthat.
Oh,
Ross Douthat had a really funny one.
Ross the boss.
He was going on and he said, he says here, I also can't condemn McCain. It's a long thread with he's sharing his thoughts on McCain. He goes, I also can't condemn McCain's choice of Palin in 2008 because I sort of urged it upon him at the time.
Oh,
she was,
Oh my God.
she was chosen. She was chosen.
I like how he owns that.
Well, she goes,
Good for you, Ross.
Yeah, actually, I gotta say, like, Ross has sort of grown on me in a way. Is like one of these. I think he's a little bit more honest than most of these other media.
Ross is at least
gremlins.
Ross is
I'm
at
also
least
enjoying the later Orson Welles style do that.
Oh, the Palins.
Ross is at least like a character. He at least has he has a personality. Like I pretty much know everyone else you're going to have on this list, and they just all like their personality is being like
Nazi has no
their personality
principles.
is
She's
being-
just a chin.
Their personality is just being like, oh, it's Wednesday and I've had 3 beers. Fake news. Like just so depressing. But Ross wrote this entire book where he's a cursed child. He was a cursed Damien child, and he goes to Yale and freaks out when
Harvard.
he
He
doesn't have to wear a
Yale. Yeah, they went on the road trip.
or Harvard. When he said Harvard, and he doesn't have to put on a condom. He gets molested by William Buckley. There's it's like the movie Sideways.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. But the rest of the people on this list, they're just the lowest. They're lower. Like Chivers have significantly more personality than any of these fucking
I'm
media
not
cretins.
drinking any of Buckley's cum.
Getting my ass fingered on a yacht. That's just fucking great.
Right.
No, he goes, I can't condemn McCain's choice of Palin because I sort of urged it upon him at the time. She was chosen to be something other than what she turned out to be on the basis of a record that implied strengths she turned out to lack.
She was a governor of a state that's just a fucking oil pipeline and just the world's largest TGI Fridays, and you're gonna for 2 years, and you're like, yep, she's gonna do it.
Yeah, the state of Alaska has a naturally occurring Avengers flat brim hat on top of it.
The best thing to be said about McCain's record is that he took being a senator seriously. He appreciated the powers of his office.
What does that mean?
Again, I don't know what that means.
He sat behind his desk.
Yeah.
He went choo choo.
Yeah, it's what is it like? What were there just are there 90 other senators who are just fuck off senators who are just oh damn, I forgot to go to work today.
Sherrod Brown shows up in board shorts.
Yeah. Going down the halls of the Senate on a longboard.
Yeah, he's
Radical.
oh, dude, I've accidentally been going to the agriculture building for 7 years. Fuck, I'm up for re-election. I forgot.
So he goes, he appreciated the powers of his office and tried to exploit them to the hilt for his conception of the common good. Not something you can say of many of his colleagues. And he goes on to go, I cannot find the link, but Ramesh Ponnuru wrote a piece back in 2007, 2008 about McCain's politics of honor that I think was one of the best measures of the man. He was our most Roman legislator, for good or ill or both. That's Pizzagate.
Yeah.
He's talking about Pizzagate.
Yeah, I was about to say Mark Foley was their most Roman legislator.
I mean, I think his record shows McCain probably would have loved to have owned slaves if they'd given him the option.
But Ev, Agent Napoleon, pointed this out. Actually, calling him our most Roman senator is actually very befitting of him. Son of a big military man who, took that position seriously to also engage in imperial warfare, slaughtering entire populations of people who are, resisting our giant imperial death machine.
Bring Cathay under our heel.
Didn't do a very good job of even doing that, if we're going to be honest.
He sucked.
He sucked shit at that. And then, went into a career in politics where he talked endlessly about honor and service, but basically only was motivated by self-aggrandizement.
Yep.
So that sounds
pretty tidy, yeah.
Pretty Roman to me.
job.
Also, he got that Emperor Vitellius neck waddle.
So that's Ross Douthat. My last of my favorite McCain death reactions is I'm going to cut the opposite way. Did you guys see Ben Garrison's cartoon?
King.
I didn't see it.
Okay, Amber.
Dude, you are in for a treat. Show her, then we'll describe it to the audience. You have to just see it.
It's really weird that this is anywhere other than DeviantArt. Like, it's strange to me what becomes successful in this kind of obviously weird sexual fantasy.
The whole world is kind of a big DeviantArt at this point.
No, DeviantArt has bled into the real world, and the process we're in is just the process of the DeviantArtification of the entire world.
Amber, would you describe this cartoon?
Okay. So he's in a plane that is going into a grave that is Senator Songbird McCain is how it is engraved. His head is exploding on fire, which I don't know if they meant that to be a literal reference to like his cause of death or what.
I think it is.
Like,
what is he saying though?
he's saying go to hell.
Oh, dude, that
And he's very angry. He's trying to sort of portray him as you know, like a Slim Pickens.
Steam is coming
type.
out of his ear. It's a giant head that is exploding and on fire in a jet plane flying into an open grave.
That's what.
It's
if
so
I
weird.
could draw, I wish that's awesome, Ben.
It's so weird.
That's what Ben Garrison thinks cancer looks like when you open someone up.
This is like Goya to me.
It's beautiful.
It's so weird how a political movement that is able to fucking identify its own enemies and appropriately hate them is more successful than one that seems to not even know what that means.
Oh my God.
You know what? It's
Ben
like,
Garrison Pulitzer Prize.
So you know what? They're talking to the New York Times and the
This is
Atlantic.
like Art Spiegelman. I mean,
Yeah, the New York Times and the Atlantic, like if they want to actually represent conservative voices, just give half the op-ed space to a Ben Garrison cartoon. Just give him that job because no one in America believes what Brett Stevens believes or any of these people. Ben Garrison represents millions of people.
No, there's a solid third of the country that is completely on board with all of Ben Garrison's QAnon white nationalism shit.
This is what real conservatives think about John McCain. This is how they regard him.
Yes.
If they have no respect for him, there's no reason for you to either.
We're better than them, sir.
Amber, you said it's like Art Spiegelman. I'm now imagining Ben Garrison's mouse, but all the mice just have Jew written on them. And the cats have not German. Nazi. I mean, do you guys have any other favorite media reactions to John McCain?
We already talked about the Anna Navarro one.
That one was top notch.
Anna Navarro has to be one of the worst posters of all time. Just it's like she's an auteur because she just always comes up with. Me and my friends spend a lot of time like trying to make each other vomit, basically with like fake posts and stuff.
Where's
and
Ernest? Ernest, come here. Come here, buddy.
Oh, poor buddy. But Anna Navarro just always. Didn't she have the one where she like took her 23andMe and she was like 0.04% African and she was like, I knew I was a sister, and it was like because I hate Trump, and it was like. Oh my God. Like, fucking, not just delete this. Let's just wipe out the servers.
Anna Navarro. I may not be a classic 80s side-scrolling action arcade game, but I've spent a lot of time playing Contra.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, I'm not going to lie. It was a bummer seeing Bernie Sanders and AOC do the thing.
Yeah.
And people say, yeah, but the thing is, people say, yeah, you got to say something. You can't shit post if you're in Congress, as much as I love it. But, like, you don't have to go that far. You don't have to call him a paragon of human decency. You really fucking don't. No one in your district is going to punish you for saying that.
No.
We're not saying anything at all about this fucking
you could
asshole.
not say something.
Yeah, you could just not
Sometimes
say.
you just don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
Or just say your thoughts and prayers or whatever.
Yeah,
Everyone gets away
like
with
Trump
that.
did.
All the time. Everyone
Yeah.
gets away with that.
Like Trump had a less disgusting. He had the least nauseating political tweet about this asshole, where he's just like thoughts and prayers with the family. All you got to do.
And then he put a picture of his own hot body with it to make up for it.
I don't know if you guys saw.
Here were my favorite reactions. Then this is generic. One, it's all the liberals who posted about what a hero he was and how decent and honorable the man was, and then the next day after this horrible shooting happened in Jacksonville, just start posting hashtag fuck the NRA. We're gonna do it this time. We're gonna get rid of the guns. Just when a day hence they're praising the senator who took the most from the NRA, upwards of $12 million.
You guys, Anna Navarro has a lot of John McCain tweets.
Oh, she loved him.
Like a lot of them. This one is just, Dear Cindy McCain, a grief-stricken nation thanks you and your family for sacrificing your own time for him and sharing John McCain with the rest of us. She thinks she thinks America is the third.
It's the polycule.
It's a 320 million person polycule.
Oh
By the way,
the whole
I'm
team gonna hit.
I guarantee you that Cindy McCain loved it every time that asshole left the fucking house. He's on record as just being a fucking cruel prick to her.
Oh my God, do you think anyone has ever wiped off as much flop sweat? No, actually, she's probably got the Botox, so she can't like sweat in her
She has
forehead.
sweat,
yeah, but then Cindy McCain after John died, like Jesus Christ, dude.
She's gonna eat, pray, love her way around the world.
Oh yeah.
And good luck, sister. Have fun.
Oh, geez.
What a family. What a fucking family, the McCains. And we're stuck with them forever.
Oh yeah.
Hope you guys like him. Soon the Troop McCain, like his son that like volunteered for Iraq and somehow didn't like crash his Bradley fighting vehicle into an bottomless pit. Where he's gonna come back. He's gonna have him.
Megan and Ben Domino are gonna hatch some cursed egg using DNA wizardry and create some immortal monster that's in the Senate for the rest of eternity.
Right, they're going to create the ultimate wedding crashers conservative. They're going to create this child who's born like dabbing for deficit. It's going to be the worst shit ever.
Nah, they'd have to
He's
have
gonna
sex
come
first.
out with a shiny bowl cut.
No, I nominate Megan to fill her dad's seat. That's going to rule when she votes for some bill to convert the poor into slurry. And everyone gets mad at her and she says, like, my dad died. And my God tells me that I'm doing the right thing here. You cannot criticize me. And all the fucking suckers like Joe and Walsh are going to sign on to it.
Virgil, you talk about all the suckers are going to lap it up. I want to return to where we began, which is my question is, why are all these liberals so tore up about this? Why are they having this performative thing of, he was a good man, even if I didn't agree with him politically? And my advice for them is, he certainly didn't like or respect you. There's not a single person in the conservative media who would extend you or any of your faves the same level of decency. If Obama dropped dead tomorrow, there's not a single person in the right-wing press or politics who would wait even a second before they started gloating or critiquing his legacy at the very least.
I'll just go back to their obits for Ted Kennedy.
Yeah, obits for Ted Kennedy. Or, if Bernie Sanders died tomorrow and all of these same people, all of the centrists, all the right-wing people would take a big shit all over him. And you know what? I will be the last person to say, how dare you, or don't do that, or that's not fair. I would expect nothing less from them. I'd be fucking disappointed if they started talking about what a good and decent person he was.
Yeah,
That
no,
means
bare
it wasn't a
your
fucking
teeth.
threat to them.
Say who you really are.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So
If I see you respecting Bernie Sanders after he died, I'm going to be right there, first reply under your tweet going, this ain't it, chief.
that's a yikes from me.
Yeah, it's a big yikes to me, fam.
So I guess like my advice for them, or just my message to them at the end of the show is free yourself from this high school play pageantry of politics. As Matt has said many times before, we live in the age of Horus now.
Yep.
Everything is permitted, nothing is forbidden.
Absolutely.
They hate you, and they would never extend you the same courtesy. And this idea that what they're
It's
going
liberating.
and what they're going for with this is they don't really like John McCain. They don't really like this person. If they ever met him, I'm sure they would be, they'd be rude to them. They'd be terrified of him. What they're doing is they want this. They think they're going to cash out if they just do enough performance of dignity and virtue that the other side will finally respect them. No, they won't.
Yeah, you
And
collect those fucking tokens at the game, and then you go and you get a big stuffed animal called a comedy out of it.
Like I said,
collect the tickets. You collect the tickets.
Yeah.
You use the tokens to play the game.
And then you get a big stuffed animal at the end of it
Yeah.
that reassures you that, you know what, we're better than them. Yeah. No, you're not. You're not better than them. You're weaker than them because you have no power. If you did, you wouldn't be bleeding on about how unfair it is to be mean to him or what a good man he was. If you had power like they do, you would say and do what you want, and you would make sure that the historical record reflected what you actually believed.
You wouldn't.
You don't really believe in any of this. You're just doing, like I said, a high school play of what you think a smart political person should do.
Well, and they think that someday, if they simper long enough, they will be rewarded.
Yeah, they think that eventually they'll like the mass of people will see the one side being so awful and so partisan and so small-minded, and they'll see the other side being always so reasonable and always willing
Not
to
just
extend
by
a hand
the public,
and then
though.
be like,
Not
yes,
just by the public. They think
you will
their
be
enemies
rewarded.
will someday respect them rolling over and showing their bellies.
It's Rick Perlstein said this. The liberal fantasy, the liberal crucible fantasy of the last 70 years is the fucking 12 Angry Men. It's Henry Fonda and 12 Angry Men being the one voice of reason and logic and compassion in a room full of people riven by prejudice and small-mindedness and greed, who just by being decent, by being decent over and over again, eventually turns them all to your side. And it has never literally once worked for anyone.
Yeah, you will never grovel your way into being respected. Get off your knees.
Like I said, you'll feel better. It's much funner.
It's great.
Just like I said, you're free.
Frag out.
You're free.
But this is another one where you could just sort of divide the people. The people who take this shit seriously, it's like, yes, they have this fantasy of comedy in their head and this delusion that they can politeness their way into power and respect. But also at base, a lot of them, they don't have a problem with the John McCain view of the world. They don't have a problem with conservative governance. They just want it to have a sheen of compassion over it, a sheen of bipartisan cooperation. The fantasy that these are people operating out of good intentions for the betterment of all, instead of just this endlessly humiliating and dehumanizing capitalist process of stripping everything of all dignity and meaning until we're just fucking slurry.
Right. And so that thing for them, McCain often voted for Trump's agenda, and he was sort of pretty much ideologically in line with him. That just doesn't process for a lot of them, because it's like McCain and Trump are the two polar opposites for them, because it's how politics feels to them. With Trump, it feels worse. With McCain, at least, it feels like they can live the rest of their lives, when really their lives are totally unaffected. They could just read the news less if they want to feel less bad. Even though it would be the same outcome had McCain won.
These are people that like beat off to the Western Front Christmas ceasefire. Like that to them is a success. That's what success is.
I mean,
it's
it
not
would have
crushing
been
your enemies.
I mean, the Christmas truce would have been cool if, when their officers showed up and said, "Get back in the trenches," they'd fucking shot them.
Well, let's leave it there for this week.
One little postscript: no matter who it is, Cindy, Megan, Joe Arpaio, Kelly Ward, because John McCain didn't have the foresight to resign his seat when his brain was pretty much half mush at that point. An unelected Republican will be sitting in that seat till 2020 and will vote for all of Trump's agenda. Blue wave.
Another throwback to our last weekend's episode. Not to clap myself on the back, it's not exactly the hardest prediction to make, but I feel very vindicated that John McCain's funeral played out exactly like I thought it would.
It's still going on, right? I didn't think it was over. They're going to fucking fill that asshole with helium and float him above the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade.
Well, he picked a bunch of religious patriotic songs and Danny Boy because he's a basic bitch.
Well, they did have to extend it because I caught a red eye and I went into the National Cathedral and I said, "God, you epic son of a bitch. How did you take this man from us?"
He's going to have the bagpipist that played Amazing Grace buried with him.
Did you see the front page of the New York Post?
Yeah, that rule.
Okay, it's Megan McCain like crying in profile with her mouth open, and it just said "the Meg." Megan McCain takes a bite out of Trump at her father's funeral.
Aww.
And now like the Trump people are very upset about this. They're like, "How dare you bring politics into your dad's funeral," or whatever. But which I think is funny, because she was attending the funeral with her big boy husband, Ben Domino, who runs probably the most shameless pro-Trump propaganda site on the internet.
Yeah.
So like, what did he make of all of this? Because like he probably just published an article like, slagging off his own wife as like, some sort of her impropriety for saying,
he was a great warrior and his country didn't have to be great again because it is great and John McCain's great. But
you guys remember? I had forgotten about this, but McCain Bloggette.
Oh yes,
You didn't know
yes.
no.
Oh my God, I do.
So she decided to be a I don't know, like a youth representative to the millennials or something.
Yeah.
And she's during her father's campaign, and she started like a blog called McCain Bloggette, and it did so poorly that his campaign manager barred her from commenting. Her dad fired her. That's basically what she got
From
fired by her
blogging.
dad. From
the
blogging.
most no-show, non-real job on earth. She
That's the
couldn't hack it.
equivalent of like your parents showing up to the wing and saying, Madison, you're not making handbags anymore.
How do you like in 2008 the standard was so low too?
Yeah, there's no content basically, just a bunch of how dare you sir fucking dumbass blogs.
Yeah,
commented on
right.
it
The two types of blogs were, as we detailed before, Prometheus's Warhammer, just a highly disturbed man from Colorado Springs who's 39 years old and writes meticulous rundowns of every model rocket he's ever built, and then blog posts that are like, all right, fuck-a-doodle-doo, you're going to put on your big boy pants, and here we go. Okay, fuckmeister, shitbird, you're going to fucking, you think it's all unicorns and rainbows? Well, my ass goblin is shitting on my fuck.
And she got fired. Couldn't hack it.
Basically by her dad. She commented on it in some interview much later in the New York Times, and there was just no self-awareness. She's like, yeah, I guess just people didn't want to hear from me.
Didn't take the hint though.
She
God
learned
bless her.
nothing, obviously.
Learned nothing, never will learn anything.
I don't want to spend too much time on John McCain's funeral because I think we've already put him in the ground.
I was still kind of glowing.
We put him in the ground last
Because,
weekend.
to be fair, it's like he was dying for years. And it was just
He really
like,
milked it.
die already.
No,
It
he
took
really
so
milked it.
long.
It's Franco style.
But I mean, just two things. Like this funeral, it's been going on all fucking week as this kind of national event. I've seen it on TV like all week long, and had to hear nightly news anchors who are again objective journalists say things like "a nation mourns our greatest hero" or whatever.
Fucking Dana Bash said because it started raining when they were bringing the casket into the cathedral. The angels are crying. An adult human being whose job is to write and talk about politics said that.
Dana Gash.
Something that you wouldn't tell a fucking 10-year-old. You'd be embarrassed to say that to a kid at a funeral for one of your family members.
The angels are crying because they're like, oh no, we have to spend time with this asshole now. This sanctimonious prick.
If you said that to your kid,
it's a woke toddler sentiment. It's not
Right, but
something someone actually says. It's someone says.
but if
their
you
woke
told that to a
toddler said.
kid, the kid would say, "Don't patronize me."
Right, that isn't even woke toddler. Like if someone made that post, it'd be like, oh, that's definitely real because that's stupid as fuck. A child would say that. This is the state
It's
religion.
platitudinous hallmark dribble from a cynical piece of shit.
Yeah, it just meaningless. But hey, North Korea, what a weird country, right?
Yeah, right.
They worship their leaders as
The
gods.
way they
Those wacky
deify
Asians.
their leaders and then have these garment-rending breakdowns when they die. It's like, wow, that is a sign of an unhealthy society.
Yeah, there is a
At least they turn it into gymnastics and shit.
Yeah, imagine like Chris Cillizza trying to do a backflip with Wolf Blitzer. Actually, I'd love to. They both like fucking smashed their C7s, but yeah, no, there is like a form of Juche that only exists for people in Nova, and this is it. It's it. The most noble thing you can do is like repeatedly fail and just become an even bigger sanctimonious prick every year of your life.
I'm just imagining the entire like New York Times mastheads with ribbon dancers.
I'm imagining them all turning over like cards being shown from like a satellite, and it's just his face over all of DC.
Oh yeah. In the
Tens
bleachers.
of thousands of lanyards, just all like in synchronized card turning to form a giant mosaic image of the heroic Senator John McCain,
a real American hero.
The last thing I'll say about the funeral is that as I expected it would be, it's really it became sort of a national pageant that. It really didn't, again, like all the specifics about his life that we mentioned are completely irrelevant because this was
a moment that really needed to serve a purpose for those people in that room, and they needed to advertise it to the rest of the country. And that purpose was, of course, Trump is the weird outlier.
Yes.
Trump must be shunned. He is the bad thing. And if only we could just go back to the way things were a couple years ago, everything would be okay again.
When Trump fell to earth in a meteor and landed in the White House and hatched, and we just haven't been able to get him out of there.
And I'm thinking specifically about the moment, probably the most nauseating thing, everyone losing their shit over George W. Bush giving Michelle Obama a Werther's Original during the funeral.
Dark times.
I mean,
folks.
that was an edible. He gave her one of those nice, weed gummies or caramels or whatever to get through that fucking funeral. But just the everyone who was just creaming their pants over that moment and just like, oh, this is what we're missing as a country. The former first lady and the former the guy who invaded Iraq and killed 500,000 people, just assuring us that they're still fun, they're still nice, they're not Trump.
It says so much, though, doesn't it, that Cindy and Megan and their brother, who has yet to be named, Trump, whose grave personal offense to their family was saying their dad was a bad pilot, made a big show of not being invited. But then George W. Bush, who called their sister and daughter an illegitimate child, who smeared her, made her the center of this very nasty primary race. Oh, come on down. And the important thing is you didn't insult the great big patriarch.
And even crazier, and I didn't say this last week, we mentioned the fact that Nixon had sabotaged the 68 peace negotiations that led to McCain spending an extra 4+ years in prison that he wouldn't have had to. But I forgot to mention is that one of the people who spoke at the fucking funeral was the actual guy who was facilitating Nixon's sabotaging of the 68 peace treaty negotiations by feeding information he was getting because he'd been hired as a consultant by the Johnson administration on the fucking talks, and he leaked all of that information to Nixon, who then used it to sabotage it. The guy who was the actual agent who made this motherfucker spend 4.5 years getting tortured in North Korea, Henry motherfucking Kissinger.
North Vietnam.
He fucking spoke at the goddamn funeral. It's one thing, okay, he smears you as a guy with an illegitimate black child and owns you out of a presidential bid. That's bad. Keeping you in prison for 4.5 years, more directly responsible for you rotting away in jail than any other single person on earth. He gets on the fucking dais.
Well, a plucky Vietnamese missile operator and your own ability to pull back on the yoke than Henry Kissinger.
Yes, his own oafish inability to pilot a goddamn plane.
I just want to read here. This is just the last few paragraphs from Susan B. Glazer of The New Yorker wrote this up. Letter from Trump's Washington. John McCain's funeral was the biggest resistance meeting yet.
No, it is true, though.
That's
you're 100% right.
That's true.
2 ex-presidents and 1 eloquent daughter teamed up to rebuke the...
Eloquent?
Yeah. to rebuke the pointedly...
The one word everyone has said about the woman who got fired by her dad for being a blogger.
Yeah.
Well, eloquent ass. Yeah. Mrs. Too Damn Eloquent.
Yeah, they sent a poet.
So I'm just going to read a little from this here. Of course, there were fulsome tributes to Senator McCain's bravery and courage in public service, stark reminders of the torture he endured as a prisoner of war, and of the policies he fought for and against in his many decades as a Republican politician from Arizona. But McCain knew that he would not be the headline from the grand service, whose many details he personally oversaw. This was to be no mere laying to rest of a Washington wise man, nor just another funeral of an elder statesman whose passing would be marked by flowery words about the end of an era. It was a meeting of the resistance, under vaulted ceilings and stained glass windows. This was made clear a few minutes into the 2.5-hour service. Oh, 2.5-hour service?
Christ.
Good Lord. Fuck. When McCain's daughter, Megan, weeping at times, called it a funeral for nothing less than the passing of American greatness that her father represented, and not the cheap rhetoric that now passes for this. I'm sorry, again, Megan McCain and John McCain, they're rebuking Trump. The only thing they're rebuking Trump for is being mean to them in public.
Yeah.
They do not disagree with a single thing he's done in office.
And that is the thing that's most horrifying about this, because that headline is 100% correct. This was a reading of the resistance. These people were all doing this self-consciously to as you said, create an image to the public that these are the good political people. This is the established political system, and then Trump is outside of it. He's a complete renegade, and they think people are going to see that and they're going to dislike Trump. And that just shows how horrifyingly unequipped these people are for the fucking world that they live in, and how doomed they are in their pathetic attempts to ward off the worst of fascism. Because when a regular person sees that, they see a room full of people who passed NAFTA, went to war with Iraq, fucking bailed out Wall Street on the backs of the middle class after the 2008 collapse of the economy, all in one room. And they're all explicitly telling them that Trump isn't responsible for any of that. This isn't his. He has no stake in the current system that you all hate. You couldn't ask for a better advertisement for him to continue his fraudulent appeal as a renegade, as a radical, as someone outside of the status quo that will fight for you as a regular person against the establishment, because the establishment is telling you that that's the case.
Listen to
but
this.
They're so delusional. They think that they are liked. They think that people think that they're the good guys, even though Trump is only president because no one liked them anymore.
Well, they also just fundamentally will never know the difference between nice and good.
The resistance is just the greatest word these people could ever use to describe themselves. Because what are you resisting? What act of resistance is it where you still sit on your couch for 5 hours in a row watching a Hulu original series called like Family? What resistance is it where you try to make a fucking meal prep service meal 3 nights a week, then you consider going to P.F. Chang's, where your life is exactly the same, but you feel worse. You feel worse because you have given yourself notifications for all your news services. Nothing in your life has actually changed, but you just read the news, and then, maybe you go to a rally that's themed like, we're all going to show up in our underwear because the emperor has no clothes. You do that once a year.
Right.
And this entire thing is about how it feels to you. It feels bad. And I thought about a post I saw where it was like, I'm sort of sick of all the lefty hot takes I've seen about, like, we don't remember how bad the Bush administration was. If the country's on fire, I don't care who comes to put it out. And it's interesting because it's not to these people that the country was just as on fire under Bush. It's that somehow this feels worse than that. It feels worse than that because with Bush there was, in their memory, in their hazy memory, there were more norms, there were more lines, hard lines that people ran up against, more invisible walls, and they're not there anymore. And that is the worst part to them, that this is not a predictable season arc for them anymore.
And that resistance equals feeling better, because that's what they felt watching that funeral. They felt better, so they thought, this must be working. This must be helping.
It's the ultimate politicization of self-care. This is these people want entire elections and political dynasties just based on, if it makes them feel slightly better.
Right. I'm taking a bubble bath. It's basically smuggling secrets through Vichy France.
Imagine telling like somebody who like fought an Israeli occupation. Oh, I'm also a resistor. Like, imagine that. It's fucking incredible.
Sorry, to the point about, if the house is on fire, I don't care who comes to put it out. To carry that further, like, America's on fire, and everyone at that funeral rushed in to put it out, but they were literally just like using a fire hose that was blasting high test fuel onto the house.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like that epic gif of that happened. The fire department was doing a test, and they accidentally put fuel in the line, and they sprayed it, and it just exploded.
My country real good right now.
Yeah.
No, but to this other point about, back to George W. Bush and Michelle Obama and their little candy moment, and people who were like, look, I understand the Bush administration was an epic twat waffle fuck show, but, God damn it, like, Trump is worse. Not to give Trump and his administration too much credit, because, I mean, they are ghastly, and in terms of, mainstreaming open racism, I think that's what people are mostly responding to. But I have to say, he has not done anything yet that touches how fucking evil George Bush and Dick Cheney was. I saw another tweet that was like, someone was like, can you name one American politician that's as awful as Donald Trump is? Easy, Dick Cheney. Done. That's not even close. And like, this is what they can't compute is that like Trump is a deeply venal person. He's a dumb shithead who doesn't believe in anything. And he only cares about himself. And he essentially has no functioning superego and is just like unmoored from, again, all of these norms or politeness or anything like that. He's a deeply gross, awful man. However, Kissinger, the guy who spoke at his funeral, Dick Cheney, unlike Trump, these guys take themselves extremely seriously. They take themselves extremely seriously, and they live for another opportunity to kill millions and work their will over the world.
Well, Trump would do.
I'm saying he has the potential.
If you gave him a switch, like if it was presented to him that easy, if there was a button that's like kill, the combined number of bodies in say Afghanistan and Iraq. Kill those, and you can be president and have The Apprentice on, and you'll get the best rate. He pushes the button.
I don't for sure know that because I think he lacks the kind of worldview that allows for that scale of violent ambition. Like, he's a petty bitch.
Well, that's what I say. If he could just press the button, he'd do it. He doesn't care.
He's too lazy.
He's too lazy to go through it. Although we'll see about that. I mean, the Iran thing is always on the back burner.
Venezuela. We're probably. I mean,
that's another good one.
We're in this weird moment in history where we're sort of repeating parts of the '80s where we're reeling from two military embarrassments, and we're now. You notice this that the sort of hard neocons like Rubio are pushing this line like. It's a threat to national security, drug trafficking.
Yeah.
Which is, amidst the opiate crisis, is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing to still trot out that fucking 80s line. I mean, I guess we were still selling drugs to ourselves in that time, too. But this is even more explicit.
The tweak is coming from inside the house more than ever.
But that is we are speaking the language of a humiliated empire. And I'm really not going to be shocked if we hit Venezuela, and I'm not going to be shocked if the Trump administration racks up similar amounts of bodies.
But that's the thing.
That's a function. That's a function of he doesn't have this neocon ideology. He'll just push the button because he likes to feel in charge.
Yeah, but he does keep losing interest. Like we saw that like a little bit with Syria. Like we saw like he doesn't have the follow through.
He has no motivation or follow through. He doesn't work whereas like a guy like Donald Rumsfeld, he had a standing desk and he had an odometer that like clocked 10,000 steps a day, and he wrote like 100 memos a day being like, can we get a status update on Iraq? How's it going? Like these guys who are psychotically like the organization man dedicated to achieving their goals and ambitions.
This is not to say that Trump can't wreak havoc, but he does not have the ambition or dedication or really attention span for something of that.
I don't know. Okay, you have John Bolton has spent his entire life like figuring out how to flatter people and push people who are like above him. And for a guy who's been like training in bureaucracies, like pretty much, more than half his adult life at this point, he has just a fucking tomato can. What does he have to do to convince Trump to go to war? Be nice to him. That's it. He doesn't have to go through any real tricks. He just has to be like, I think you'd be the best at war, Mr. President.
For a guy like John Bolton, being nice to another human being is a Sisyphean task that's almost impossible.
John Bolton is so bloodthirsty, he can even turn off that fucking psycho part of his brain. That's how he stayed around this long, is he can smile to get what he wants.
But he probably also flew a little bit under the radar, and I could see Trump turning on him for saying he liked Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich more than McDonald's chicken nuggets.
That's my hope.
You'd be right about that.
That's my
it
hope.
It is better here.
That's my hope, is that there's just like
John. There's a nuggy fight.
Right. John Bolton was like, he said an unkind word about like John Tesh. And Trump was like, he's been very nice to me. You don't know what you've said.
The real favor they're doing is that Trump is beholden to the exact same awful corporate interests that undergird every crime that was in that fucking chapel. And he gets to be exculpated from it because everyone's convinced that everyone is fully on board with this strategy of trying to make him exotic, which just launders his responsibility for maintaining all the fucking policies that keep people miserable, so that people will be more likely to say, you know what, it hasn't happened yet, but it's because he hasn't had a chance to drain the swamp. So we got to give him 4 more years to drain the swamp.
Read a little bit more from the New Yorker here. McCain's grand funeral, the Obama advisor David Axelrod called it an exercise in civic communion, underscored a fact that is often lost about Washington these days. The city is much more bipartisan in some respects than it has ever been, more united than it may currently seem in its hatred of Donald Trump. Again, as Matt, like you said, that is his reelection.
Yeah.
That is his.
Everybody in Washington hates me.
Just clip that and put it on a bumper sticker for Trump 2020, and don't be fucking surprised when he wins again.
Yep. Everyone in Washington who you hate and think has betrayed you or doesn't care about you hates this man.
Communion.
That means everything bad that has happened in the last 4 years isn't his fault. It's their fault.
Communion. What a great word to use. Just, it always slips. This is not ideology. This is not wanting a better life for anyone. This is just our religion is feeling better. We are taking the sacrament. We made a little cracker in the shape of a plane and we washed it down. We washed it down with Anheuser-Busch, the fortune that undergird this fucking shitty sanctimonious asshole's fortune. Here you go. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the grandfather who let me fly these fucking planes.
I am surprised at how deftly they've been able to kind of adapt Megan for PR purposes. Someone who everyone hated, and she's only going to win. She's only going to win after his death.
Well, because she is his legacy. She is the inheritor of his greatness, and she has been co-signed by everyone in that fucking chapel. One more quick thing, Obama during
one thing, I hate her with my life. She does not leave the lizard alone.
So another highlight from this moment of civic communion was when Obama during his speech said, "I never doubted that we were on the same team." It's like,
wow,
yeah.
Why do we even have a show? I mean, there's nothing to decode in politics. They just tell you. And I do love how this comes on the heel of us getting owned for our book.
Why did you run against him? Like that's the thing. Like we were on the same team. Then why did you run against him? Like then why do we even have elections? If you're all on the same team, why don't you all just get together in a room, decide who's going to be president without us?
Yeah, and all this week we had our book was called Naive and Facile for suggesting that there's some common interest between the two political parties. And then the last fucking Democratic president says about the guy who he beat to become president while talking about how he was dangerous and he was in the mold of George W. Bush. He couldn't allow his type of politics to reign supreme. Just to tell you, yeah, we were all on the same team the whole time. And of course they'll say, oh, he means the team of America. He means that we both wanted what's best for America. But that obviously can only extend so far down the economic line before it becomes incoherent, because some people benefit at the expense of others. And that has been the bipartisan movement of the American politics for the past 30 years, has been making sure that group that benefits has been the very, very smallest economic elite, and the ones who are directly harmed and impoverished are everyone else. So that's when he says on the same team, it can't mean anything other than that small economic elite, because it's a fucking contest over resources and control, and people on the bottom have lost and lost and lost under both parties.
Just to round out this New Yorker piece, a few minutes after the service, when the talking and singing was over and the bipartisan establishment flowed back into the humid swamp outside the cathedral.
Oh, settle down.
I ran into Jeff Flake, McCain's fellow senator from Arizona. And like McCain, one of Trump's few remaining public critics among Republicans on Capitol Hill. He retired, by the way. He's not running for re-election.
He's not running for re-election, and he's not opposing any of Trump's actual agenda.
The fever will break eventually, Flake said. It has to. It was an oddly optimistic thing to say at a funeral, and when he said it, it hardly sounded convincing. Oh, at least there's that. But I imagined that it was a prayer voiced silently by many of those in that room.
What is this fucking bullshit? Are we watching the Hallmark Channel?
It's Susan Glazer, Touched by an Angel.
Ugh.
I thought back to the beginning of the service when the choir had sung the beautiful words of the Navy hymn. O Holy Spirit, who didst brood upon the chaos dark and rude, and bid its angry tumult cease and give, for wild confusion. Peace, O hear us as we cry, thee for those in peril on the sea. I have heard those words at many funerals before. She's a funeral crasher. She goes to hook up with people in their desperate emotional state. But never did they seem to speak to the room in quite the same way.
Good fucking Lord. You know who else, by the way, said the exact same phrase the fever has to break about right-wing populism? Barack Obama, right after the Tea Party election. And then they just kind of waited and saw what happened and didn't change anything. And then, oh, no, it didn't break. And now they're like, no, it'll break. And it's like, well, yeah, like the fever breaks sometimes because it is, it's defeated by the body's resources and you get better. Or you just fucking die. That's another way that a fever can break. And if you're just standing there as the supposed sort of physician for the body politic and just saying, well, wait and see, you got about a 50-50 chance that that's going to work.
We have about 104 fever right now, but when it finally shuts down our brain and heart, I think you'll find that our body's temperature will drop dramatically.
Yeah. Well, just slap some more leeches on them.
Every time I have a fever, I try to, have a sit down with it, sort of try to meet in the middle and be like, all right, what if you take out my gallbladder? You can have that. Let's make a grand bargain to retain my central nervous system, and you can have some of my organs.
I don't think I should let us get to the end of the episode without bringing up the news item that I'm sure all of you are thinking about and really preoccupied with, emotionally and psychologically. I'm talking about the passing of our 41st president, George Herbert Walker Bush, who died at the age of 94 the other day, and has been reunited with his lovely wife, Barbara, and XXX Tentacion in heaven.
It was, unexpected friendship they both had, later in life. It sucks. We both lost them in 2016, X and George H.W. Bush. But George is there. I have word from staffers in heaven that George H.W. Bush and Barry Seal are recording an album with XXX Tentacion. Just, you love to see it, man.
George H.W. Bush, probably the first president that I had a sort of an awareness or memory of. Like, I was alive during a good chunk of the Reagan administration, but I had almost no conception of him at all as president or anything that happened then because I was too young. I remember the first Gulf War vividly. And George H.W. Bush managing that weird sort of transition from the 80s into the 90s. And I was just wondering, any thoughts or recollections, again, number 41.
I mostly just keep looking at this political cartoon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So hot.
With them, George and Barbara making out in front of the pearly gates. But the weird thing is, you still have to be your old, nearly dead self in heaven. Like, they don't even get to be young again. It's just like two burlap sacks rubbing up against each other. That's what you're joining your beloved in the hereafter is going to be.
Maybe that's what the 27 Club is. It's just like people who wait outside to be the first to get an iPhone. They're like, oh, this is a perfect age to be forever. I got it. My thoughts on we've joked around a lot, but I have some serious thoughts on Bush. You guys don't mind?
Yeah,
go on.
Of course.
We used to worry about Desert Storm. Now we worry about Stormy Daniels. I'll be performing live in Uncasville, Connecticut at the Mohegan Sun.
Well, I mean, I've noticed that, again, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I feel like we've already done this with John McCain's death. And by the way, I did see a newspaper cartoon where it was like George Bush landing his plane in heaven and John McCain's plane is already there. And he's like, welcome, brother.
Yeah, McCain
all the way
is like,
here.
I've honestly done that before. I've landed it properly before.
But, yeah, I mean, we are being treated now, again, like in a very predictable way to a sort of reassessment and of George H.W. Bush is like, even though he was a one-term president, he was just such a fundamentally decent man and human being and being set up intentionally as a contrast to Donald Trump or like a Republican of yesteryear. Yeah. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, he was also still like head of the fucking CIA and Reagan's vice president, like pretty much a ghoul his entire
Campaign
life.
run by Lee Atwater.
Yeah, and Roger Ailes.
Yeah.
And like, of course, it's the same thing. It's like if you make fun of him dying even slightly, it's just like a man has died. Have some decency. And Felix, I think you said it best. It's like he wasn't murdered or like died of some tragic illness or whatever.
Old.
He was 94.
He
and, like,
lived a long, what counts for happiness among, lost lives.
Well, that is the thing that like annoyed me on both sides. Like every time like someone like this dies, and like
how he died, like rich, surrounded by his family that he only hates like half of.
Unlike Barbara, who literally hated anything that came out of her vagina.
Yeah. Except Neil. Neil's the king of the family. Everyone respects Neil. But probably got to spend the last 20 years of his life doing whatever stupid shit he thought was cool, like collecting grandfather clocks or something. And so for both, like for the, sort of NRO conservatives / like center liberal media who are like, a man has died. And it's like, well, he died better than 99.999% of it. It literally happens to everyone, man.
No,
but,
you said, like, these people don't understand mortality, and I think the internet, it does this too with people we like. Where they're like, no, not this person who is 1,000 years old. Like it's like people forget that people die.
Well, it's like for all like the NRO guys who are like, have you like civility is just like degraded so more we can't even let a man die in peace, and it's just like, what are you mad about? He won.
Yeah,
like, I'm making fun of him, but he fucking won.
Yeah, he got everything he wanted.
In peace, you know.
Yeah.
That is the thing. That is sort of the funny thing about I literally found out about it while we were streaming. While we were playing this dumb game called Realm Royale, and I was like, oh my god, really? And we like laughed about it, but it's like, why are we laughing? Because it's like, yeah, he won. That's literally going to happen to all of us, and he died better than probably anyone anyone is. And it's like, yeah,
it's not like we got him. He just checked out at the end of a long career of successes.
Yeah, it's like whatever people are like, we got you, you fucker. Oh, looks like you couldn't live forever, bitch. Okay, the thing that literally no one has done. I mean, it's going to happen with Kissinger, and I guess the catharsis when people like this die. But with Kissinger, it's like, yeah, no one even came close to getting him, man.
Exactly. Like when McCain and now George W. Bush, when any of these like sort of, ancient vampires finally turns into dust or whatever, it's just Kissinger still out there, still drawing breath. And obviously every time one of these guys dies, Kissinger starts trending online because people are just fucking like just hoping.
He's still there, just waddling around like fucking psychopath.
I can't wait for him to fucking die, and like the world will be made slightly better by him exiting this mortal plane of existence. But like again, he fucking won. Nobody even came close to fucking even like putting cuffs on him for a trial that he'd probably be acquitted of.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's like a very, very Pyrrhic victory. But if you think I'm going to be nice to any of these people or just like talk about, how graceful and respectful and dignified they were, like, fuck off.
Here's my, I gave people the same mental exercise to ease their nerves when John McCain died and they saw all the hagiography. Do the same thing I told you then. Mentally replace, like when you see Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer, be like, he was an honorable man. Replace George H.W. Bush's name with Chris Benoit. And just imagine they're eulogizing him. It just, you have a lot more fun seeing the equal hagiography. Just do that, don't. It's easy to get frustrated with all this shit. It sucks to see the hagiography, but end of the day, he won. He's dead. Pretend they're talking about Chris Benoit, and just go to Condom Depot, get yourself an affliction shirt. It's okay. Keep going.
By the way, John, as long as you're here, and I noticed you did it again for George H.W. Bush. You have I think one of the funniest continually running gags on Twitter of just saying like, say what you want about George H.W. Bush, but I got receipts, and then you just post like an incredibly low resolution image of like text that just is illegible. It's like 4 pixels by 6 pixels. That's a great bit, John.
Thank you.
Please don't stop doing it. Yeah,
it's a very laborious process where I make increasingly low-res JPEGs by screenshotting it, putting it in Photoshop, and cycling it through the wash like 5 times until it's just totally illegible. But yeah, it's mostly just to make fun of nosy people. Like I'll tweet something like, "Oh, you want to tweet at me like this? Well, I've got the receipts." And then it's just like, what? It's none of your fucking business. Why do you click on that?
But I like the idea of juicing something with juicing people with something that they really want to know and see.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's like, like you said, been put through the wash like 10 fucking times.
And the great thing is I understand how people fall for it because I would fall for it too. But if I do it sparingly enough, only once a month or something, people fall for it every fucking time. And they get mad. And when they get mad, it's because they fell for it.
It's such a good game.
Thank you.
you remember when George H.W. Bush threw up on the Japanese prime minister?
That was great.
Yeah.
Wasn't that good?
That was
so great.
because he had a venom in him. That's why he lived so
getting the
long.
goop out of
yeah,
him.
he got the goop. That's why he lived so long.
But it's interesting that speaking of the hagiography, like if Trump dies after leaving office, which let's be honest, he probably will, because he'll another ghoul who will live to be like 120 years old against all odds.
Yeah,
And it's
it's right. It never
of his
makes
hideous diet and like guy who's been drinking Coke and eating McDonald's every day of his
Doesn't
life.
sleep.
All the hairspray that's soaked into his body.
Yeah,
and through
God
his
knows
scalp.
what
Yeah.
chemicals. Just
He probably does some weird thing we don't know about. Like he requests asbestos in places he lives. It's
Yeah,
better. I like it.
He doesn't drink, but he does a shot of mercury every day.
If he manages to die after leaving office, and like by then, you know, I can't even imagine who will be president. Like, you know, President Laura Loomer. Donald Trump really reminds us of what dignity was like. If he manages to die out of office, and whatever insane person is president, then, as we discussed, you know, Grimace, the Hamburglar, any one of
He
those.
changed herself to the gate until people are like, fine, just let her be president.
You know, I'm so sick of Hamburglar voters who won't support Grimace.
But if he manages to die out of office, he will get the same kind of treatment. Where they'll say like, you know, a controversial president, but like, you know, he certainly was the president, and you have to respect that.
You can't take that away from him.
Yeah. And then there will be calls to be like, you know, let's not gloat, or, you know, like a man has died. He's a father to 4 beautiful children.
Also, he fainted after he barfed, which is so fucking cool.
Yeah,
He didn't just
awesome.
barf. He
I mean,
fainted.
whom among us?
What was the? It was like, didn't he say like jet lag?
Or like food poisoning or
I
something?
thought he had food poisoning. It was really interesting though, because this was a pre-internet time, and like I think everyone was slightly embarrassed by it. And if something like that had happened now, it would just be a solid week of whatever platform you were on. You would just see a GIF of that.
Yeah.
New York Times, just a GIF of that. That would be the entire front page of the New York Times homepage.
No, here's what you
Just
would
a
see.
GIF of vomiting president.
Here's what you would see. Like the still shot of him just like leaning over and just like booting in the guy's lap. And it would just be like text on the image. And it would be like the Japanese prime minister, me, George W. Bush and his vomit, like my anxiety and depression.
Yeah. I wonder how many guys there were who like got their wires crossed about like urban legends and shit. We're like, I heard George H.W. Bush had to get his stomach pumped in Japan because he had 70 liters of cum in there. He just got it mixed up with a lie about like Rod Stewart or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, what if?
No joke though, George H.W. Bush was admitted to a hospital ER with a gerbil up his ass.
That was a simpler time, though. I wish we could have more things like urban legends, and now everything just gets converted into sad girl memes.
There's no mystery anymore. It sucks. I wanna do some like statistical research and find out if there were those guys who thought George Bush had 72 liters of cum in his stomach, and what if those were the guys who like they won the election for Clinton. They either went to Perot or
Yeah, they were Perot voters.
Yeah, they're like, yo, I can't vote for Clinton, but that's sauce, dude.
Yeah, I've been a Republican voter my whole life, but I'm voting for Perot because I can't support a man who chugged 6 quarts of semen.
That's the funniest story, the Rod Stewart one, because it's like you couldn't even like make that many guys come. You would just have to. You would have to like have that much cum like in containers and just come into the room and just drink all of it. There'd be no sex involved.
I mean, he's got mini fridge money.
Yeah, it's true. That's just literally just drinking the jizz.
His writer is really confusing.
The other interesting thread to George H.W. Bush dying is like, you know, in the sort of, like I said, the hagiography and the civility police are like, you know, you're talking about a man who is like deeply respected by like at least half of this country, which is like not true.
No.
Like half of this country doesn't even remember George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, he wasn't in an Infinity War.
Yeah. And like, and speaking about like, you know, the Republicans or conservatives, they're like, you know, have some respect. Like this guy mattered. And it's just like, but now like conservatism has gotten so weird. A good chunk of Trump supporters think George H.W. Bush assassinated John F. Kennedy. And it's like he was in Dallas on November 22nd, 1963, by the way, and was in this at the nexus of the CIA and Texas oil money. So, not saying he did it or do, you know, if I did it by George H.W. Bush. But a big part of the QAnon conspiracy theory is that JFK Jr. is still alive and is Q, and shows up at Trump rallies like seemingly looking like other people, which you do if you were faked your death years ago.
That's the smartest thing to do.
But like a big part of it is they think JFK Jr.'s idiotic sexy politics magazine George was called that because that was his way of telling people who killed his dad.
Because there's no other Georges.
Well,
that it could have been named.
Yeah,
after.
actually, if you
who
look
else
at,
could it
the
be?
first issue of George, and I've seen this, it's like Cindy Crawford is on the cover dressed like George Washington,
Mhm.
but then like in the magazine, like where they give you like the headlines of like what else is in the magazine. One of them is like shooting a president, but it's about like photographers or something, and they're like, dude, he's telling you. But what I love about that conspiracy theory is like, okay, you're JFK Jr. You are widely considered the most eligible bachelor in America, like one of the most handsome, famous guy who has it all. How could I let people know? Oh, I get it. I'll just name my magazine cryptically after the guy who killed my father. Why not just be like,
Leave
hey,
a little
hi,
clue.
I'm JFK Jr. George H.W. Bush killed my dad.
No,
Like-
but it's like it's a little treasure hunt.
Exactly.
I love QAnon is like it's like the Zyborn clock for boomers. They made their own massive RPG, and JFK Jr. is Johnny Five Aces. That was courage. Any Democrat can resist Trump,
Okay.
but for a man like Good Cookie, like my God,
I mean, people had to stand up and take notice.
yeah,
but, like-
they had to, man.
Even if you read, if you take seriously the pretensions of these assholes, that it's important that there still be outlets, even though they're only read by 70 people, and then just like make no money and are essentially
70 people, and then however many followers you have.
Yeah, exactly. yeah,
It really is.
Yeah. 80,070 people.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, no one's paying for this bullshit outside.
no.
Like 70 people in Chevy Chase, Maryland, who are all war criminals or ephebophiles, or have gout. Like that's it. The idea that like the idea that the Weekly Standard stood for like a sane conservative as opposed to Donald Trump. Well, like when people say Donald Trump is like this is conservatism gone mad. Like, okay, what they're talking about is they mean he does nationalistic sort of demagoguery and jingoism. The Weekly Standard did that to a T. Look up in their back catalog for like all of their articles about like George Bush as a marble statue, just a war presidency. Like
rebel in chief.
Yeah, like how hard their dicks got about him being a war president. They think, okay, Donald Trump, he just outright lies about things with no compunction whatsoever. Stephen Hayes, the current editor of the Weekly Standard, or now former, literally wrote a book called The Connection. The Connection, about how Saddam Hussein was literally in cahoots with Al Qaeda and did 9/11.
Yep.
Okay. Then there is the Donald Trump, unlike sane intellectual conservatism, is sort of a crass and vulgar populist.
What?
Bill Kristol personally got John McCain to have Sarah Palin as his running mate, and there was a big Weekly Standard cover story on Sarah Palin titled "Is she the one we've been hoping for?"
Yeah.
Would it surprise you? The answer was yes.
Yeah.
She was the one they were hoping for.
Well, at least he asked the question.
Yeah.
Well, it's the classic Van Poppen thing is that when they conjured Palin, they thought this is the person we can use to whip up the rubes enough to get into office. But thankfully, they'll be in a subservient position, and our guy John McCain will really be in charge. So we're going to still have our hand on the tiller. And then, oh shit, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, it got out of their hands, and it turned into Trump. And they no longer have that sense that they have final say on policy. And so they're like, oh no. I was like, sorry, motherfucker, this is what it was all leading towards. And you recognize that. That's why you recognize the hollowness of conservatism and the need to inject it with populist vigor. And that's why you fucking picked Sarah Palin. And it went out of your hands because this is the historical process. You're in the dustbin of history.
Was Van Poppen the guy who wrote their bridge column? No, I mean, it is all the people lamenting it, as a thing against Trump. It's just like, do you know that Zoo Cage Unlockers Monthly has come out strongly against tigers roaming the streets?
And then like the final thing, they outright lied and made literally out of whole cloth made up a case for why Saddam was a threat to the world in America, which involved
bullshit.
not exaggerations or misinterpretations,
Lying.
conscious outright lying, which they have pretty much admitted amongst themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They stoked jingoistic demagoguery during all of the war on terror, and about how anyone who was against it was disloyal.
Well, how many fucking covers the Weekly Standard had some grotesque bearded hippie with a stop the war sign that just said the traitors amongst us.
Exactly. They consciously stoked ignorant Yahoo populism and Sarah Palin. And finally, let's not forget, Trump literally says, shit like, it's snowing right now. What happened to global warming? And we're going to have the best air. I have the best air.
The air's fantastic.
And it's things that are good, which
Folks,
I like.
The air, it's so good. The air is amazing.
I mean, but the Weekly Standard, again, had numerous cover articles about like how, Al Gore, the emperor has no clothes. Like, the Arctic ice shelf is actually growing in size as it drifts closer to Manhattan.
It's really funny that conservatism just boils down to a sort of social battle between two different types of stupid guys from Manhattan, and the dumber stupid guy won.
Yeah,
and props to him. Good work, dude.
Yeah, he wanted it less.
But I mean, but the final point that must be made is they're not good writers, intelligent, thoughtful, or decent people at all.
No.
They're every bit as stupid, every bit as vulgar, and every bit as ignorant as like any Fox Nation TV show, as any fucking QAnon Yahoo.
Yeah.
They're better educated maybe, but no one who has ever written for the Weekly Standard is a thoughtful person or a good writer in the slightest. Not only that, they are all fundamentally indecent, rotten people who should be dismissed out of hand entirely and should be treated as such. And the fact that their evil magazine is shutting down because literally nobody reads it and no one fucking cares is a fate far, 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 far lighter than what every one of these people who's ever even contributed an article to that piece of shit fucking rag deserves.
Yeah, it's like, look at what happened to Julius Streicher and count your fucking blessings that you just have to retire to the Hamptons. But, I mean, just to say, finally, you were talking about how insane it is to see liberals bemoaning the end of the Weekly Standard. It's because of what we said earlier. They want things to be back to normal. They want Republicans to be normal again. They don't want this sort of unhinged, pure populism, all of it overseen by this clearly unstable, senile maniac. They want the same. They want a worthy adversary who they parenthetically mostly agree with, and they want to. Because the thing is that because they mostly agree, it is necessary for them to keep politics in that kayfabe world that we've talked about, where everyone speaks the language of politics. They keep their speech very corralled intentionally within acceptable margins, because as soon as you start coloring outside the lines, the hollowness of it starts to reveal itself. And as soon as popular forces enter the political realm, it just destabilizes that system, the bipartisan consensus on economics from the left and the right, which is why they see them as equal threats, regardless of where they are in this arbitrary, dyad. And it's like but it's up to the left really to figure out how to take control of it, because otherwise you can't let these liberals be in charge of it, because they're just going to close their eyes and wish that things would go back, and then you're going to blink and the fucking Nazis are going to be everywhere. They're going to be in charge of everything.
I mean, I want to give a big Chapo Trap House congratulations to our friend and collaborator Eli Valley on his upcoming nuptials to Megan McCain.
I'm so happy for them.
I can't believe she said yes,
finally,
dude.
man.
That I'm so happy for you.
It's
the Eli Valley McCain wedding. It's gonna be a summer
kismet.
wedding.
It's kismet.
I mean, he proposed to her in that cute cartoon,
Yep.
and she was
said,
like, "I've never
"I
felt
do."
more in love in my life."
And just two full-blooded Jews marrying. You love to see.
You
the
love to see
bloodline
it. You love to see the
going.
bloodline continue.
That is,
it's important.
I know it's like everyone's talked about it, but like her calling it the most anti-Semitic thing she's ever seen.
Amazing.
That's so fucking funny, because it's like
Did she read her husband's newsletter?
well, it's like if there was an alternative, and I mean this in the most complimentary way possible, what I'm about to say. There's an alternate reality where the Holocaust was just like Jews holocausting Germans, just regular Gentile Germans. That would be in Der Stürmer to represent Germans, how he drew Megan McCain. So it's perfect. It's perfect. She's just represented as just like a fucking just pink Gentile. And she's like, oh, this is clearly a Jewish person. I don't look like this.
Ellie being called anti-Semitic for doing a funny cartoon of Megan McCain is, I mean, Ellie said it like in interviews since then, is that just like once again, just like reality outpaces satire. Like the reaction to his cartoon is everything his cartoons are about, which is people calling him anti-Semitic. And you know, I'm not giving away anything too much here, but like Ellie is probably one of the most Jewish people I know.
He is mega Jewish.
Yeah, super. He's up there.
But my favorite part of this whole fiasco, I mean, not fiasco, I mean, this is wonderful. I'm loving it.
Oh, it's hilarious.
My favorite part about it is what inspired the cartoon, with Megan McCain tearfully cracking up on The View about, you know, how scared she is about anti-Semitism, said, I take this personally because my family is such close friends with Joseph and Hadassah Lieberman.
Yeah. What can you even say about that?
Yeah. The dang beyond everything.
What do you even say? Is Joe Lieberman in danger?
I'm just imagining Ilhan Omar just hip checking him down the stairs of the fucking Capitol building, and he just breaks every bone on the way down.
Joe Lieberman's probably one of the safest people on earth, like physically.
Yeah.
But it has inspired some, I mean, again, this is all just like, we've been talking about it for weeks now, but it's just the ongoing Ilhan Omar controversy, and that these people like Megan McCain and fucking David Frum just trying to wring a few more drops out of that fucking sweaty gym sock or whatever they're humping these days. But one of my favorite reactions is David Frum, who has an article out, a big cover story in the Atlantic today about how we should, you know, end immigration to America. Said that Megan McCain may not be Jewish, but like if there were a new Holocaust today, the McCain families would be like the king of Denmark, and she would pin that yellow star on herself. And it just, that's great.
Yeah, it's another thing where it's like, when I saw that, I was about to like make fun of it, but it's like, what do I even say about that?
Yeah, you can't say anything.
That's just,
it's like, yes, it's exactly the same thing to be under Nazi occupation, where showing any kind of defense of Jews could literally get you killed, versus being in the United States in the year 2019, being a fucking television star and saying, I stand with Jews. Holy shit, lady. They're identical.
I mean, it's like, so if you say something like that, you're either just like, you don't care if people think you're an insane liar. You just don't give a shit. You're like, I'm just going to say it, let the cards fall. Any sort of smart person who has any type of savvy is just going to be like, you are the most cynical fucking goblin, or you're insane.
Yeah.
You're actually fucking insane. Like, you think the Holocaust is going to happen because of Ilhan Omar, because people accurately describe what AIPAC is, and your only line of defense is John McCain's daughter on The View. That's insane. That is like the ravings of a lunatic. I'm afraid the Holocaust is going to happen again. But so there's this show where all these women, they get together and they talk the issues. But there's one of them who would go to the camps with me.
I mean,
put it like that. How does that sound to a therapist?
As someone who has read her book, as we have, and read her just showing how she has created a ethical and spiritual world where everything she wants to do is coincidentally what God wants her to do. I could definitely see her risking her life in any scenario, and not just deciding retroactively that God wanted her to keep her head down or whatever the fuck, because that's for the greater good or whatever the hell.
Before you judge me for taking these gold fillings, keep in mind that's between me and God. Damn, you go.
I did like it because it did inspire people to find a lot of Megan McCain's old tweets that like aren't racist or offensive or anything. They're just hilarious because they're all like, this mashup of the Ghostbusters theme and Gangnam Style is kind of everything to me right now.
Shout out Jack Wagner and Yeah But Still podcast and the Yeah But Still Discord, who I was playing games on stream with Jack like later that day, and I literally told him to tell his Discord to stop finding them because I couldn't handle them anymore. She has like, for every song that like through brain damage me and Mike reference, she's unironically been like, this is the song of the day. Check this song out. Like a top 40 Billboard hit. Guys, check out Dead and Gone by T.I. and Justin Timberlake. Check out Let It Rock by Kevin Rudolph. Those are, oh my God.
Like the most middle of the bell curve, just replacement level human that exists. And that anything she says has to be listened to. It really makes you feel like this is a well-ordered social situation we're in right now. I got to say, I love it. I really enjoyed the tweet where she said, I am not a victim, and I have never played the victim. It's like, yeah, that's right. You don't go on television every day and just whine and complain and weep at people's managers. Like, that's not your entire thing. Is just talking about how you've personally been assaulted by somebody's fucking accurately pointing out what a completely talentless shithead you are.
The Black Betty one.
I'm just scrolling through them right now. Again, shout out Jack Wagner and just a series of tweets that just go, "Whoa, Black Betty, bam-a-lam." And then Black Betty had a child, bam-a-lam, the damn thing gone wild. She's and then another just tweeting out the whole chorus to
see. That's a classic narcissistic moron move. I have nothing to say right now, but I can't not tweet. So how about some fucking music lyrics?
Song of the day dedicated to all the crazy ass haters and hypocrites. "Fake It" by Seether.
This is the most positive I've ever felt about her. The Seether tweet, T.I. and Justin Timberlake, and then this one coming
Song
up.
of the day, "Rock and Roll Jesus" by Kid Rock. Such a good song.
The one before that?
"Good Morning New York City." Song of the day, "Let It Rock" by Kevin Rudolph and Lil Wayne.
I have never heard anyone like earnestly reference "Let It Rock" by Kevin Rudolph. Like, it's only like been a joke between me and my equally brain damaged friends. And there's just one person who's like, that is the song of the day. That's is the music in my heart right now.
Megan would be so much better if she had not been the child of a senator. If she was a regular person, she would just be on Facebook yelling at other women who she knows, like how they don't raise their kids right. It would be great.
She should be in like a Juggalo group that's a break off from a different Juggalo group that had like a falling out over a soda sacrament.
Yes. She would have her entire left breast would be Violent J's face.
Yeah. This is not good for her.
No. It's
like
very
she's
bad.
seeing like apocalyptic visions, and she's like, she looks in the flames, sees Joe Lieberman.
Well, and I believe she did mention that, like, since her father died, like, she has become sort of an
now like the world
apocalyptic
is
cast
ending.
of mind. Yeah.
She's looking for signs and wonders because her father was Atlas holding the world up. Apparently,
I love being like a 35-year-old woman who's like, I never prepared for this day when my 95,000-year-old dad would die. Who could have predicted? This is the most unfair thing that has ever happened to anyone.
I want to, but now we are, of course, coming across, news of yet another, fascist massacre of innocent people. This time in 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand, and it's time that our sort of the political and media class in this country, when coming face to face with horror like that, has united to protect the daughters of rich, powerful political dynasties. Chelsea Clinton, Megan McCain, and like this is your wheelhouse, LA.
Yeah, it's amazing. Also, I think Ilhan Omar and what happened in New Zealand, it's like bookends to this horrific Islamophobic explosion we're experiencing.
Yeah, and I just feel like LA, like over the last, like certainly like in the midst of the Megan McCain thing and the Ilhan Omar controversy, and then you have people, like a Ben Shapiro flunkies comparing you to Joseph Goebbels or whatever, and then supporters of Donald Trump, accusing you of misappropriating Judaism for bigoted ends. It's like, do you even have?
Ask me like if it bothers me. I mean, it used to bother me somewhat, but now, like, when people are on the side of actual Nazis calling me an anti-Semite, it just becomes so absurd. It's like, it just dirt off my shoulder because, they have zero argument, coming into this game. And so maybe they could have made some argument. It was totally immaterial and unjustified 10 years ago. But now they are explicitly on the side of fascism. And, it's preposterous,
Not just in America, but also in Israel, too, and the Netanyahu government, which is becoming explicitly tied, like has reformed with like the Kahanist party to eke out another election,
and supporting European fascists as well,
and Viktor Orban and the likes of them.
Yeah.
So
I also want to say, when Megan McCain, everyone was like, they said it was such a silly, it was so absurd. This obvious Gentile scion in America accusing a Jewish cartoonist of anti-Semitism. I think it's people maybe I didn't know my work too well, but for me, it didn't even occur to me that that was the absurd thing because I've been so used to being called anti-Semitic for years now, just for criticizing Israel's treatment of Palestinians, that when she did it, it was like, of course, because they consider her. And Bethany Mandel actually said, you're invited to Shabbos because of the cartoon idea.
You got a hood pass now.
Megan, you could say kike now. Oh yeah, I can start saying that. Yeah, I don't know why the Jewish people are punishing her by sending her to the Mandel Shabbos, but
people like Bethany consider McCain more of a Jew than me.
Yeah. Well, did you see what David Frum said? How the McCain family would put on yellow stars in the case,
the apocryphal Danish.
The king of Denmark one.
Yeah, exactly. And then he published a thing about how immigrants shouldn't be allowed into America.
Yeah. No, it's you can't make it up, and why would you want to? Why would you want to think about anyone like this? I have to say, I was not really surprised by the amount of wagon circling around Chelsea, because it's like a lot of completely average people need to protect their jobs and upward momentum in their careers. Makes sense. They're well connected. But Megan shocked me. Because first of all, what can Megan do? I know she's on The View, but what can she do for any of them? It was just this, I'd say an even more mediocre person than Chelsea Clinton with even less abilities. And I had never seen, just the blood loyalty to her was incredible. For going on TV and crying the big girl tears, it was fucking unreal. I didn't feel like I was witnessing reality.
Yeah. You mean not what she did, but the rallying around her?
Yeah. I mean, Megan McCain, these people used to fucking hate Megan McCain because she wrote completely ineffectual blog posts that no one read that were like, I'm a Republican, but I don't think we should kill gay people. Very courageous stuff. And they'd be like, hey, Mrs. Boobs, calm down. And now it's just like read Ben Shapiro's old blog post about her.
Yeah,
exactly
his
that.
tweets, I think they're still there.
Yeah. Or her husband's tweets, for that matter. Just the it's insane. It's the siege mentality, I guess. But like, holy shit.
No, but as we said leading off the show, I mean, the victims of these terrorist atrocities are, of course, the people in the media who get made fun of for their, idiotic appropriation or comments on, these things.
Also,
either before or after it.
You could just see the dehumanization of Muslim life clearly in the reaction to the Chelsea thing at NYU. Because, I mean, the only comparison that is that occurs, the main comparison that occurs to me is it'd be like, a day after the Pittsburgh shooting, and I'm forced to sit with somebody who's in the Republican Party, who's been, dog whistling this Soros caravan bullshit. I would have yelled at them, of course. And I think because, Jews in America have been normalized into the country more so, obviously, than Muslims have. I don't think. I think there would have been sensitivity towards my rage, and this woman, this college student at NYU, it wasn't even rage. It was just like she was. It was tears. It was emotion. It was so raw. Her emotions.
She was angry for sure. It was like,
But I mean, it was also like it was rage born of mourning and like the immediacy of the tragedy. And for people to be telling her that she needs to find a better way of communicating these things when she's in the middle of grieving this atrocity, it's just like, it just shows that it's just such a devaluing of Muslim life, in my view.
Yeah, a lot of the response to it was from volunteer RAs. Talking about how she's going to get written up by the provost.
Or like she's not. There were a lot of snitching, trying to get her in trouble with NYU for like not comporting to NYU's like student handbook of behavior or whatever. Yeah, really, really gross.
Yeah, that's fucked.
I saw people dig up tweets from when she was like 14. Using bad words to talk about Drake, which is compare what she's doing to what Chelsea was doing at the same age. Protesting for the Iraq War.
Yeah, I thought that was apocryphal, but apparently it's true. She actually, I can't believe that.
When she was it like Oxford?
Oxford.
Yeah.
Another thing she achieved by her own merit, by the way.
That was amazing. One guy was defending Chelsea and said, she got into, these 4 elite universities. She's sat on 5 boards. You think that wasn't from her own merit?
Someone really said that sentence.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't really argue with those people. That's just being insane.
That's just
That's
being.
I'm not kidding. That's just insanity if you think that.
Well, that's just being a sucker.
No, I think that just you literally look at Chelsea Clinton and look at the fucking pablum she said her entire life and her green pancakes, and you're like, yeah, no, everyone just noticed a smart woman and didn't see her last name till later.
You remember when NBC hired her? I think it was NBC hired her to be like a correspondent, and it was like the contract was something insane, like $750,000, and she did like 2 on-screen appearances throughout the entire 2016 election.
Didn't they do it with a Bush kid too?
The Bush kid did way more actual work than Chelsea did, I think.
Why do these networks they hire every failed daughter? Okay, I kind of get hiring the Bush daughter because like presumably that gets you access of some kind, but Abby Huntsman.
Huntsman's a weird one.
We got to know what's we got to have access to John Huntsman.
We're losing the John Huntsman primary. It's Thing is though, I was never one of the people who like hated Chelsea Clinton until like the Ilhan Omar thing. Really, I was just like, yeah, she's just a completely fucking dull. She's the woman version of Luke Wilson in Idiocracy. Basically, that's what I thought. Until all this, I was just like, yeah, it's fine. Like. I was like, she's so much better than Megan McCain, and it's like, no, they're just both equally fucking shit. But Megan's like a more openly malicious and
sanctimonious and toddlerish.
Well, Megan's more of a caricature that you can relate to. Like you can see that person, screaming at a returns department, a department store.
About her dad.
Chelsea's like more ambiguously bad,
Yeah, the Jews are so lucky to just have both of them with the combined power to write a single entire children's book without a ghostwriter.
Oh, that was one of the things on Chelsea's resume. Oh, she wrote 2 children's books.
Wow.
It is funny that the victim of anti-Semitism last week was Megan McCain, and the victim of Islamophobia this week is Chelsea Clinton.
Chelsea Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, God works in unexpected and mysterious ways.
But when the Megan McCain the cartoon controversy was going on, and again, people were like, I think Megan said like the reaction to like to her crying on The View was, in her words, quote, the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen.
No, the actual comic was.
The comic itself was.
Yeah, and I joke, she was in a coma during Charlottesville and Pittsburgh.
Yes, you didn't notice those.
Yeah,
she didn't notice that. Yeah, she said your comic was the most anti-Semitic thing she's ever seen.
Yeah, a satire of Christians fetishizing Jews.
Here's the thing: like, what in the imagery or content of the comic was anti-Semitic?
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's like you drew her, and let's be honest. I think in a way the way you portray most people, like Trump, you just is like this pulsating blob of flesh with like teeth in it. Right. It's like very sort of like some sort of like tumor come to life.
Yeah.
Megan McCain, you pretty much drew her as Megan McCain. It wasn't very exaggerated.
Yeah, I was actually about fat shaming.
Yeah,
I was trying not to do the fat shaming thing. So, but I actually I did.
But like, and then she was surrounded with like a Matisyahu CD, and like, so was that what they interpreted as anti-Semitic? That she was surrounding herself with like Jewish cultural.
Wait, let me just say, whatever I do, I could have drawn her with the Chabad Lubavitch rabbi, ascending to heaven, and they would be anti-Semitic. I think
Mosaic is here, but it's Megan.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I think they would have called it regardless. But I think the Judah, the German Star of David, forced upon Jews in Germany during the preceding and during the Holocaust, and throughout Europe. I think maybe they did some twisted, reaction to that. It's really hard to analyze. It's clearly a very, very intrinsically Jewish, in my view, piece of art, which has intratextual Jewish playfulness regarding like the Matisyahu shit and stuff like that. And it's making fun of Christian Zionist anti-Semitism via the Jewish Race Explained book and that kind and what she's actually saying. But because they have already adopted Christian Zionists into the Jewish fold, any criticism of that has to be anti-Semitic.
Can I just say, I actually forgot what the referent of your Megan McCain comic was, because people have spent the past weekend retweeting just the most vapid post from Megan McCain from 2009.
Which one was that? I don't think I saw that.
Just throughout the weekend. Just like the most boring and stupid shit I can imagine. And someone found this. They saw this morning. It's really perfect. This is from 2010, When this woman is like in her 20s and a graduate of Columbia University, which merit, give me the Beach Boys and free my soul.
Michael went into the werewood tree and wrote that. Like, I refuse to believe that's give me the Beach Boys and free my soul. Fucking Jesus, dude.
And then whenever someone would retweet something like that, she would delete it. So she's spending most of her time doing that now.
Deleting the original tweets?
Just deleting the original tweets. And they're also perfect. I mean, I hope these are archived somewhere under some, like the presidential fail daughter library.
Give me the Beach Boys and free my soul.
It's really perfect.
I don't. Even, that's gonna make me forget the original song.
It's give me the beat. Give me the Beat Boys and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll.
Right. And it would be give me
Jim
the beat.
Morrison.
That makes sense.
Jim Morrison. Well, so I want to go into this big profile of Hunter Biden in the New Yorker. It's titled "Will Hunter Biden Jeopardize His Father's Campaign?"
Couldn't be further from it. No, I'm maxing out to Joe Biden now.
It's like the only positive thing about a Biden presidency would be Hunter Biden running around the world making like deals with like fucking foreign dictators and warlords and like personally smuggling diamonds up his ass.
When's the last time? I mean, like
there is
Clinton,
a diamond involved in the story, by the way.
Clinton had a
Roger
messy
Clinton.
brother.
Yes.
Carter had a
Billy Carter.
but no one's ever had like a wild and wacky son.
Yeah, no, they haven't. Amazingly enough, the kids tend to be relatively behaved. Patty Davis.
Sheltered, yeah.
Patty Davis is probably the best example. And I
Alice
would always point out that she was adopted.
Alice Roosevelt, maybe.
Alice Roosevelt, yes.
But
That's
Alice
the closest
Roosevelt was
thing we're talking
like
about.
cool. She was like wild. Like
Yeah.
she was sort of
She
like
was a flapper.
forward
She was a
thinking.
proto-flapper.
What about Rosemary Kennedy?
They took care of that business.
Asshole.
Okay, so let's jump into this New Yorker profile here. It goes, it's just
George W. Bush, but they took care of him.
Yeah,
So it starts out talking about Joe Biden, his presidential campaign. He's leading in the polls, but he has some weaknesses, shall we say? And he goes, get the family story that Biden tells in quote, "Promise me, Dad, a year of hope, hardship, and purpose." Because we all know the Bois story figures very largely in his campaign narrative.
Mm-hmm.
The tragedy of losing his son in the prime of his life. Again, the elder good son who is just like Joe described him as all of my strengths and none of my weaknesses.
Let's be honest. I got kind of a dud in one. And one son, boy, I'll tell you, he was everything with the bells on. What, Joe?
So he goes, largely glosses over a central character in Biden's life. Biden writes, "I was pretty sure Beau could run for president someday, and with his brother's help, he could win."
With his brother's help? Doing what?
Hunter Biden, who is 49, is described as a supportive son and sibling. In his speeches, Biden rarely talks about Hunter, but news outlets on the right and mainstream media organizations, including The Times, have homed in on him, reprising old controversies over Hunter's work for a bank, for a lobbying firm, and for a hedge fund, and scrutinizing his business dealings in China and Ukraine. There is little question that Hunter's proximity to power shaped the arc of his career, and that, as the former aide told me, Hunter is a super rich terrain.
Yes.
I agree.
He is a rich terrain indeed.
He has peaks. He has valleys.
Yes.
He has tributaries.
He's marbled, you could say.
Yeah.
And it goes on, the gossip pages have seized on Hunter's tumultuous private life. He has struggled for decades with alcohol, addiction, and drug abuse. He has went through an acrimonious divorce from his first wife, Kathleen Buell Biden, and has had a subsequent relationship with Beau's widow, Hallie. He was recently sued for child support by an Arkansas woman, London Alexis Roberts, who claims that he is the father of her child.
He's basically every R relationship post in one person.
He's not the guy Raylan Givens is after, but he's the guy who Raylan goes up to and he's like, God, I don't care about whatever bullshit you have going on, Hunter. You're going to tell me who stole those microchips.
No, he is like the guy who marries Raylan's ex.
Yes.
And totally fucks up with the Kentucky mob and then has to like flee.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so it goes here, talking about a rally. On stage at the rally, Jill Biden introduced her husband. The Biden family is ready, she said. We will all do as we always have as a family. Seated in white chairs to the side of the stage were Ashley Biden, Hunter's half-sister, Ashley's husband, Howard Crane, Beau's children, Natalie, and Robert Hunter, Hunter's three daughters, Maisie, Finnegan, and Naomi, and Naomi's boyfriend, Peter. The last seat in the row with a piece of paper on it that said reserved remained empty. In one of my early conversations with Hunter, he told me about his sadness at having missed his father's event. Bo and I have been there since we were carried in baskets during his first campaign, he said. We went everywhere with him. At every single major event and every small event that he had to do with his political career, I was
baskets up until we were 20 years old.
I've never missed a rally from my dad. The notion that I'm not standing next to him in Philadelphia, next to the Rocky statue, it's heartbreaking for me. It's killing me and it's killing him. Dad says, be here. Mom says, be here, but at what cost? So already, I mean, my heart is breaking for this guy.
Okay, so all those other presidential kids, like, it's entirely transactional, or they're just fucking dullards. It's
Or
like
they're like just automatons.
Right.
Like, think of Chelsea
They're
Clinton.
either Chelsea. They're either
Chelsea Clinton
Chelsea.
was raised in like a vat.
Right. It's either like Chelsea and Eric or Abby Huntsman, or like just a fucking monster, like Megan McCain or someone like that. But Hunter legitimately thinks that, like, no, my dad has to save this country. I have to help him, but I'm just too fucked up. Like, this is tragic. Like, it's as tragic as, like, yeah, the son of a vice president who's like works for some scummy influence peddling law firm thing. But like, I like the guy. I'm sorry, man.
I'm saying, like, but he's been through dark. He's walked in shadows.
Yes.
He's walked in darkness. You know,
Yeah, like
a lot of people
Megan
do.
McCain's formative tragedy is like, oh, my 900-year-old father
yeah,
died.
exactly. And she still hasn't gotten over that. She's still milking that. So
This guy watched his fucking brother die. His mom died. His fucking brother died.
So, like, he's walked through darkness.
No, he's actually had travails.
And he goes, he wanted to protect his father from a trickle of disclosures and to share a personal narrative that he sees no reason to hide. Look, every family faces pain, he said. Everybody has trauma. There's addiction in every family. I was in that darkness. I was in that tunnel. It's a never-ending tunnel. You don't get rid of it. You figure out how to deal with it.
I don't know that there's addiction in every family.
Also, in many families.
In many
America,
families, but that's the kind of normative statement that betrays
that. Yes.
Well, that's the thing about this guy is that he's very incredibly. He has had problems in his life, and he has had real
Look,
pain.
it's normal.
But he's
everyone has wrapped a car around a tree sometimes.
He's also incredibly self-serving and self-absolving, because he's always been able to get out of all the problem because of his family.
I'm sorry. The last time I saw him, he was on CNN being interviewed by Anderson Cooper and
When was
Sanjay
this?
This was last week. He was being interviewed by Anderson Cooper and Sanjay Gupta.
Oh, right, where his brain stopped working.
On CNN, and like, he sounded worse and less
Yes.
coherent than
His
he ever
brain just stopped working completely.
than he ever has before.
Yes.
And find that clip, because you see Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who is probably one of the more credible of the TV doctors. Him and Anderson Cooper.
He's no
you see
Dr. Drew.
Yeah, you see there are three heads in the boxes, and you see Gupta and Cooper listening to Biden talk, and the look of both concern and fright on Sanjay Gupta's face is so, like, he cannot even hide it. That, like, he's supposed to take this guy seriously, and then everyone has to vote for him, and he's looking at him like he's a patient. It's really something.
Kinds of things that have to be done. There's during World War II, where Roosevelt came up with a thing that was totally different than he called it the World War II. He had the War Production Board.
It is, yeah,
And
it is.
that is why anybody who is insisting that you have some sort of moral obligation to support this ticket can fucking suck my balls for eternity. Fuck off. Like, these people are dragging a corpse across the finish line to be in the one position in the world where you can kill everyone on Earth with a press of a button. And they don't give a shit.
And he just loves killing.
They don't fucking care.
He loves killing more than Trump does.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. If you you do believe that, like, this is the most important election of our lives, and it's like, yeah, there are arguments I'm willing to entertain for that, but it's like, wouldn't you be mad at the Democrats for, like, bringing out this guy?
Yeah.
I'm not a Biden doomer. I see, like, a lot of realistic scenarios where he wins, but it's like, if he loses, it's because they put him on a stage next to Trump, and he fucking wanders into the craft food service table.
Yes.
All right.
And flips into the air.
Let's bring it home. Let's bring it home, gang. So he says here, this is your chance to be the anti-McCain. Remember how your pal, the late senator from Arizona, unveiled the idiotic and unqualified Sarah Palin as his running mate 17 days before the financial crash, announcing the...
No, Joe does not remember that. You're asking that. He literally does not.
It's actually kind of mean to ask.
I remember when John McCain introduced me to his running mate, Candace Bergen. You could still set a watch to those calves. Thank you, Joe.
Announcing the wonkish Warren as you're running. He's hitting every cliche imaginable in this fucking brief for Warren. He's
Mehdi,
I can see that. I can see the sweat coming off of him typing, like as he really reaches to do something original with this piece here.
He is jacking off while typing this. Mehdi, I will personally lobby the Federal Reserve to buy $7.8 trillion worth of your articles if you promise to never publish them. Please stop. Please fucking stop.
He's
the nadir, but he definitely reflects a really common sentiment about, like, there's this idea that there has to be, like, chemistry and balance between all of these people. Like, it's some kind of, like, ensemble. Like, you got Elizabeth Warren, you got the nerd, you got Joe Biden, you got the jock. So, you got to get the whole Breakfast Club in there. And that's how we're going to have, like, that's how they think.
Exactly.
That's what they think a good cabinet is.
We know how this is going to be governed. It's going to be governed by the party that was willing to kill people, killed people, was willing to kill more people to stop Bernie from being the fucking nominee, which means that they're willing to do anything to maintain their version of the party, their version of America, which means that there is no way that Warren as a VP would do anything other than get sucked into the matrix and then would, in a nice bit of historical irony, get to preside over the next version of the bailout, like Will was saying, that she initially opposed on the other side of the table in the first Obama term. Now she gets to carry that out.
Which is, like I said, why I want this to happen so fucking badly. So bringing it home here, it says, announcing the wonkish Warren as your running mate a month after the declaration of a national emergency would send the exact opposite message as McCain's in 2008. Perhaps with a nod to your own age and health, you have said, rightly, on more than one occasion, that the person you pick to be your vice president has to be ready to be on day one to be president of the United States. If that is your key requirement, and I think it should be, then it has to be Elizabeth Warren. It just has to be. She is readier than the rest. She is even readier than you, Joe. Sincerely, Mehdi Hassan.
I think that what all these people want, all the media people imploring him to get Warren on the ticket want, is they want absolution for the what they know they're going to do, which is support the Biden.
Correct. And
they
Mehdi
want
has
that,
been,
but also I still think they're operating under the delusion that they can throw dissidents for the Democratic Party a bone. I think they still don't get that we hate them.
I think
they still don't get it.
I think that's way subsidiary to their wanting to be able to be Biden prostitutes, essentially. Without,
I think they do that anyway. They just use Trump for that. I think there is some element of the fact that they have an alibi. They have an alibi to their critics.
I think I agree with Matt, because like this gets back to what Felix was saying about, like, okay, if Bernie's defeat was like a referendum on like a broad class-based like democratic socialist politics, then the defeat of Elizabeth Warren and the really ascendance of Joe Biden is a defeat of all the bullshit that these people have been selling you for the last 5 to 10 years. And with Warren, they want absolution of like the loser who like has the like paper thin representation of like all the shit they claim to care about, even though like as Biden's VP, she will be actively like the active refutation of all of that. But if she's on the ticket, they can cover their own like fucking hollowed out conscience publicly.
Right, but to who? Like they don't
themselves.
have
I don't know. Like
no. I think you figure that they're
to their audience.
Yes, to their readership.
Audience.
Like
they're
not having like like a long hard night thinking about this shit. Like they're not.
They think that as long as there's still an ambient belief that Warren is a progressive, like that means anything, then if she's on the ticket, then they have permission to flunk for Biden.
Yes, correct. It'll give them permission to like not just begrudgingly support Biden, but like enthusiastically flack for him.
Yes.
And conversely scold other people for not voting for him, which is,
Yes,
like I said,
exactly.
why I chose Mehdi, because he is been the self-appointed member of the left. And by that, I mean someone who's discovered he's on the left in the last 4 years. Like I said, this was, after he tried to work for the
media
Daily Mail.
opportunities on the left that aren't available on the right.
Yeah, he's trying to occupy a certain media ecosystem right now, and the toll that you have to pay to get there, to be the next CNN contributor as like a voice of the progressive part of America, is to get mad at everyone who's saying that they won't vote for Biden because like that's so privileged, and you're willing to risk all of these marginalized people. Then like how comfortable are you that you could think that it doesn't matter that Trump is president? Blah blah blah. But my point with this is, if Biden will pick he'll pick anyone. It doesn't fucking matter. And if he doesn't pick Warren, what are you going to do then? Are you going to get mad at him?
You're still going to support Biden.
You're still going to fucking. You back yourself into a corner where like there's literally nothing he can say or do that would prevent you from voting for him. So like, why do you think?
Remind you, sir, that there is a Cheeto in the White House.
Yes.
Of a natural size, a huge living Cheeto occupying the Oval Office right now.
So, like I said,
these devils.
And again, like, why? Just from Biden's perspective, like, why the fuck would you pick Elizabeth Warren too?
What does she bring you? She doesn't bring you anything electorally at all.
He doesn't like her.
They don't like. She doesn't like. They don't like each other. He doesn't like her. She's pretending to like him.
She doesn't bring them anything electorally. They don't really trust her because of the whole fight over the consumer finance bullshit. Pick somebody who you don't have to worry about and who you actually maybe can get along with better.
And like I said, if
she
he doesn't,
brings you nothing.
And if he doesn't pick Elizabeth Warren, I will be eagerly awaiting Mehdi's next column about what a brilliant choice Meg Whitmer was or something like that.
Yep. And now we're on to November. Let's win there.
Yeah, and then he even says in the piece, like, what she's bringing to the table is like her plans and college-educated white women who are probably the most reliable Democratic Party voting bloc in the universe.
Yes, it's their quadrant.
We weren't even asking him tough questions. It was like one of those Dana Bash interviews where she's like, Joe, what's your favorite snack to eat on Amtrak? And he was just folding. He was folding under those questions.
But I mean, my original point was that like Liz Smith is coming up with some pretty fire ideas, whereas other people are coming up with ideas like Joe Biden going Chapo. Obviously, I'd love that.
Great idea.
I'm skeptical of whether it would help his campaign. It would help our show immensely, but for the record, I don't think it'll get him any more of a sympathetic hearing than he would otherwise get from a podcast audience that's not Pod Save America. But Liz's original idea was like using the Fortnite idea. She was like, what if we could project a hologram of Joe Biden on the Grand Canyon or in the Grand Canyon? And it's just like, yes, why can't we do that? Because Matt, you were saying the other day, if the Democrats swap out Joe Biden at the convention, which they might do, I go back and forth on this every day because I thought like there's no way it can be Cuomo with like the mass graves filling up on Hart's Island in his in his state, like his idiotic mismanagement of this, like he's unable to do anything other than just appear on TV and point at PowerPoints in like a semi-convincing way, but like on its face, like the numbers are not good. But then again, I look at Joe Biden and I'm like, well, what the fuck, man? Like, how can they do this? There's got to be someone
there
that can easily
feel
just
like
slot
it's
in.
viable. I just don't see how can he go through a whole election, especially since they should win this thing.
Yes, they should. But no, what you said is if they do swap out Joe Biden, like if he's not ultimately going to be the guy, the final boss for the Democrats, the main reason that they would do that is to rob us of the glory that would be a Trump-Biden
the only reason to do it because
debate.
they're fucking assholes.
But in lieu of the debate, I would almost take 10,000 foot tall hologram Joe Biden, just striding across America.
If we don't get the fucking Trump Biden debate, like, there's no fucking, just dissolve the country.
What's the point of any of this if we can't have that?
I want to see the two most confused old men
Yes. Have two totally separate conversations at the same time, just whiffing past each other.
I want Joe Biden to, like, his voice to crack and he starts crying while he defends Graydon Carter. I want like a serious argument over whose son is more handsome, where they both forget several of their children. I want it all. Like, if you're not going to give this to us, if you're going to have this election and not give us that debate, it's like, what's the point of any of this?
Seriously, we don't even get just a nice little cherry on top. I just have this feeling in my gut we're not going to get it, or they're going to cancel them or something. There's just no way we're going to get anything that good.
No, yeah. I would probably cry if we don't get it. I probably will. Like, I literally, we were talking about this 2 years ago. I talked about, like, 2 years ago, we did like half an episode about how much we want a Trump-Biden debate.
Yeah. Yes. And
This
it
has
seemed
been
impossible. And now it's supposed to happen, and yet I still know it won't.
Yeah, okay.
And what's terrible about it is because, like, we're all aware of just, how utterly grim and apocalyptic it is that, like, these are the two guys who we have to vote for president for. But, like, they've moved heaven and earth to make sure that that's the only thing that can happen, something that stupid. And then they're going to pretend it's not real by not even observing the traditional forms of going through the fucking motions of it, which is putting them on stage together for a couple hours and letting them talk to each other unadulterated. They're not even going to do that.
Bit. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Just give me Trump thinking it's 1985 and he's like yelling at a bouncer, fucking Studio 57 or something. And fucking Biden thinks it's 1955. And he's like at the Enchantment Under the Sea dance. Just give me this.
I want a 45-minute part of the debate where Joe Biden thinks he's answering a question on the Sally Hawkins dance, and Donald Trump thinks he's answering a question about Liz Smith. Not the Liz Smith who worked for Pete Buttigieg, but the one who was very unfair to him.
Well, I want to get back to Liz Smith, Pete Buttigieg, Liz Smith, because in her comments to Politico about creating the Biden mech, to creating the Biden Geiger, which will be piloted by Hunter and another son, another political son.
Hunter is Shinji Ikari. Like, Hunter he's like smoking crack with Masato's penguin. I mean, Hunter would have fucked Masato day one.
Oh, absolutely. Shinji. Yeah. No, he's not Shinji, because Shinji was too gun shy. Like, Masato, I think I saw your boob coming out of the bathroom. But like, no, Hunter would have just been pounding beers with her, eating lots of food, and just sucking her toes in front of the penguin.
Yeah, no, they would have instantly fucked. It's a totally different show. Hunter would have like felt an obligation to pilot Ava Unit 1, but he would have been the first guy to get a DUI in the name. It's a totally different show.
Like Evangelion is just all about like Shinji's too scared. Will he pilot the Ava? Oh, Shinji, are you gonna get in the Ava or not? They'd be like, okay, we need Hunter to pilot the Ava. Oh wait, what's that? He's already in there. He's already in there, and he's already walked through a building accidentally.
Yeah. Hunter, you need to put together 12 hours of sobriety to pilot the Ava. Hunter would have gotten a tattoo of all the Dead Sea Scrolls too. Like, you would have seen them and been like, "Oh, this is so cool. This answers all my questions of life." No, it's an even better show.
Well, the Fortnite idea was drawn out of an opinion piece that Liz Smith just wrote for the New York Times this week, titled "How Joe Biden Can Defeat Trump from His Basement." And she says here the subhead is, if he can win the battle for our screens, he can benefit from the death of the traditional presidential campaign.
How's he going to win the battle against Trump for screens? That's impossible. He's the screen master.
Yeah, all Biden's posts, like, it feels stupid to call them Biden's posts because they're done by like a 33-year-old with a very precise undercut. But they're like, am I the only one who remembers when we respected the president? Like, they're so moribund and shitty. Like, his digital presence is very anemic. But what does this article say?
Okay, so it says here, if Joe Biden plays his cards right, the death of the traditional presidential campaign will turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The 77-year-old Mr. Biden, whom the president derisively calls Sleepy Joe, can become the hottest bad boy and disruptor in the media game. The hottest bad boy.
Do they mean like bad boy, like rapist?
The hottest.
He's been sneaking puddings in the break room.
He is the hottest bad boy and disruptor in the media game. And
Yeah,
you know what?
It is very disruptive when your dementia-addled grandfather just comes in and like pours molasses in the coffee maker and screams about how like this is how you make a steam bath. It's disruptive when your grandfather's pants fall down. It's disruptive when you have to put him in a home. So he is a disruptor in this sense.
Look, you're forgetting he was a member of one of Wilmington's badassest doo-wop groups.
Yeah. No, back when gangs sing songs,
Yeah,
Joe Biden
it was terrifying.
Yeah, Joe Biden was like Tukey.
Going on, she says here, it seems likely that social distancing will force the presidential campaign to be played out entirely on our screens. That will free Mr. Biden, the presumptive Democratic nominee, of the burden of running a grueling, expensive campaign involving incessant travel. Instead, he can be digitally omnipresent at a small fraction of the cost and physical toll and create a new paradigm for how presidential campaigns communicate in the press for years to come. Mr. Biden's greatest asset as a campaigner is his palpable empathy. Politicians can learn a lot of tricks, talking points, debate, and interview strategies, but personal warmth is something that cannot be taught. It also happens to be a trait that translates well on television. I mean, this is just restating what we read last week about their online digital empathy strategy. Their online empathy content strategy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, like something that Joe Biden has and has had as a politician is, like, yeah, his dementia shit's funny, but he does have an ability to connect with, if the conditions are right, meaning like if it's before 5 o'clock, I guess, and the person isn't antagonistic to them, he can have like what looks like a genuine moment with voters because he doesn't hate talking to people.
Yeah.
But I don't see, he needs to be in front of them. Joe Biden is not of the FaceTime generation.
Yeah.
He's not going to read a fucking comment and have a genuine human moment with them. Like, this is, if anything, a disaster for the Biden campaign, for the one thing he could kind of do.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's all. He's the king of like that retail one-on-one, sheeny Irish bullshit. That is not going to work with fucking Zoom calls to like and commercials and stuff.
No, yeah. If anything, this is the worst thing that could have happened to his campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to be doing those TikTok videos where he's just sitting there and like a little bubble will come up that says Medicare for all, healthcare free at the point of service. Nope. And then points to like over his other shoulder and it's just like, means tested employer backed, healthcare tax credits. Yep.
Well, he could do you see that TikTok of like this is the saddest TikTok I've ever seen. It was somebody's dad wearing an Aeropostale hoodie, which is already starting out very sad, but it's like him just hitting his kid's TV with a baseball bat, something like that. I could see a TikTok like that with Joe Biden, him doing that to Hunter.
So it says, Liz continues here. She says, think about Biden's 2017 appearance on The View when he comforted a visibly emotional Megan McCain after her father, Senator John McCain, learned he had terminal brain cancer. It was a raw and remarkable moment of live TV, and most seasoned politicians would have struggled. Mr. Biden thrived. I mean,
yeah, because he was in front of somebody. He was next to somebody in the flesh. He wasn't looking at a phone thinking that it's taking his soul, which is what's happening now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Also, I don't think it's like, that unique. I do agree that Biden does have a little bit. He does have that like little bit of that politician's charisma and that little twinkle and personal touch that people respond to.
Honey Fitzgerald,
in person, or even I guess when they see a clip of it. But like, I don't think it was that big of a stretch to comfort someone who's just found out that their parent is dying of cancer. Like.
It was a big stretch because if I was there in Joe Biden's place, I would have been like, aren't you like 40? You just like get over it. Like relax.
Everyone's
parents
happens. Everyone's parents die of cancer, dude.
Yeah, mine
Calm
would
down.
go viral. Mine would go viral for the like everyone would be mad at me, but it would still go viral. And metrics are all that count.
This human touch is especially important at a time when voters are looking as much for a healer-in-chief as they are a commander-in-chief. It sets up a stark contrast with President Trump, who in crisis after crisis has demonstrated a lack of empathy and inability to feel Americans' pain. See, I mean, like, that's only true to a certain extent, because like he feels and communicates the pain and empathizes with the segment of the country that really loves him. But that segment of the country is so fundamentally alien to the rest of us that it's impossible to understand. But he is showing empathy for the beautiful boaters. He's out there for the boaters. He's out there for the, the business owners who want, people to go back to Apple. They want to go back to the bad food restaurants. That's who he's empathizing with. But like,
yes, exactly. They're like, I know that the president wants me to be eating, kicking, flipping dippers right now.
It's just, the empathy that Trump does, it doesn't seem like empathy to you or I, or like, a human being. But, to his fan base, to a good chunk of this country, Trump definitely is a healer in chief. He's healing us every day. He's helping us every day.
And everybody else is basically checked out of this because they know it's a grisly facade, because neither one of them is telling them that there's going to be anything other than pain and horror in the foreseeable future, because there's no alternative to it.
Yeah, that's running down the list of Democratic candidate appearances on The Breakfast Club. We've got, starting with Hillary Clinton's famous hot sauce in the purse incident. That was pretty good. Hot sauce in the purse. We've got Kamala Harris saying, I smoked weed and listened to Tupac mixtapes in college before Tupac was even a solo artist. We have Charlemagne particularly humiliating Elizabeth Warren and making her look like to be a fool.
That is tough to do. I mean, Megan McCain pulled it off, so it's clearly difficult.
Well, I like the Charlemagne clip with Elizabeth Warren because he was just like, well, like how were you a Republican when they were doing all this evil shit? And she was just like, oh, I wasn't political then. Like, I wasn't paying attention to politics.
She was just a law student.
It was about that money.
and no, it's
I was securing the bag.
She was like literally in like college Republicans or something. Like,
and yeah, no, Charlemagne just said to her like, oh, like he was like, you thought you were a Native American, and then like you thought you were a Republican. He was like, you sound confused.
I'm like, she was like, skirt. I'm gonna hit the Rari.
Chris, why don't you pull up the first one, the first clip, which is I've titled "Carnival Games," and I would like to just give a thank you to Jack Allison, who is the one who actually pulled all of these clips and compiled them for us here. So yeah, let's watch that first clip. Joe Biden talks about carnival games.
Yeah, we know polls can be illusions, though. Like, we looked at all the polls in 2016, too, and look what happened.
Totally different, man. 2016 is totally different. What you had then is you had somebody who didn't know it all. They wanted to just change the system the way it was. He was the biggest change. He had no serious opposition that turned out to materialize. And so it's totally different. Right now, we're in a situation where it's like, that Carney show goes through town once and you find out there's no pee under any one of those three shells that get pushed around. Mm-hmm. Next time it comes back, what do? Next time back, you ain't playing. You got to figure it out. And let me tell you something. My community's figured it out a while ago. But here's the deal. What I have to do is I have to continue to talk about the things that matter. And the things that matter are, for example,
fairness and carnival games.
A study out of Columbia University and the Disease Control Center up there. They pointed out that if he had listened to me and others and acted just 1 week earlier to deal with this virus, there'd be 36,000 fewer people dead. Dead. And you guys are wondering what's he doing? Come on, man. Get a life.
I love every time, Joe. There's so much great shit in this clip.
There's so much going on here.
I want to say the thing I love most about Joe's verbal style is like, whenever he has to end a sentence, he's like, oh shit, I don't know how'd I even get in here, man? So he has to start yelling to get out of it. It's like he echolocates his way out of a sentence, and you saw this in the debate a lot. Like when it was his the first debate, his closing statement was hilarious. It was something like,
I remember when John McCain said, "Can you carry my coffin?" I said, "It's an honor, man. You're a never man." And that's what it's really all about. And then he's like, "Oh no, how do I get out of this?" And he's just like, and that's what it's all about. Like, he just has to shout his way out. And this one, like, he's in the middle of this thing about this study that, like, God knows how that's being filtered in his brain. And the Carney show, which is a great thing to call a carnival, and the pee under the shell. But he's like, "Oh, man, I don't recognize this neighborhood." Like,
Dead. I want their families dead. I want the place where they work burned to the ground. Okay, so yeah, I feel like this tribute. I mean, this clip of Biden pays such tribute to you, Felix, because like he is more E1 Biden than Joe Biden was before you guys did that episode. And I think you guys should take no small amount of credit for willing this into being. Like he is becoming that guy with more and more with every passing day. I mean, just talking about the carnival game with the pee in it, and then so he says we got to beat him. He's like, we got to beat him by talking about what's important. But I'm saying that after this anecdote about a pee game at the Carney show, and then the other thing, it starts out with him saying, Charlemagne is bringing up the reasonable point that while national polls maybe or even state ones may be showing him with a good lead on Trump right now. We know based on prior experience that those can be perhaps, fool's gold, or we shouldn't put too much stock in them. And then he just immediately is like, "It's wrong, man. Wrong. 2016, totally different than now."
And his explanation of 2016 is so like, is he saying that Trump had no serious opposition? Like, he beat 16 candidates in the primary.
And also, is he just owning Hillary there? In which case, that's pretty funny. If he's essentially saying Hillary wasn't actually competition to him.
Well, we know that Joe resents Hillary. So, like, maybe.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, she stole the spot. Like, he clearly was going to run in 2016. Obama talked him out of it. And then he allowed that to happen. And then he looks back and he's like, that was my shot. And so now, yeah, he's going to be tormented about it until he gets there.
Man, that was the last year of my good brain, man.
I could have actually done something as president. I could have remembered some of it.
Man, I didn't get lost in the sentences before that.
And so he's the hottest new outfit in American politics. I'm referring, of course, to the Lincoln Project. I don't know, maybe you've seen their ads. And if there's one thing the entire political media can agree on, it's how scathing, witty, and effective this new group's ads being run against Donald Trump are, and how devastating they're going to be for this fall. So I think it would behoove us to take a closer look at who is the Lincoln Project. And for the purposes of this episode, I'm going to be referring to them as the Project for a New American Lincoln.
Yeah. You guys, if you watch TV, if you watch the shows on MSNBC, if you're constantly like clicking on news stories about how Propecia gives you dementia or whatever, you're getting ads for the Lincoln Project. You're seeing them while you scroll. And we all love the ads. We all think the ads are like funny and poignant. We've seen the one ad, gay president, where it superimposes the word gay guy over Donald Trump giving speeches.
Devastating.
And then just like flashes a picture of Osama bin Laden, and then plays a clip of Donald Trump in 2007 saying, "I would never be a gay guy." And then it goes, "Who's the gay guy now?" And that's been retweeted 300 million times. These are really good ads. These are good ads, and it's the sort of minds that like took down guys like Max Cleland, and they're being put to a good use now. But unfortunately, the creators are kind of yikes, as we say.
Hey, you remember how effective that ad against Max Cleland was when they were like, "This pussy lost 3 limbs by accident in Vietnam. Loser." It's the minds behind projects like that, but they're working on our side now.
Mm-hmm.
They're on team anti-Trump, team Biden. And like the Pod Save guys were gushing about these ads. And
Pfeiffer, I hate to join in with the conventional wisdom crowd largely who love this ad, but I thought it was a terrific spot.
I think the one that I saw was called Morning in America. Morning spelled MOURNING instead of morning.
There's morning in America. Today, More than 60,000 Americans have died from a deadly virus Donald Trump ignored. With the economy in shambles, more than 26 million Americans are out of work, the worst economy in decades. Trump bailed out Wall Street, but not Main Street. This afternoon, millions of Americans will apply for unemployment. And with their savings run out, many are giving up hope. Millions worry that a loved one won't survive COVID-19. There's mourning in America. And under the leadership of Donald Trump, our country is weaker and sicker and poorer. And now, Americans are asking, if we have another 4 years like this, will there even be an America?
Because it's like, 100,000 people have died under Trump. And yeah, and it's just like people are clapping like seals for this shit because it's like, finally, like Democrats have long felt bedeviled by like, God, how do we fight these devastating attack ads? Well, now all the guys that have been creating those ads for as long as you've been alive are on our side now. And by our side now, I mean they're going to be running the Biden administration and the DNC because should Biden get elected, I think these guys are going to take all the credit for it, and as such, are just going to be given the keys to the Democratic Party. So let's look at who these guys are. Who are your guys, Lincoln Project? Well, let's go to their website here. The website is just a if you go to the About Us or Our Team, it says, the founders of the Lincoln Project have spent over 200 years electing Republicans, but now they've sparked a nationwide movement with a singular mission: to defeat Donald Trump and Trumpism. Now, they say the mission is to defeat Donald Trump and Trumpism, but what's unspoken is the idea that they are going to replace it with just what the Republican Party was up until the primaries 2016.
Yeah, it'll be the Kasich. It'll be like, what if we'd gotten the Kasich administration we'd always dreamed of?
I think the best article I've been able to find that I think gives you really the best handle on who these people are and what their deal is in Vanity Fair by Caleb Akarma. Headline: It had been my personal mission to have him call me a loser. Meet the Lincoln Project video whiz whose ads are driving Trump insane. He's not a resistant superstar like Rick Wilson and George Conway, but Tea Party veteran Ben Howe is the creative force behind the anti-Trump super PAC, pissing off the president, ideally convincing disillusioned Republicans to vote Biden. Do you guys remember Ben Howe at all?
I do, yeah. Ben Howe was one of the most divorced OG conservatives on Twitter.
Yes.
He was like, like all of these guys, if you go back to his post in 2014, he's like, if Trayvon had attacked me while I was wearing my suit of armor, I would have cut his limbs off. I would have dropped a howitzer on Trayvon's house. And then in 2016, they're like, I just don't have a career anymore. I can act grossed out by Trump. But also, unlike a lot of these guys in 2016, Ben Howe was publicly divorced by his wife while battling the Trump trolls. So that was that was a
I was
good
gonna
thing.
say what I remember about Ben Howe is, aside from his bog standard repellent right wing takes circa 4 years ago, I think his political conversion to being anti-Trump happened in the 2016 election, when I guess he was taking it more seriously than others were, like in his crusade against Trump. And the MAGA alt-right people found his old tweets where he talks about how his wife divorced him in Starbucks. And then just like that became their thing on him.
That happened during his campaign against Trump. That was, that was awesome.
I gotta say, I'm not that interested in Ben Howe. I'm much more interested in the Ben why. Like, why is he like that? Because the Howe is, yes, owned by trolls and divorced in Starbucks, but I want to know why.
Okay, so the Ben why is someone took the Matt Forney gene and sort of like they did the thing where you give your Sims money, and that's why Ben looks like that. You do the
Umbrella Corporation.
Yeah, the infinite money.
The Umbrella
cheat.
Corporation the Umbrella Corporation got some filings from the inside of Matt Forney's mouth and then turned it into the G virus, which is and that's the Ben Howe prototype.
We've isolated the getting divorced genome.
If you think we're being too mean to Ben Howe, like literally every post he had before 2016 was like, I want to make a time machine to kill Michael Brown myself. Like awful, awful, awful guy.
Yeah, just a sick puppy getting off on the idea of racialized murder. But then the trolls, that's the real awfulness. That's the real horror.
No, that's literally it. That is literally the origin story of all these guys. They're like, as long as like any of this shit was disconnected from them, they were just jacking off to the idea of murdering like a black 17-year-old. And like, look at all of Rick Wilson's shit. Look at all these guys' shit.
Yeah,
and then the moment someone's like, hey, you ugly pussy, your wife looks like shit. They're like, America is built in the blood and so of racism, and racism is the thing that we must fight. The thing I've always been against.
Because you're being mean to me.
Yeah.
Let's go into Caleb's piece because I think this does give the best summary of what the Lincoln Project, like who they are and what they're about. So beginning here, it says, prior to Donald Trump's 1 a.m. Twitter rant last month, raging against a group of rhino Republican loser types at the so-called Lincoln Project, Ben Howe, a video editor and one of the top creative minds behind the Super PAC's notorious anti-Trump ads, had avoided...
Dude, notorious with who? Shut the fuck up! God, this is like, remember when we watched that Roger Stone documentary and all of these lanyard dicks were just stunned by what a character he was? And it's literally just like you met one person who wasn't just made out of Dockers, and your fucking monocle popped out because you're amazed at the texture of their personality. It's the same thing. Like these ads are, this is hot fire. It's like, yeah, you watch the fucking you watch those Danish train movies where it's just a GoPro strapped to the cow catcher of a train for 15 hours. Of course you think this is cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I also watch the Danish train movies, Matt, and I think they're a lot more dynamic than any shit that Ben Howe is farting out for this. I like that he's described as the top creative mind. It's just like, what a low bar to clear in that fucking group of people. Like Rick Wilson's creative endeavors prior to this were, running dog whistle racism political campaigns and bragging about how he could like field strip a M16 rifle blindfolded. I mean, like, A, that's bullshit, and B, like, you know, he's a psycho. He's a psycho right-wing Republican. But I think, I mean, like, you know, I'm going to give away where I'm going with this is, like, all these guys are on the outs because, like, you know, they went too far with the Never Trump thing, and then because of, like, unlike, you know, Rich Lowry or, like, that whole crew, like, they have something inside them that, like, their feelings of shame and cuckoldry would be too much to come crawling back to Trump. So they've done the next best thing, which is basically take over the Democratic Party, who is like the softest target imaginable and is going to welcome them right into the fold.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's not
just been dying to do this.
It's a mutual thing, though. Like, these guys aren't really doing a Trojan horse move. I mean, I think they're Trojan horsing it for the rubes, but at the toppest level. I mean, I remember in 2016, we talked about how the long-term strategy of the Democratic Party under the Clintons was to turn the Democratic Party into the party of the new global capitalism and leave the rump of basically just white middle-class voters, like white, older, grievance-riddled suburbanites, to Trump. And then they would have everybody else under a banner of woke finance capitalism. And like Biden is just going to actually do what they thought they were going to do. And in fact, having Trump in there for 4 years ended up helping their project significantly. Problem is that the Clintons were not able to actually enjoy the benefit of it. They were like Moses. They brought the DLC, the DNC to the promised land of assimilating everything that wasn't, the MAGA rump into one party, but sadly too late for them to enjoy it.
I mean, I think this has been the dream of it's like this was the Clinton project, this is the DLC project, and I think this has been the dream of like sort of like the DC elite or like the intellectual elite, like the whatever you want to call it, the foreign policy and policy ruling class, whatever you want to call them. They're going to get their dream come true with this Lincoln project because should it work, what they will be left with is a party, the Democratic Party, which will be indistinguishable from what the Republican Party would have been had John McCain or Mitt Romney been able to win. And crucially, if they had been able to win and that in a way that would make it so that they wouldn't have to pander for the votes of evangelicals. And if that were be able to accomplish, this is like the policy dream of like every DC establishment thinker for the last probably 40 years. Is like they want all the Republican policies as far as it comes to empire and Wall Street and gutting unions and the New Deal and the social safety net and getting rid of all that. But they don't want the embarrassment of having to pitch it to a group of people who think the world is 5,000 years old.
Well, and also beyond embarrassment, just there is take immigration, for example. There is a cross-party consensus for liberal immigration along a line that maintains like a second-class citizenship or like a second-class position for guest workers or whatever. Like that was the Bush vision of immigration reform that is broadly acceptable to every level of like high-level capital, but that is genuinely rejected by this grumpy bunch of old white people. And if you don't have to split the difference with them, if you don't have to keep doing things like nominating Donald Trump to get them to stop teething about the fact that America's manufacturing base has been completely gutted, then you're in the perfect situation to be able to just carry out something that will not get any pushback from the broad woke culture because it's in opposition to the racial panic and xenophobia of the Trump GOP, but which at the end of the day just serves the interests of employers.
So like continuing with this piece here, it says, Howe told me during a phone interview referencing a viral Lincoln Project spot blasting the Trump administration's handling of the coronavirus pandemic. Once he did that, well, it had been my personal mission to have him call me a loser someday. So I was like, okay, I can't stay quiet anymore. I love that from Ben Howe because it's like his mission in life is to get called a loser by bigger and more powerful people. Because it's just like spending your entire career being called a loser by everyone online is one thing. But the president of the United States, hey, buddy, you've arrived. You've arrived. You've made the loser Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Ben Howe is like, he wants to live his whole life that way, just getting called a loser by everyone. And then in his final moments, his life flashes before his eyes. He sees different chain restaurants that his wife left him at throughout the years, different wives. And then he arrives at the pearly gates, and St. Peter says, Homo says what? It's the culmination of it all.
Yeah, no, it's just like if your wife's boyfriend thinks you're a loser, you're just waiting to come back and be like, guess what? You agree with the president, President Trump. How do you feel about that, buddy? It's just he's adding the president to the list of like Pilates instructors, scuba teachers, and online denizens. So it says here, like the Lincoln Project, dog just biting him every time he reaches his hand down. Like the Lincoln Project's other members, Howe, the creative mind, video editor, and he said sometimes narrating voice on many of the group's ads, spent years supporting conservative policies and working on various Republican campaigns. In December, in an effort to help ensure Trump doesn't win a second term, Howe joined forces with Rick Wilson, a Defense Department appointee under then Secretary Dick Cheney. Okay, yeah, Rick Wilson, again, that's who we're talking about here. Defense Department appointee under Secretary Dick Cheney.
By far the least talented Beach Boy.
And GOP strategists who contributed to Rudy Giuliani's winning mayoral ad campaigns. George
Which
Conway,
were just pure racial panic.
Yes.
Yeah,
Giuliani got elected.
The Giuliani ads were literally like, what if you woke up one day and your son was black? What if they replaced your wife with a black guy? What would you do then? What if you became Puerto Rican?
Rick Wilson's his Giuliani super PAC was called "They're No Angels" PAC. Okay, and then we got, of course, George Conway, another little shame piggy who loves being humiliated by the president. I mean, like, this is a collection of guys who just essentially like being cucked by Donald Trump, but they're going to make a big show of sort of sticking up for themselves. I mean, George Conway. Did you see the thing where his daughter was going at him on Twitter this week?
Oh God!
It's like it's not just his wife, but his kid is just like, fuck you, loser! Shut the fuck up, you bitch, motherfucker.
That exchange was the absolute. Like, people wonder why I'm terrified of the Zoomers. That's why. His daughter's just like, fuck you, to her own dad on under the gaze of the entire DC press corps, just like, fuck you, bitch.
That was
Fuck
awesome
you.
too. That was awesome too because like all the replies to it were like lupus mom for Joe being like, "Your dad is doing a great service to the country. You have to respect him."
I don't gotta do shit, bitch.
Yeah, shut up, bitch. No, that was awesome.
So yeah, George Conway, a Washington attorney and husband of top Trump aide Kellyanne Conway, who in 2017 was considered for a number of Justice Department posts before turning on the White House. I mean, again, like, what does it tell you about this guy that up until a couple years ago, he could have been working for fucking just William Barr at Trump's Justice Department? And then, I don't know, like, what soured him on Trump? That's what I want to know.
It sounds like because he didn't hire him.
Yeah. Steve Schmidt, a top strategist for George W. Bush's 2004 bid. Hey, you remember George W. Bush's 2004 campaign where they tried to get by on the disaster that the Iraq War was by convincing everyone that terrorists were going to strike at any moment and that gay people were coming to convert your children? Remember that? That was the brainchild of him, Steve Schmidt. He was also operations chief for John McCain's 2008 presidential campaign and campaign manager for Arnold Schwarzenegger's 2000 re-election bid for California governor.
He also looks like a bar of roller deodorant.
Yeah, this is a very hairless gang.
These guys, all these motherfuckers. These guys all look like those like British middle-aged guys who just punch each other at pubs.
Yeah. The Lincoln Project was founded when a group of 10 friends had a sleepover at Chernobyl. A social club of guys who don't have cancer but drink chemotherapy fluid just for fun because they like how it tastes.
And finally, we've got on the masthead John Weaver, the chief strategist for John Kasich's 2016 presidential campaign. So this was John Weaver. That was like America's top hobo wrangler. I mean, nobody can tie a bindle like this guy, John Weaver. Considered turncoats.
John Weaver was paid $400,000 a year to read little dashes on fence posts and see where the candidate could say
where he could eat a sandwich without having dogs turned on him.
So just being interviewed by Chris Matthews. So the big problem we ran into in New Hampshire was a dishonest man lived in a lot of these houses.
There were no victuals to be found at all.
I always like the Kasich versus Cruz storyline because Ted Cruz does seem like a guy from the 1800s who just killed hobos. Like if you weren't homeless then you could just kill hobos and it wasn't really illegal.
Oh yeah, it was a recreational activity.
Yeah.
19th century Ted Cruz had a pie cooling on his windowsill all the time, and it was just like a hummingbird feeder for proto Kasichs, just wandering in and then being hit in the back of the head with a pickaxe while they tuck in.
Yeah, no, he did have the vibe of the murderer from 200 years ago.
So it says here, considered turncoats due to their shared opposition to Trump, the group united under the name of Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president, and formed a super PAC with the explicit goal of preventing Trump from being reelected by swaying swing voters and moderate Republicans and pissing him off in the process. Howe first honed his skills as an ad creator working for the anti-Obama Tea Party movement. He launched his political ad-making career after his business, a trademark research firm, went under during the recession. In 2010, he created a video promoting the Tea Party for Red State, a conservative website where his brother Caleb Howe wrote at the time. Following the clip's semi-viral success, Howe was contracted by FreedomWorks, a Koch-founded advocacy group that played a major role in astroturfing the Tea Party wave. For another video, his success, he said, resulted in him working with the Heritage Foundation on video proposals of their own. His new company, Mr. Smith Media, which he told me is named after the 1939 political dramedy starring Jimmy Stewart, went on to craft online clips and ads for Ted Cruz's inaugural Senate campaign, which has arguably proven to be the Tea Party's most enduring success in Washington. Oh boy, this is your new Democratic Party, people. In subsequent years, Howe told me his company continued to make videos for Heritage, National Review, and Senator John Cornyn. He didn't predict, nor was he prepared for the rise of Trump, but for him it represented a breaking point. During the 2016 election, he vowed to phone bank for Hillary Clinton if Trump won the nomination. He subsequently created an Oppo documentary about Trump campaign titled The Sociopath. In January of that year, before I even left the party, he said. His defection, he said, made him highly unpopular in his former circles. I like that before his defection. I'm sure he was very popular among all political groups.
Yeah, he was.
I mean,
he
it
was
just-
notorious for hogging all the pussy.
I just like what does it say about like what absolute suckers the pod safe guys are, that like a guy who was hated by everyone and like all he has to do is just one viral ad and you're like, this guy's got something.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were like an earnest like loser liberal Democrat, it's like, wouldn't you just want these guys to go away forever? It's not like just because like a bunch of other fucking losers will rise up and take their place in the Trump GOP. But at least one of your tormentors, one of your enemies is gone. He's a loser. He's out of the game. He has to like go make ads in Omaha, Nebraska. He has to do the Saul Goodman, but for political ads. And his life sucks. He feels bad. He probably like puts one of those like Joker bang guns in his mouth every day. You should like feel good, but instead it's like no, we're pulling you back from drowning in the loser pond.
But that's
like,
they're always going to do that though, because remember we talked about on the episode where we talked about Dan Pfeiffer's book. For these people, the pool of voters is static, and their job is try to get marginal Republicans to agree with them. And so anytime a Republican says, I agree with the Democrats on this, they calm themselves to death, because that's the sum total of their notion of politics. Getting a Republican to agree with them and work for them instead of destroying him, having them work with them, that's the real victory. That's the sense of, we've done it. We've got these bald fucks on our side now instead of opposing us, and that means we won.
It's also like, I mean, it's obviously the grand democratic design of owning the presidency, never having control of both seats or both houses of Congress, because you don't want to have the onus on you to actually do anything.
No.
That's the perfect world for them.
Yep.
But I think for the Dan Pfeiffer type specifically, for these guys specifically who, like, I've met normie Democrats who actually do want the Democrats to own Congress, the executive branch, all this shit. This isn't what they are. The Dan Pfeiffer types have to believe that the job of making political ads and being a political consultant is like a mystical profession that you can be incredibly skilled at. It's the same reason why there are all those fucking stupid articles in 2016 and 17 about like the dark genius of Steve Bannon. Because the only way that someone could have beat them is if they were like an otherworldly Rasputin like genius. They have to believe that this job is not only important, but incredibly difficult, and not that they're just all they didn't have the qualifications to make ads for Gillette.
And outside of like electoral math or any of the sort of the actual party members and their agenda and ideology, for like the average Democrat, I just think like that there's such easy marks for this, because I think they like nothing more than the idea that like, oh well, if Bill Kristol, if someone is like Bill Kristol is agreeing with me, then like we must be right. Like, and who can argue with it's incontrovertible like how right we are, that like even X, Y, and Z are now on our side, or they're willing to say Trump is a threat to the republic. It's just like it's catnip to them.
They love it.
Like I said, and like guys like Bill Kristol. I mean, like during the George W. Bush years was the intellectual architect of the Iraq War, and let's just say he was very high on my Walter White list.
I mean, remember the West Wing first season when Ainsley Hayes, the little proto-Coulter, owns Sam Seaborn on a show. How does the White House get back at her? Destroy her. Hired her. Just smothered her with kindness and just showed, actually, these guys, we love America just as much as Republicans do. They just want to be validated by daddy.
Going on here, it says, it's rare to see a political ad that says widely praised, decried, and covered as a Lincoln Project spot. One reason for the group's rapid rise is their weaponization of Trump's own language against him, a willingness to get down in the kind of dirt that many Democratic ads won't touch. In one recent spot titled #TrumpIsNotWell, the Lincoln Project zoomed in on clips of the president struggling to walk down a ramp and drink a glass of water with one hand. In a script reminiscent of the Trump campaign's mockery of Joe Biden's health and Hillary Clinton's before him, an ominous voice can be heard calling Trump shaky and weak, questioning his secretive midnight run to Walter Reed Medical Center and announcing something's wrong with Trump.
Donald Trump.
The Lincoln Project has spent significantly less than PACs receiving comparable levels of media attention, a reported $2.75 million in TV ads and $1.2 million in Facebook ads thus far, but it makes it up for it with ostensibly out-of-bounds shots. And like this is getting to another aspect of this about like, you know, people crowing about how effective these ads are because they're it's like they're using the Republican playbook against the Republicans. And like, this has bedeviled Democrats forever. Like, you know, back when Bernie seemed like a real thing, I mean, like their biggest fear that they would psych themselves out with, sincerely or not, would be like, oh, can you just imagine the ads Republicans are going to run against him? Oh, God. And, you know, like, it's like making an ad about how Trump's not well and like, you know, not physically and mentally ready to be president. That's like the Rove tactic of going at your opponent with like your biggest weakness.
Yeah.
Like, you know, they're flacking for Joe Biden here, folks.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, this is just part and parcel of like, you know, all these guys came out of like the Russiagate stuff too. You know, Rick Wilson was on MSNBC every day, you know, pushing that, you know, line about how Trump is a traitor and a foreign agent, you know, to the hilt. And the point is, it's just like, it's not a sign of success if all the ads that you like and think are so successful and effective rely on premises that aren't 100% right wing. It's just like, this is what I mean about how like this is the Democratic Party now is just what the Republican Party was 10 years ago. Because it's just like, if all of your premises, if you're going to cede the entire field of like your vision of politics in the world to John McCain and George W. Bush's political inner circle and policy political teams, then what point, like, I mean, why even run for president? Like what are you trying to achieve? Mitt Romney's healthcare plan? Oh wait, Obama did that.
You want to be a steward. You want to be a responsible steward of empire, unlike feckless Donald. I mean, he's a Cheeto, for God's sakes. You need an actual human in president. It doesn't matter what they believe. They have to not be a snack food.
Howe, who described his efforts right now as the most fulfilling and important of my life. That's correct. I don't even need to fact check that. I know that's sincere and true. Acknowledged the satisfaction he feels when his creations start getting to Trump. At the personal level, our work has two tracks for me. One is definitely, he has said. The other track is electoral. The goal to make one person who has been on the fence or feel like they could never vote for a Democrat or isn't sure about this or that, to just at the very least make them pause and consider that they don't have to be a slave to a binary choice. They don't have to make decisions solely on what one party or another tells them. They can actually just stop, back up, and think for themselves. He hopes those kinds of Republican voters are forced to stop and ask, is this the person someone I'm okay with? Would I have been okay with this guy being in charge in a true crisis like 9/11 when they watch his videos? And if you would be worried, he added, then I want to give somebody else pause to reconsider. Every Republican voter would be fine with Donald Trump being president on 9/11. You know how I know that? Because they were all fine with George W. Bush being president on 9/11, where he fucking, you know, read a book to kids and then disappeared for a good 36 hours before he showed up again, when like nobody knew what was going on. Oh, and also presided over the single greatest breach of national security in the history of this country. So, I mean, this is the ultimate victory of the right wing, is that they've engineered a system, and, you know, God, almost credit to them for doing it. It's almost impressive. But they've engineered a system in which they cannot lose. They can never, ever lose, because if this is what the Democrats are now, then like this is their agenda. There's no way out of it, because like as long as the Republican Party continues to like morph into like the Trump or, you know, blood and soil nationalist party of whatever's coming after him, as long as they're there, then the Democrats are just always going to be picking up the slack of becoming the thing that they were just 2 elections ago.
Well, it's because
but not even believing the same things, but like employing the exact same people.
Because of the two different dynamics of the base and the party. The Republican Party is always terrified of and chasing where their base is, whereas the Democratic Party is always pulling away from what their base wants, which means that over time the Republicans will only go right, and that means the Democrats have to follow them. And that means that when they're in charge, they have to govern as Republicans, which increases the alienation of their own voters and pisses off right-wingers because it makes things worse, but they filter it through the cultural lens of the political parties rather than the actual policies that are bipartisan. And it guarantees that no one will ever come upon, there will never be a critical mass of people signing on to any left-wing challenge to the status quo, because it's just not viable. So people aren't even going to be able to conceive of it. Or if they do conceive of it, like Bernie Sanders tried to, it will be, the majority of people, are even people who would believe in abstract with the proposals, will refuse to believe that they could be acceptable to the rest of the country because of the incredible warping factor of the party politics that pushes everything always eternally right, regardless of people's actual views on issues.
Yeah, I mean, and what's really further than that though? Like, I mean, really, what I see happening here is like, okay, like if you take for granted that like a Joe Biden led Democratic Party will be what a John McCain led GOP would have been like had they been able to sever themselves from a socially conservative base, and like without having to pitch to the issues and speak the language of those voters. However, what they will replace it with is the exact inverse of the same culture war that functions in the exact same way, except it will be playing to frightened suburbanites, but with issues that are just like these hysterical church lady like denunciations of either Trump or like white fragility shit, But like it's the same culture war that will cover what really counts to these people, which is actual war.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the goal of these people and what you should look forward to in a Biden presidency.
Oh, he's letting you know. I mean, whoever's tweeting for him is out there saying it's on site. Venezuela, China, Russia. We're going to, a Biden presidency will be about remaking America's place in the world. And we all know what that means. A national greatness conservatism.
Right. American global leadership, which is, I mean, Biden is kind of the perfect guy to do it, because the only way I can describe America's global leadership for the past 30 years is just an old guy wandering out of the frame of a Zoom call. Except instead of like little trinkets and Werther's dropping out of his pocket, it's just like a pallet with $500 million, explosives, guns, and it just goes wherever. It goes wherever. You don't know where it goes. And then, there's a massacre of X amount of people in this version of Gladio, and you go, come on, man. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. And then repeat, done. We are the dementia empire.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and it's we got Daniel and Derek. We got you on today, and this is a perfect one. I've been champing at the bit since about Friday. I wanted to do an emergency pod, but consider this the emergency podcast session, because in my opinion, the single best bit of reporting, news, and comedy to yet come out of this 2020 election has finally dropped. I've been waiting on this one for a while. It comes courtesy of The Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg, probably our favorite human being on this show. I think he really holds the record as someone who probably warms my heart the greatest out of anyone who we've ever talked to on this show. But this is a bit of bombshell, earth-shattering, and I'm surely election-changing news that Donald Trump does not give a fuck about our beautiful dead soldiers from World War I.
What?
And it goes from there. This warrants, we've got experts in our corner. We've got the full Chapo lineup here. Sans Virgil. I'm going to go through this whole piece, but just starting off the top with you, Derek and Daniel, as our foreign policy expert and historian. What do you make of the loser and sucker gate, as I'm calling it?
I think it pretty clearly reflects the reality that since the creation of the all-volunteer force in 1973, we've essentially established a janissary class of soldiers that are totally disconnected in any way, shape, or form from our nation's elite. I mean, from Trump to Samantha Power, right? So there's there's generations of soldiers who are poor from the South or West, or grew up literally outside of a military base, and they're totally disconnected from American society, which is why someone like Trump would say something like this. He doesn't even know, it doesn't even enter his mind. He doesn't know any soldiers or things like that. And it's also, like, as you guys say all the time, it doesn't make a difference at all. It's just going to totally have absolutely no effect, but it is really funny.
I mean, I was stunned for a man like Donald Trump, who has always put others before himself and held, workers and the downtrodden in such respect. For him to say these things, it shatters my worldview. I don't know how to rebuild and try to make sense of things at this point.
I think that we're missing a lot of context here. I've been to diners in the Midwest. I've gotten beaten up in a lot of diners because I'm going out to patrons and bothering them and asking them if they thought the Democratic Party lost them when they got rid of Tom Daschle. I'm eating people's fries. I'm generally behaving and imitating the voice of John Leguizamo in the past.
I like to do my please, cruise and cream, playing 3-car money on these crazy streets, straight hustler. I'm all a scam man, I'm in it, so low to the flow, pick the pocket on a midget.
Part of an assignment that I have for the Atlantic. But the thing is, when you talk to these Midwestern voters, people who've had their fingers trapped in Chinese finger traps, people who are stuck in giant tires because their hero is the Michelin Man, real Americans, not hoity-toity media consumers, they support what Donald Trump has said about this because they, like him, think the Austrians should have stewardship of the Balkans. That was, if you remember, when he came down the escalator, he was coming out against the Black Hand. He was saying that Austrians have a blood right to rule over there. And I'm really amazed by people not catching on to that.
Damn it, I had a whole bit about this, and Felix beat me to it, and he did it better. But I just really wanted someone to explain to him in the helicopter, well, okay, so there was this small group of Serbian nationalists, and it's very important. It set off a whole thing. This one weird, they were all like 19 and insane incels, by the way, and it was a whole world war because of that. It is a fascinating thing to start with World War I, the most stupid, incomprehensible, burn after reading war you could possibly imagine.
Well, that's why he was baffled, because he doesn't have the ideological.
It's a baffling war.
He doesn't have any ideological filter because Trump really is proof that the powerful, they don't believe any of this shit. They know the world is like we see it. It's an abattoir of exploitation, and they just think that that's good because they're the ones doing the exploiting. That's why, as Amber points out, Financial Times, which is for the ruling class, is pretty unvarnished and relatively like Marxist in its analysis because they're talking to each other. And
Material
Trump,
world.
all Trump has is he doesn't have the part of the brain to lie to the fucking rubes, which is what the rest of them have beaten into them at birth, and that has slowly been dissolved by dang Cheeto dust and syphilis-spired sheets by now. So he's just saying this, and I think my favorite part of it is that he said it in front of John Kelly, apparently.
Yep.
Whose son died in Iraq. Because, like, a guy in that position, as they were saying, like, the ruling class is totally detached from the military, except for guys who went through the military to get into power. And that means those guys actually believe this shit to some degree. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't have joined the military. They would have done something that would have given them, like, more money and more direct power earlier than, like, grinding up through the ranks, in the army or something, or the Marines. So Kelly believes this shit. And so he thinks his son died for a reason. And here's the guy he fought on behalf of, representing the class of people that he fought on behalf of and is now a minion of, telling him to his face, your kid is a fucking loser and an idiot and a sucker because this is all fake.
I will fascinating, though, because it took him a while to initially, with the I don't get it, what's in it for them comment. He was like, oh, he must have been speaking to the heroism and the selflessness and the altruism. It's like, so even the idea, like, first of all, it took him so long to be like, I think he might not respect what my son did. Like, that just proves that, like, an article like this won't be taken. It's not like the troops are going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's not an indictment of intelligence or anything. It's just that people want to believe the people they like would like them. That's just human nature.
On the World War I issue, Amber, which you brought up, I would love to do a poll of the people who read this article and got really mad at it and see how many of them still think he was talking about World War II.
Yes, Derek. I had the exact same thing when I first saw this headline. It was like Trump refused to visit the U.S. military cemetery in France. I was immediately thinking it was like the Normandy Beaches one, and I was like, ooh, yikes! Like even for Trump, that's a bit far. And then as soon as I found out it was like World War I was like, oh fuck it, this is funny as hell because everyone, I guarantee you're exactly right. Almost everyone who's mad at this is just thinking about World War II, and what I like about this, like we're gonna read the piece because like the details in it are funnier than anything that you like. It's like pure duck soup. It's pure Marx Brothers. But like the larger meta thing that's funny is that like if you're president, like the barest minimum thing you have to do of our civic norms that must be observed is loving and respecting our honored fallen dead, our soldiers who died in wars for fighting for our freedom or whoever's freedom World War I was a consequence
or
of.
Bosnian national self-determination.
I really pray for you if you don't see the honor in fighting the war of cousins and uncles. Nephew against uncle, cousin against cousin, family friend against family friend. The most important war in human history.
But what I love so much about this story is that this is like I feel like so many people have been waiting for something like this of such a primal violation of our kind of civic religion and codes of behavior for our leaders to so violently just stick his fucking finger in it. And just fucking stumble into the country club like Rodney Dangerfield and Caddyshack and just start asking people's wives if they've ever made $16 the hard way, except it's a war widow instead of a golf person, you know. And like I saw this story and I just want to say, I immediately thought, this is it. There is simply no way the Republican Party or Donald Trump supporters or Fox News can possibly get out of this. There's no way, for instance, they'll just say this is a hoax and move on, or just even better, just say actually Joe Biden said that, and then everyone will forget about it by a day later.
Or more likely, say, what's the Atlantic? Jeffrey who?
Well, I mean
Fox News trashed their own reporter. They spent a whole day basically like tossing their own reporter under the bus when she confirmed some of this stuff. Well, it was amazing.
I mean, the Goldberg thing does rely on anonymous sources, and you can sort of read through the lines guessing who those anonymous sources are. But then, like, Fox's debunking of those anonymous sources relied on their own anonymous sources. And it's very clear, like, what Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic is doing here with, like, the timing of this is that, you know, like, this is supposed to be, like, if not an October surprise, then, like, a large bullet loaded in the chamber aimed at, like, you know, getting him out of the White House. That's not to say I don't believe every single word of what's essentially being alleged here, because even outside of these new revelations, there's already so much on the record with Trump, particularly what he said about John McCain and George H.W. Bush's military careers. If you think it's unlikely that he would say the things alleged here, then, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But it's Jeffrey Goldberg's involvement in this that adds just another layer of meta comedy, because, you know, he is, you know, so puffed up on himself about, like, you know, Donald Trump simply doesn't understand what it's like to serve a nation or volunteer to serve a foreign nation that you're not a member of as well, at least as far as Jeffrey Goldberg is concerned. But I mean, like,
where's the parade for the prison guards?
But he's just like, I love the fact though that he has been reduced to a page 6 columnist. Like, that undignified fucking position is suited to him.
It's hot
like,
goss.
No one believes him. It comes off like fucking goss. It's probably true, or at least largely true, and no one fucking cares because no one respects you, and they don't think any of this matters because it doesn't.
And Amber, I think that's an amazing point. That's something I thought about a lot. How the liberal thing about Trump is often like, let's not stoop to his level. Let's not go low like he goes low. Let's go high. Let's be better than him. But you can't help but play the meta of the champion. And the meta is acting like a gossipy bitch. How do you take down the media bitch? You act like Liz Smith. Not the political consultant, but the columnist.
Yes.
That's what, like Maggie Haberman has been a reporter for what, like 20, 30 years, like a fucking long time. And she's written some huge stories. She's broken some huge things. But just because of what the meta is now, because of who the president is, all her stories are like, you won't believe what Hope Hicks said about fucking Craig Shue.
But they don't have the chops of a Liz Smith. They don't have the
No.
chops of a Page Six writer.
But just to the author of the story before I start reading it, Jeffrey Goldberg. Like, it just the irony here is also really funny because is there anyone who genuinely views the U.S. military and the people who serve in it as bigger suckers than Jeffrey Goldberg, considering his career in war reporting and let's just say intelligence massaging? Because, I mean, like, he was happy to send thousands to their deaths in the war in Iraq based on his own erroneous reporting. And does he tell himself that the people who believed him aren't suckers or that he isn't a sucker? I mean, how does he square that in his head?
Well, I mean, this was the deal, I think, that was made when the military went, like, volunteer in the 70s. It was that the elites would be able to basically trade, like, their sort of genuflection to the troops who they don't really give a shit about in favor of not having to really serve in the military at all, which is, you know, throughout most of American history, the elite actually did, in some sense, serve, if not meaningfully, it served in the military. And so what's so interesting about Trump is he's just tearing the mask off that in every way, shape, or form. So it leads it up to, like, liberal scolds who, like you said, throughout all of their actual actions have demonstrated they couldn't give less of a shit about the people who actually go and fight America's wars to then scold him. And it's just totally ridiculous and just another indication that sort of the norms of this era are coming to an end, but the new world has yet to be born.
So this is my question here too. When we saw that shift, you know, away from the draft with sort of popular opinion, I mean, broadly, the working class was opposed to Vietnam. You were more likely to support it if you had gone to college. It feels very short-sighted, and I kind of wanted to know, because it's like, well, obviously, if you make it a volunteer army, the only people who are going to volunteer are going to be the people who have to or just have no other option, and they could be used as cannon fodder. And in some ways, one of the major kind of features of, like, anti-Vietnam sort of propaganda was that these were nice middle-class boys who, in maybe a different era, either wouldn't have been in the military, or if they were, like, upper middle class, they would have been just like the guys having tea in the tent with the opposing generals. But obviously in, like, jungle guerrilla warfare, they don't fight like that. They don't have that kind of a war tradition.
Right.
So I guess I'm curious about, like, how that transition happened.
So it's actually pretty interesting. Initially, a lot of generals are pretty much against the all-volunteer force for that very reason. They're worried that, you know, you're actually, who the fuck would volunteer for it? But it turns out that it was the best thing they ever did, because in the medium and long term, what it essentially did was, even after sort of the church commissions and the post-Vietnam investigations, it allowed the American military, American policymakers to essentially do whatever the fuck they wanted with the military, because no one was essentially looking over their shoulders, right? You don't have the middle class actually fighting Vietnam. And what people don't forget when they talk about the success of the anti-Vietnam War protests, that's right to a degree, but really what their most immediate success is that they pushed the war from a ground war to a bombing war, right? You get the bombing of the North, you get the bombing of Cambodia and Laos as a result of these sorts of protests. So there's a bunch of precursors right before the all-volunteer force, which actually suggested that if you're able to remove effectively the bourgeoisie from war fighting, then the American military, the American empire, will be able to do essentially what it wants. And just one quick thing, if you actually go back to the debates, the sort of trade was that if you served in the military, you'd get socialist benefits. There's a really good book called The Rise of the Military Welfare State.
Yes, it's an amazing book.
Yeah, it's an amazing book, which so it essentially shows exactly how that went. But I think it was the best move the American military, the American empire ever made. It gave them basically a force that they could do whatever the fuck they want with, and the bourgeoisie didn't care.
Yeah, it does, though, seem like a pretty short-sighted move on the anti-war movement.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the problem. I mean, the anti-war movement's a very complicated phenomenon. I mean, the big problem was when they stopped being as vicious when the war switched to bombing. that was a big
or
problem.
chemicals.
And
or whatever.
then once the draft was suspended, it pretty much tailed off after that completely.
Exactly.
All right. Well, like I said, this Jeffrey Goldberg piece is too good not to dive into the details of. So I'm just gonna, with your guys' assistance, I'm gonna go through this. Like I said, this sure to change plenty of votes and shift the scale and balance of powers in this country literally overnight through the power of the Fourth Estate. Jeffrey Goldberg, writing in the Atlantic, beginning. When President Donald Trump canceled a visit to the American cemetery near Paris in 2018, he blamed rain for the last-minute decision, saying the helicopter couldn't fly and that the Secret Service wouldn't drive him there. Neither claim was true.
Okay. That's so cool. That's like an excuse Felix would make up when he slept in. Didn't make the pod on time.
According to several, unnamed sources.
A power line crashed in my window, and I opened up my toilet today, and a bird flew out and attacked me. It's actually amazing that I'm alive.
According to several unnamed sources, Trump could not visit our honored war dead because, quote, his alarm clock didn't go off, and then his other alarm clock was broken. Neither claim was true, as no one uses alarm clocks anymore, as their phone essentially has removed the need for such a device. I do like it, though. He said the helicopter couldn't fly in rain. I mean, perhaps he was just going to take an F-35 to the cemetery, and it literally couldn't fly.
Fair.
Fair enough. But he goes here, continuing, it says here, Trump rejected the idea of the visit because he feared his hair would become disheveled in the rain and because he did not believe it important to honor American war dead, according to 4 people with firsthand knowledge of the discussion that day. In a conversation...
Girl, spill that tea. That is so fucking gossipy.
In a conversation with senior staff members on the morning of the scheduled visit, Trump said, quote, "Why should I go to that cemetery? It's filled with losers." In a separate conversation on the same trip,
Couldn't be me.
in a separate conversation on the same trip, Trump referred to the more than 1,800 Marines who lost their lives at Belleau Wood as suckers for getting killed. Belleau Wood is a consequential battle in American history, and the ground on which it was fought is venerated by the Marine Corps. America and its allies stopped the German advance toward Paris there in the spring of 1918. But Trump, on that same trip, asked aides, who were the good guys in this war? He also said that he didn't understand why the United States would intervene on the side of the Allies. Okay, I gotta say, when I read this,
it's a good question.
Who were the good guys in that war? Speaking of World War I, is literally the only sane question to ask about that conflict. And the
Gavrilo Princip.
And the answer is there were none. The bad guys were the officer corps of every one of the militaries engaged in that fucking war. But it's just they think about it like it was World War II. But if the Allies didn't, if American Marines didn't stop the Kaiser's advance on Paris, a different set of empires would have come out holding the cards on that, or maybe the Nazis
World
never
War II would have been avoided.
It wasn't something you could compare to an imperial fascism at all. It was all just it was such a clusterfuck. And I think people don't understand that there was a massive in the American socialist movement a refusal to serve during World War I, and during World War II there was some holdover for quite a while because they were like, this is just another situation where we're just throwing a bunch of bodies at a conflict that has nothing to do with us. And then eventually the Communist Party changed their mind and they're like, oh no, this is actually a pretty big problem. We should get involved in this one.
Yeah.
But their initial skepticism of it was very well founded because World War I was such a bullshit fucking. What even was that stupid war?
Well,
it was
incredibly Trump's concern where he's like, why did we do it? I mean, that's not him being craven. That's just him not knowing his stupid history. He should read the fucking minutes of the Nye Committee, and he'd know we went into World War I to make sure that J.P. Morgan didn't lose all the money he lent the Allies. And if someone explained that to him, he'd
would
get it.
understand
He'd be like, oh, smart move. Good move, Wilson.
Yeah, I mean,
imagine if you went to a restaurant today and you tried to get French onion soup and all they had was a big bowl of sauerkraut. I mean, come on. Like, this is
Not a world I wanna
existential
live in.
stuff, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and needless to say, it was World War I that destroyed both American and European socialism to some degree. I mean, Debs was arrested. Wilson arrested Debs. He opened all the mails. He used it to infiltrate the socialists and the communists. That's just in the United States. And then in Germany, it fucking split the Socialist Party. So you get the USPD and the SPD arguing over the war, which effectively leads to years and years of struggle, in some real sense culminating in Hitler. So is, in my opinion, World War I's the worst thing to happen to socialism worldwide.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's interesting to read some of the old Rosa Luxemburg speeches.
Very against the
she's
war.
talking about the war, and she's like, no, this will end badly. So they killed her and threw her in a canal.
Yeah, I mean, you have some really extreme elements of the left at the time thinking, it's sort of accelerationists, arguing that when they met on the battlefield, the working classes would unite against the aristocracy. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
This is also a pattern you see with kind of every stripe of revolutionary. They always think the revolution is just around the corner. Look how much is going on. We must be on the precipice of it. It's like, no, it's about to get way worse.
Do you think after they killed Archduke Ferdinand, some guy in England was like, they've fucked around and found out. I'm gonna post my favorite leather helmeted football mascot as a symbol of the coming revolution.
Yeah, and just to very briefly, like all those Italian guys who founded the fascist party were actually veterans of the Austro-Italian Front, which was like the most vicious front in World War I's history. And so there's a lot of arguments historians have made, literally connecting the sort of aesthetic of fascism to the experience of this Austro-Italian Front. So it was just horrible in every way, shape, or form.
Well, if we're speaking about other fascist accounts of World War I, my favorite would have to be Celine, an author who I do not approve of. But if you read the first two chapters about his experience in World War I, which are among the most, I mean, if you read nothing else, just read those first two chapters. And what's so clear in them is that for the people fighting the war, like your enemy was the officer class and military police of your own side, because they like nothing better than to execute their own soldiers for like desertion or cowardice or shit like that. They were just always looking to line some poor schmuck up against the wall and fucking pop goes the weasel, as Duck Soup says. Going on here, it says here, the Trump's understanding of concepts such as patriotism, service, and sacrifice has interested me since he expressed contempt for the war record of the late Senator John McCain, who spent more than 5 years as a prisoner of the North Vietnamese. He's not a hero, Trump said in 2015 while running for the Republican nomination for the president. I like people who weren't captured. I mean, we all know that's a classic Trump cut. I like the troops who weren't captured.
Which, hey, it's like he was able at that point to at least put on enough bullshit to say that he liked some of the troops, the ones who didn't get captured, who are less losers than the ones who got captured, who are less losers than the ones who died. They're the biggest losers.
I mean, that was such an incredible moment. It seems like it happened now like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it was such an incredible moment that he said that and didn't suffer anything for it in a Republican primary.
Everyone
it
thought
was
it was
just such an
over for
amazing... Right.
Yeah. That's all democratic.
In some ways, it speaks to the idea that actually the Republican Party is more democratic in the small D sense. Well, they're more big D in the D sense, but they have more sort of a populist bent at this point, whether they like it or not. They have more than the Democratic Party, certainly, where they're like, no, we don't want this person that everyone likes. Whereas the Republican is like, no, we don't want this person everyone likes. And everyone's like, yeah, fuck you. We don't care.
There's also this sort of weird pathology amongst the elite bourgeoisie, who are essentially mostly liberal in this country, about having not served in the military. So I think they're particularly sensitive to that chart. I mean, I'm sure we all went to, we all know these groups. It's just that and I think that's affected, been really important since the 1960s, where there's all this nervousness and anxiety about getting accused about not using martial sacrifice for your country. That's reflected in these beliefs that are just totally wrong.
Daniel, that's a really good, that's something I think about a lot, because when you think about the commanding heights of sort of for lack of a better term, like the liberal elite or like the liberal intelligentsia or media or political class. It's like they all form their identities coming out of the 60s for the most part and being very proud of taking part in both the civil rights movement, but like also the anti-Vietnam War movement. And then, like, they love to tell themselves that, like, we ended a war. Like, we marched and we ended the Vietnam War. We resisted the draft and shit like that. And then, as the country takes a more like right wing turn and like like with Carter and then Reagan and the Reagan era, it just seems like they've always been trying to like atone for that in some way. Like they would never come out and just say like, oh, actually the Vietnam War was good, but 9/11 and the war on terror just gave them their opportunity to sort of like atone for insulting the military or they like believing in this idea that like we spit on the troops and they came home, or we lost the war on the home front and like we served our fighting men so badly by disrespecting their valor or their sacrifice, even in a war that we didn't agree with. And they all really overcompensated for that when it came time for the war on terror and Iraq and Afghanistan. And they wanted to make doubly sure that like, hey, like, we may have opposed wars in the past, but we're different now. We're reasonable.
But it's a generation later, so they're doing it not only like not the people not the people participating. It's someone else's sons.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. I think that's right. And just one quick thing, there's a book called The Spitting Image, that the idea that people spit on returning Vietnam troops is not actually true.
Yeah, it's hokum.
It was the knockout game of its day.
Right.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure some guys got knocked out and it got filmed. I don't think anyone ever got spit on.
Yeah. It's a right wing. It's a right wing like POW, KIA sort of conspiracy theory. But Will, just to briefly answer your point, no, I think that's exactly right. You actually see sort of a transformation, I think, in American masculinity. Like you have all these bankers in the 80s, like using this like hyper militaristic, hyper violent language. I think because there's like a libidinal anxiety about having not served in the military, which comes to fruition during 9/11, where they wind up sending, like Amber said, other people's children to die. I mean, you see the same shit amongst like Samantha Power, Susan Rice, all these people willing to send other people's children to save other people's babies. It's the classic liberal way to approach war.
Going on here, it says Trump remained fixated on McCain, one of the few prominent Republicans to continue criticizing him after he won the nomination. When McCain died in August 2018, Trump told his senior staff, according to 3 sources with direct knowledge of the event, "We're not going to support that loser's funeral." And he became furious, according to witnesses, when he saw flags lowered to half staff. What the fuck are we doing that for? Guy was a fucking loser, the president told him. He's doing the Hoffa thing, man.
It's so cool. Also, he was a loser. He wanted to be president so badly, and he lost.
Yeah, and
that's
Trump
not his fault.
tried.
He was from Arizona. No, I mean, McCain is objectively a loser. Like, all that legacy, everyone in that family tree was an admiral. Like, they're fucking, you trace them back to the fucking Neolithic era. Their guy was probably like built a fucking raft out of woolly mammoth pelts. And, sank that ship, too. Just, like, American aristocracy.
I like Paleolithic men that don't sink their mammoth rafts.
Yeah. And then, what is his legacy? 2 failed runs for presidency. The guy who started a robocall that his adopted daughter was an illegitimate black child that he had. He campaigns for him, sells his soul for him. And his legacy, his progeny, 1 son no one ever fucking hears about or gives a shit about, and a daughter that everyone hates.
Everyone on Earth.
Yeah, the heel of the View.
She is like no one. I don't think anyone likes her, and she's on there to draw animus from the audience, and that they get a pleasure out of that. She's
Michael
she's
Ian
like
Black.
a wrestling heel.
The only one. The only tardy right wing hysteric blonde that doesn't even have a gay sycophant.
Yeah, not a single one.
Well, I mean,
he has one. He has one, Amber.
Well, yeah, one that I can think of.
Yeah, that's true. But and the person who made her own position for his campaign as a blogger without asking the campaign, and then got fired from a job she invented for herself.
Yeah.
When they found out she had done it.
Just stellar. He definitely raised the real Frederick the Great there.
Not even a Meadow, Janice.
Yeah.
Janice was more successful, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
She would not have been able to kill Richie Aprile, I guarantee you.
Janice survived at the end.
She would have just accused Richie Aprile of anti-Semitism. Come on. What the fuck are you talking about, Janice? No one's given more money to Israel than me and my brother.
So it says here, Trump's understanding of heroism has not evolved since he became president. According to sources with knowledge of the president's views, he seems to genuinely not understand why Americans treat former prisoners of war with respect, nor does he understand why pilots who are shot down in combat are honored by the military. On at least 2 occasions since becoming president, according to 3 sources, Trump referred to former President George H.W. Bush as a loser for being shot down by the Japanese as a Navy pilot in World War II. Bush escaped capture, but 8 other men shot down during the same mission were caught, tortured, and executed by Japanese soldiers. Felix, you talked about this earlier, though. But like George H.W. Bush was alive, but incredibly diminished when these comments first surfaces. Like if Trump could not have called George H.W. Bush a loser for getting shot down in like the 70s or 80s.
In the 70s, like, could you imagine what would have happened? Like George H.W. would have been like because H.W.'s public image was that he was like a nice nerd. Like, watch this 60 Minutes interview that's on YouTube where it's like so clearly set up by Bush's people where they're like, are you too nice to be president? And it's like, yeah, that's his problem. That's his problem. What would have happened if that happened in, say, 78? Well, first, Ivana would have had a car accident, I think.
Yeah.
Very tragic car accident where her brakes didn't work. Suddenly, OSHA, every housing regulatory body, they start having problems with the Trump empire. Then Donald gets caught with a kilo of coke that just wound up in his desk, and he goes to prison. He would have wiped his bloodline off the fucking map. It would have been over. But Bush, when he was just like wheeling around, grabbing women's asses, he didn't notice. I mean, the story about Bush on the plane is interesting. He did get shot down, and he did escape, but the account of the story changed a lot.
This is what I was going to say. Like, there are lingering questions about whether he stayed, because he was the pilot of the plane, and there are lingering questions about whether he hung around long enough to give his crewmates time to bail out, or if he ditched them.
It's not like LBJ, where LBJ completely made up what happened to him, which is awesome.
I think the only guy whoever gave him any shit for that, whoever crossed that line with Bush, I think was Bob Dole. I think Bob Dole made some backhand cracks a few times while campaigning against him. That maybe he let those guys die. Unless that's an SNL sketch I'm remembering. But I could believe him having done that because Dole
what happened to
was
Bob.
a fucking pimp.
Look what happened to Bob Dole. His HW shot the erectile dysfunction gun from the CIA. It's like, yeah, no, you didn't fuck with that guy. But yeah, no, I mean, I do think generally though, like World War II, nah, like, yeah, I get if you're gonna have military commendations for this bullshit, like, yeah, the guys that got shut down in World War II, but now it's like having a ceremony for the Harlem Globetrotters that got injured during a game. You're in a fucking F-18 now and you get shot down. You are a loser. You fucked up in some way.
Yeah, those things are. I mean, unless it rains and they just melt, they're not supposed to be shoot downable by what? Whose Air Force is going to be competitive with ours?
Yeah. What do? Swear a grudge against pigeons for the rest of your life?
So it says here. Well, when lashing out at critics, Trump often reaches for illogical and corrosive insults, and members of the Bush family have publicly opposed him. But his cynicism about service and heroism extends even to the World War I dead buried outside Paris, people who were killed more than a quarter of a century before he was born. Trump finds the notion of military service difficult to understand, and the idea of volunteering to serve especially incomprehensible. In parentheses, Goldberg includes here, the president did not serve in the military. He received a medical deferment from the draft during the Vietnam War because of the alleged presence of bone spurs in his feet. In the 1990s, Trump said his efforts to avoid contracting sexually transmitted diseases constituted, quote, his personal Vietnam. Why does he make me like him? Why does he do this?
That's a great joke.
Yeah.
Well, what I think is interesting about this is like Goldberg, not so subtly, is like, oh, Trump doesn't understand military service because he doesn't understand altruism. But in Goldberg's own account of when he served, it's straight up. He tells you, oh, I was a nerdy fat kid who couldn't get laid, so I had to go and feel power over somebody.
Right. Yeah. Like
that's not why everyone does it, but like Jesus Christ, do we think it's all
Jeffrey
altruism here?
Goldberg's version of serving in a military was like when Dick Cheney hunted those pheasants whose wings were cut. Like Jeffrey Goldberg served by beating up guys who were already captured and disarmed. Like
he put the lowest difficulty level there on purpose.
It must have been a very personal war for him to be fighting guys who were on hunger strike.
Yeah.
But because Goldberg's acting like, the sacrifice, joining the military is an act of sacrifice for others. But I mean, you can think of it that way, but I don't think if you're at the top, you usually do. You either think it's for losers, or if you want to do it, it's because your fear of death is overwhelmed by your desire to kill. And Trump, for all of his faults, is literally too cowardly to be like actively like violent that way. So it's like, no, that's good. I would rather just pile up my Croesus-like wealth and gaudy, extravagant life. I don't need to shoot somebody.
And it's the same like extension to his like not necessarily anti-war, but like conflict avoidant foreign policy. He's a real estate guy.
Yeah.
He can't, what if he wants to build a golf course there? Like he doesn't want to, because if he gets in too big, he could lose, and he doesn't want to put himself in a position where he could lose.
Yeah, fatalities from like airstrikes and drone strikes have risen during Trump, but anytime there's a threat, everyone thinks there will be like a massive troop buildup, like we're going to send a bunch of guys into a place. It never happens because even that scares him.
Yeah,
he's fine. He's fine with signing a piece of paper and 10 times as many fucking civilians die. But
which is why Obama is responsible for because people will point to the rise in like drone strikes and civilian deaths under Trump as proof of you guys were mad at Obama and look, Trump's even worse, and you say he's anti-war. No, Obama built for him a perfect push button military machine that was totally technological and removed any political consequence for doing like maintaining the order, like mowing the lawn or whatever.
Exactly.
Like and that means that a guy like Trump, I'll just keep pressing this button. You tell me there's a bad guy, I'll go bing bong, and then he doesn't think for a second. He doesn't think for a second about how many people are going to die because there will never be a political consequence for those people dying because they're not Americans.
Yeah, and I think that's by design.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's just to the degree to which like any like major like ground troops oriented like remember how terrified everyone was after the assassination about Iran, and it was like uh-oh. And I was like, I don't know. Let's wait it out. And it kind of went, because he likes to rattle the saber, but he's not a big fan of sabers.
Well, the thing is it would have required Iran to an escalation would have required an escalation on the half of Iran. And the thing is, that would have required them to act like us. And no other country on earth gets to act like us. They can't afford to act like us. And so they can't, even if they want to. They are constrained from doing this insane shit we do. So we cannot like build up a symmetrical escalation.
It deals with grooming, and everyone knows Seeking Derangement started because of grooming. In the Chapo Discord, we just had to find two young impressionable men who we groomed into becoming podcasters for us. But no, this involves the Lincoln Project, or should I call it the Lincoln Grooming Project? Because the folks are doing a lot of grooming online. This is courtesy of the New York Times here. Headline is 21 men accuse Lincoln Project co-founder of online harassment. John Weaver, a longtime GOP operative who advised John McCain and John Kasich, made sexual overtures to young men, sometimes offering to help them get work in politics.
I see this like the grooming angle. I see it as a kind of fulfillment of their stated goal. Like they make all these appeals to return to like the sensible heyday of Republican politicians, and by those politicians, they mean like Mike Foley and Larry Craig. We need leaders like that back in the room.
I was laughing about I was watching old Larry Craig stuff the other day, as I always do. I've talked about it a million times, but I was laughing about Larry Craig after he got caught, and his speech was like,
"Let me be clear. I am not gay. I never have been gay.
I am not, nor have I ever been a gay man. It's like
it's that old overlap from like communist / homosexual. It's
Yeah.
the "are you now or have you ever" kind of thing, because those always sort of they had the same thing. And many times Huac would like go find like a Hollywood choreographer like Jerome Robbins and be like, if you don't name names, we'll tell everyone you're gay. And it's like, it's Jerome Robbins. He choreographed West Side Story. We all kind of know. But yeah, anyway, big overlap between the gays and the commies. Are you now or have you ever?
Well, there's some good details here in the New York Times. This is courtesy of Maggie Astor and Danny Hakam. It says here, John Weaver, a longtime Republican strategist and co-founder of the prominent anti-Trump group, the Lincoln Project, has for years sent unsolicited and sexually provocative messages online to young men, often while suggesting he could help get them work in politics, according to interviews with 21 men who received them. His solicitations included sending messages to a 14-year-old asking questions about his body while he was still in high school, and then more pointed ones after he turned 18. It says here, Mr. Weaver sent overt sexual solicitations to at least 10 of the men, and in the most explicit messages offered professional and personal assistance in exchange for sex. He told one man he would, quote, spoil you when we see each other, according to a message reviewed by the New York Times, help you other times, give advice, counsel, help with bills. You help me sensually.
My girl asked for a $1.2 million media buy in South Carolina. I give her $5 million and get her nails done. The fuck I look like. Sigh. Flew another 17-year-old out to the Heritage Foundation weekend getaway cruise, and he ghosted me and broke up with me. This is why I need to wife somebody up.
This seems like the easiest person in the world to catfish, actually. Right? Like, this person is not trying to cover their trail at all. They're very sloppy about being a pervert. How is he not wearing a barrel with suspenders at this point? Like,
because, well, with the first person to bring this up was Karl Rove, and it was in 2000. And people were like, oh, well, Karl Rove said a lot of bullshit before, and this is also like McCain versus Bush, so like whatever. And also, like in 2000, like Weaver was significantly more powerful, and reporters liked him. And it was like, yeah, we just shouldn't, we're not going to talk about this. Like, it is crazy culturally. Like, until about like 2012, I want to say, like most movies were about like a guy fucking a 15-year-old. Like the movie, yeah. Like, have you ever seen the movie Waiting? It's just like a lighthearted comedy from like 2009, and one of the major plot points is like, is Dane Cook going to be able to fuck a 17-year-old? Like, it's, I mean, I think the culture has changed on that a lot, but also, yeah, no, it's these people keep secrets about each other too.
Yeah,
I think like the worst part about that, like that DM was sensually. Like just say sexually.
Ew.
Like sensually is like the most disgusting way you can put it. It's just you just know that like if you are going to have sex with this guy for like an internship, he's going to incorporate like a feather during that sex session at some point.
Again, though, where are
like
the gay
not
scammers?
sensual.
Where were the gay scammers? How does he not end up like, found tied up somewhere,
I mean, maybe none of them are Republicans.
Yeah,
maybe none of the gay scammers are Republicans. They're like apolitical or like whatever. But I like how John Weaver blocked me on an old account because I sent him articles I wrote about John Kasich. But I like that he uses, speaking of catfish, he uses a picture of himself literally from 21 years ago in his profile picture.
Yeah, that rocks. He's on like some pedophile plane, right? With John McCain.
John McCain. Yeah,
Yep.
and now it's like he's like tripled in width, and it's like yeah. When you said sensual, it's like I imagined him just like having. Like trying to make some like 19-year-old smooth heritage boy just like drip wax on his naked asshole while he's still wearing his parka. Because he
Some
doesn't
Lady
think
G
anyone will
shit.
notice he got fat if he just keeps wearing that forever.
I just like picturing like like high-end Patagonia fleece handcuffs and things like that.
I just want to share a special detail from this is that one of the young men in question, I swear to God, his name is Cole Trickle.
Yeah.
His name is Cole Trickle.
Getting some trickle down economics all over Hall.
And it says here, in June 2018, Mr. Weaver asked, "Are you in high school still?" Referring to high school.
No.
Sorry. Are you in HS still? Referring to high school. And Mr. Trickle said that he was, and that he would be 18 the next spring. "You look older," Mr. Weaver replied. "You've gotten taller."
You're looking
in
so
March
17. You've grown up so quickly. I can't believe you look 17 already.
It's like he wanted to get caught.
Totally.
Yeah.
In March 2020, when Mr. Trickle was 18, Mr. Weaver wrote, "I want to come to Vegas and take you to dinner and drinks and spoil you." In a follow-up message, used a term that in sexual banter refers to one's body. "Hey, my boy, resend me your stats, or I can guess if that is easier or more fun." Hey, boy. Hey, boy, send me your stats.
No, my boy is
Hey,
very,
sweetie, send me your measurements. Let me see your molars.
My boy is very kind of we're on our way now, Ducky. Like it's very like old rich.
It's like old school pederast stuff. I mean, this guy, you can definitely tell, like, if he wasn't closeted, he would be one of those old gay guys who just has like 9 spiral staircases in his house. That's what they stole from him. That's what they stole from him by making him be in the closet and so repressed. He needed to join the Lincoln Grooming Project. I mean, Max, like, I'm sure you're familiar with like old gay guys like with this on Grindr. Like, they will like desperately like message you and then try to like imbue this like youthful enthusiasm and everything, and they'll just be like
lots of DMs at like 3 a.m. like, hey, what's
like,
up?
Hey there,
Hey,
your
what are you doing?
hair's so cool. Are you a versatile? like, hey there, how are you? I stan music. Yeah. and then it's like, and then you don't respond to them. You know, you don't respond to
And
them.
then they get pissed.
Before they get pissed, that's always the ultimate thing, is that they get pissed. But before they get pissed, they just send like 10 hole pics that they took in a spree. And it's like every single one is like slightly different. It's like, you're not like, I know that this was taken in like 30 seconds and you've decided to send me every single fucking one of them. But then when you don't respond, they're like, you'll never be nothing. I tried to help you. I tried to save you. And now you're going to die alone. You're going to be poor. It's like, that's literally how these guys, like, how they treat like younger guys. And I mean, God bless Cole Trickle. Thank God he made it out of that alive.
God bless Cole Trickle.
I feel like if they were British, they would just have been a boys' school headmaster. Like that's the kind of like place for them in society.
I sort of had this happen to me. Like,
join the fucking club, dog.
I remember this.
It was when I first moved in with Amber, and like I was walking. I would just like do odd jobs before like Carl Diggler and shit. And I was like walking my brother's friend's dog, like it's an odd job. And I was like walking her around like her old neighborhood in Bed-Stuy. And this like, you know, those like older white guys where like their tits are like blisters kind of.
Yes.
Yeah, like one of those, but like, like the bad like.
You talking like Barney Frank?
Yeah, no, Barney Frank. It's those tits are like
Barney Frank's
those are
nipples
jumbo
and
yum
titties. Yeah.
Those are jumblies.
They're like they're like a gorilla, like when a silverback gets fat in a zoo.
They do stuff to make their nipples like that. It's a whole YouTube thing.
Yes,
but and
it's disgusting.
I was so innocent. I was like basically like in the Welcome to the Jungle video when Axl Rose gets off the bus and he's chewing a fresh piece of hay.
Felix just arrived in New York. Gosh, I've never seen a building this tall before.
It's like, and this guy was like, "Hey, is this your dog?" I was like, "No, it's just my friend's dog. I'm walking her."
This dog. Wow, it's so crazy. You have this dog. This dog is only owned by straight guys who want to fuck gay guys. That's so crazy.
That's what it was like. He was like, he was just talking to me for like 10 minutes. I was like,
Gorsh, this guy's friendly. And then he was basically like, after like 20 minutes of conversation, he's like, must be so great to be young and fucking this game.
Felix a little ingenue with a little Bo Peep dress.
Yeah. And then
Golly, mister.
I don't know why.
Felix is wearing his finest and one shorts to walk the dog in the beautiful big city of New York.
It's got a big lollipop.
That's what I just probably looked like a target to him.
Yeah.
And like, this was so stupid. Like 5 minutes into the conversation, he was like, let me get your phone number. And I was like, Gorsh, maybe he has a job for me. And sure enough, he texted me over the course of 2 weeks being like, what if you come over and you let me blow you?
It's a living.
Did you just block his number? How'd you get out of that one?
I was like, thank you, but I am not interested. He just eventually stopped.
If you guys thought Cole Trickle was the funniest name in this saga, you'd be wrong. I'm just going to read another paragraph. Last year, when Cody Braultz, say that name again, Cody Braultz.
Come on,
Cody
man.
Braultz was a recent college graduate looking for a job in politics. He replied to one of Mr. Weaver's tweets, and to his surprise, received a direct message from him. After Mr. Weaver said he traveled to Chicago sometimes, they discussed meeting to talk politics. At one point, Mr. Weaver asked what Mr. Braultz did in his free time. When Mr. Braultz said he ran marathons, Mr. Weaver replied, at least I know that whatever we end up doing, you can do it multiple times in a row, with a winking emoticon.
That's so disgusting. That's so disgusting. But you know what? I was thinking like, because like the tone of all like the foundations and like all these like political Twitter accounts are the same. It's a kind of like, you know, like epic clapback thing. I used to laugh at the idea that there was just like one twink who ran all of the DC Democratic Twitter accounts. Like Hillary overheard some gay say like epic slay in 2016 and was immediately like, we need this person. And like, since he's just been trafficked to like post AAVE like up and down K Street. But you know, really what has happened probably is that Weaver was just like stealing the tweet formats from the 17-year-olds he was following.
Yeah, can you imagine what more what more treacherous thing could you do after sex than steal someone's tweets? You know, it's just so underhanded and nasty. Yeah,
that was always the thing. Like with the Lincoln Project, like it really just conceptually and in practice, the idea of like 65-year-old guys,
you know, calling people
like
Karens.
Yeah, exactly. These 65-year-old guys who like started like a Murder the Dixie Chicks ad campaign 20 years ago, like now are like calling Jennifer Rubin Hunty.
The other guy who worked on vote for Cuomo, not the homo.
Yeah. Just guys who like did robocalls that were like, yeah, you know, Jim Jeffords, what would you think if he if you knew that he had a illegitimate daughter who was fat? Now they're like, now it's just like, yeah, yes, Ana Navarro, my hot Cheetos queen.
They're like
yes.
literally quoting like Lizzo lyrics.
Yeah. It's one of the grossest things that's ever happened. That's before I knew anything about the grooming.
Well, Felix, there's an interesting element to this is that Weaver was both McCain but also John Kasich, and this takes me back to like pre-Chapo era, like right before we started doing the show, like the saga of you, Virgil, and Nick going to the New Hampshire primaries and going to the Kasich event. This puts a new light on the smooth Kasich boy. Do you think he was being trafficked?
Holy shit! I forgot about that.
Wait,
yeah.
what?
Okay. So
Okay, long-time listeners of the show.
We were in New Hampshire, and like we couldn't get into any Trump events there at capacity. We got banned from Rubio because we were being mischievous. We kept saying that we were finding Marco's illegitimate children in secret families, and his staffers overheard us. I think we did one thing with Ted Cruz, but it was like Kasich. You could always get in because his staff was worked by like these really nice moms who were like, oh, you work for a site called Cafe? I love coffee. Like, that's literally what they said. It's so easy to get in. They would never Google us or anything.
Yeah.
Like, look at her. Yeah, because like my timeline in like 2015 was always like, Judge, hey, you should
fucking kill yourself, you piece of shit.
Back when the site was good.
Yeah, when you couldn't get banned for that. And like, so we got in there, and like Kasich just did a bizarre rambling speech. It was like he was the blueprint for what Joe Biden is now, because he was like, he got up there and he's like, I'll tell you what, my wife's coming to town tomorrow, so you know I'm getting my leg presses in now, so you know what I'm gonna do. And it was like,
what, kick
what?
her?
Like, how do you? Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, what people thought that Joe Biden was gonna do, like first thing in the White House, like just cream up Dr. Jill Biden's pussy, like there's no like that's what John Kasich was gonna do on January 22nd, 2021 or 2017.
Yeah,
so completely just slam his fupa into her taint until like her toes curled.
So like, I mean, his wife is kind of the MILF, but like so like we were just like completely like depersonalizing because of his weird rambling speech, and then we noticed there was a boy in like and I mean boy. Like,
No.
Probably like
no. He was over there just like blinking Morse code, help me.
He's like 14, and he was wearing like all like dry fit Under Armour everything with Kasich bumper stickers stuck on him. And we were like, what the?
That's literally how they mark. That's how they mark their territory.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, if you see zip ties on a passenger mirror, that means like you've been spotted for trafficking. And if you see a boy who's been mummified in John Kasich bumper stickers, this is just been popped out of a shipping container.
That's right.
It was so weird that I think we put it in the article and we've talked about it, but it's like after that, like I think my brain was like, no, you got to get rid of this one. This is too fucked up to think about.
Yeah, well, it's like when I like during the primary and before I worked for Bernie, I was waiting tables in Des Moines. I was working at this one cafe that like is like millennial like exposed brick wall, like one succulent gay ass cafe, that kind of thing. But it was really good for photo ops, so all of the campaigns would go there, and Cory Booker especially would frequent it. And his staff, I'm not even kidding, exclusively like theater twunks. Like, so it looked like he went to a Carly Rae Jepsen concert and just offered everyone a job. And they were so clearly gay. Like, they would come in and I would be like, okay, we have 12 salmon salads, like ready to go. I think he's the next one to come out. I that's what I need to invest in now that I'm stock brain. I need to invest in Cory Booker text being leaked.
This is my question though. Why won't he? It's like to the point where it would only be good for his career.
Literally.
Like,
I don't get it.
I know.
Well, he had the best beard of all of them. He had Rosario Dawson. Who was honestly, as far as beards go,
all
top
of his
tier.
beards, all of his beards have been like the hottest women.
Yeah.
Like
but like with Rosario Dawson, when that started, I was like, oh yeah, that's a couple where they're both heterosexuals for show. And like I remember
look
like
at the lust in his eyes.
Yeah, some asshole reporter clearly knew what he was doing in Iowa. Was like, so you'd be the first person in a while who isn't married. How about that, Senator Booker? and Booker was like, yeah, but that means that we'll have a wedding in the White House. Isn't that exciting? And I'm like, that's what it is.
I can't wait to look at flower arrangements.
This is the first time a president's going to be showing up to his wedding in a pumpkin carriage in front of the White House.
I mean, I always wanted beach, but I can work with this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, it gave me echoes to the Benny Johnson Wes Anderson themed.
Oh no! No, fuck you,
forgot
dude.
about that.
You blotted the smooth Kasich boy out of your memory. The fucking Benny Johnson wedding, the Wes Anderson wedding video is. Oh my god, that's intense sanity damage.
You ever want to look at something to like cleanse my timeline out of your eyes, listener? Google Benny Johnson wedding announcement video. And that will make you want to go back and look at 10,000 other men's anuses on my God.
Well, I mean, it made sense because they did kill an animal at the wedding.
Yeah,
Wes Anderson loves killing animals.
Did you guys see the statement from the Lincoln Project? It was so insanely melodramatic. It was like John. I have it here. John Weaver led a secret life that was built on the foundation of deception at every level. He is a predator, a liar, and an abuser. We extend our deepest sympathies. And then they
Ben, the good thing about that is he's just describing John Weaver's job.
Yeah, they're
being a
literally
liar, a
describing
predator, and an abuser.
This,
Like,
it's like
not his personal
a mission.
life. That's just
It's like a mission statement of the Lincoln Project. The totality of his deceptions are beyond anything any of us could have imagined. We are absolutely shocked and sick. And it's like, okay, you're protesting way too hard. You all knew that this was happening. You just needed to get your ducks in a row so you could start like your podcast or your documentary about the Trump administration so you could jump ship like rats.
Absolutely. Like, it's like these guys all work together and like worked in the same circles for literally like 50 years.
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't
You're
know.
You're telling me Weaver never cupped your balls after a few drinks one time? Like, come on. Like, it absolutely happened.
Ben, the other cool thing though is like in seeing the news coverage of this, like I've just been like checking replies like the New York Times, and they're like, oh wow, going after the Lincoln Project, canceling my subscription from like Blue Wave, Maggie, hashtag resistance, and they're all convinced that this is like once again it's Russia. They're at it again. They're seeding twinks everywhere in the country and like making Jeff Weaver message them. They're seeding attractive young men named Cole Sprockets who are interested in politics and looking for a job. And, you know, John Weaver just had to fucking...
well, Jeff Weaver's sus too, but for different reasons.
There was... George Conway was on Morning Joe, and Misha Brzezinski just like flat out asked him, she's like, did you know about this? And he was like, yeah, it sounds really bad. I only talked to him like twice. You know, I'm literally speechless.
He doesn't even know that his daughter, like his wife, is beating his fucking daughter in the house. You know, like,
that's what he's gonna say.
Like, Kellyanne is wailing on her fucking daughter, and this motherfucker is just like tweeting about how like, oh yeah, Trump is kind of sus for having that.
No, that's what he's gonna say about Claudia. He's like, yeah, I've only really like, I don't know, I've only talked to her twice. You know, I'm really I'm really shocked by these revelations. In fact, I am speechless. I'm so speechless. I'm giving no comment.
There's audio of like Claudia like just abusing the shit out of their daughter, and George like, you know, after 40 tweets where he's like, it must be hard to sign a press release with small hands. It's like, hey, like he made a tweet where it's like, hey guys, I know a lot of people think that my wife is psychopathically abusing my daughter and trying to make her kill herself, but actually this is a private matter. And all those shitty like resistance parody accounts that are like, you know, based on one event that happened 3 years ago, where it's like, oh, Lindsey Graham Sharpie, we're like, wow, love to you and your family, George. And
like, your daughter's a lying bitch.
I'm a total, by the way, Claudia truther. I think the only person more like toxic in that family than Kellyanne is Claudia. I think anyone who like there's all this like people who do not understand the hot 16-year-old girl, formerly hot-ish mom conflict.
Yeah,
will never know. But one of them is going to kill the other, and my money's on Claudia, and she will kill again. Mark my words. Claudia is making bombs in her room right now. Just wait for it.
We haven't really talked about Trump recently, but Chris, you have curated just some quick hits of some recent fire from Donald. So let's just take a look at just some of the energy he's bringing these days.
Okay, this is from the presentation he gave that he was led into by that very same Phantom Music.
I could read that teleprompter all day long. Biden can't even read the teleprompter. The other day, Matt, he's given a thing. He's a news conference because he hasn't had one in about 6 years or something. Can't have it. You can't have a news. So he picks he goes, Bill from NBC over here. So the guy asked him a very simple question, like about vanilla ice cream. But then they actually asked him a question about a border or something. So he goes, they ask him a question, Bill from NBC, they ask him a question. The border is very strong. It's very normal. And things are going very well on the border. Oh, thank you very much for the news conference. Thank you. And then he walks into a wall.
I mean, this is vintage form for him.
Yeah, there was a headline I saw the other day that really felt like something out of 2015. It was Trump sounds off on the Civil War, again goes after John McCain and criticizes magnets. That is...
He was once again shitting on John McCain.
Yeah.
I've got him on the Civil War. I actually really like this one.
I don't want to make, because she also said, they asked her about the Civil War. Why did it start? How did it start? She didn't use the word slavery, which was interesting. I don't know that it's going to have an impact, but, I'd say slavery is sort of the obvious answer. It's supposed to about 3 paragraphs of bullshit. She just talked. Nobody knew what she was saying.
He was totally right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like. Do you have the magnets thing? Because I don't know where he was going with that.
Yeah, I have the quote.
Yeah, where he said.
Yeah, he says when the magnetic elevators think of it, magnets. Now all I know about magnets is this: give me a glass of water, let me drop it on the magnets, and that's the end of magnets. He's like dissing them. He's like, they're not shit. They ain't shit.
How did that come up? Like, what is that in reference to?
I have no clue. I have no idea. I don't know if it matters. I like that that his instinct was to say that magnets aren't they're overrated.
Yeah.
I mean, you may like their adhesion to one another, but get them wet, nope, fall apart, worthless.
Yeah, I don't think that's even true. I think he's just wrong.
I don't think so either.
I think they still work.
On the magnetic elevators, think of it, magnets. Now, all I know about magnets is this. Give me a glass of water. Let me drop it on the magnets. That's the end of the magnets. Why didn't they use John Deere? Why didn't they bring in the John Deere people? Do you like John Deere? I like John Deere.
Wait, Chris, do you have the one more where he calls Washington, D.C. a rat-infested shithole?
I do have that. Yes, 1 second.
We'll fire it. Then we'll get into Haley and DeSantis.
And we will take over the horribly run capital of our nation. Horribly run. We have a capital that we all love. Right now it's a rat-infested, graffiti-infested shithole. Horrible.
I always forget about graffiti infested as well. And the pop he gets when he was like, our nation's capital is a shithole. And they're like, woo, all right.
Yeah.
So that's Trump. But Josh, is Nikki Haley is she the favorite to be number 2 tonight?
Oh yeah. Well, the big thing that came out that I this was at the point where people who make a living off of following elections were making fun of people for caring about this. There was the Seltzer poll, the famous poll that the Pete Buttigieg people spiked in 2020 because it showed Bernie ahead. It came out. This is a pollster that it's basically black magic level. They're always right in that state. They basically get the results early. They showed Haley ahead of Trump, obviously really far ahead of them both at 48%. But Haley was in second place at 20%, and DeSantis was at 13%. So odds are, unless there's some crazy thing with turnout because of the weather, that will be how it goes, and that will be a really crushing blow for DeSantis. This was the state he was investing in. It was not supposed to be one where Haley would do well, but coming in third is just it's beyond terrible for him. But the interesting thing is that Haley is doing this with a coalition that does not like her, does not care about her, and is not even really Republicans. They have the lowest enthusiasm levels of any candidate in the race, and half of them say that they'll vote for Biden over Trump. But that is still a larger demographic than DeSantis has.
Oh man, and I guess the point you make about Nikki Haley is that she's obviously not running for president. But she's doing a good job of running for increased stature in the Republican Party, because she is feeling that kind of position of being oh, I'm not Donald Trump, I'm a responsible Republican, but remains well liked by Republicans because she has avoided talking about Trump. Or is it how has she positioned herself in that regard?
Yeah, I think that what she has gotten, which I think is really remarkable, I think she's one of probably the more successful politicians over the past year, given where she started, is that she set herself up very well to be the I told you so candidate in case Trump loses. Because if Trump ends up losing to Biden somehow, if that happens, Haley will be the person who will just be able to say, "Oh, I told you so. I said he wasn't electable. I said he was a bozo who made the deficit too big and wasn't nice to her allies. I would have won." And she's right. She probably would have won in that circumstance. So that is like the thing that will position her very strongly going into like 2028 or beyond that. And the thing is that is what DeSantis was supposed to be. The worst case scenario for DeSantis, if he didn't just outright win, is that he would be the future guy in case Trump loses. He doesn't even have that anymore, partially because Haley is going to outdo him, like very likely outdo him, and partially because he's actually not even polling better than Trump. His numbers have been consistently worse than Trump over the past like 6 months, which is
he's managed to make himself the least liked politician in America.
Yeah, without having governed America, which is insane. He hasn't done anything.
I mean, like whatever happens in this Iowa caucus tonight, like it's just. I mean, the last time we talked about you was like we said it was gonna be the last time we're gonna talk about Ron DeSantis. But whatever happens in Iowa, like the headline is Ron DeSantis, America's biggest failure.
Yeah. I created an award that I will use for the foreseeable future called the Ron DeSantis Award for Political Failure. That wasn't very probably hard to guess who got it last year, but I want to commemorate that because I posted I think before coming on this, the New York Post headline from the midterms last year that just said "the future," and I feel like people could see that as me making fun of them, but that was warranted. He came into the last year in such an amazing position. He did legitimately really well in Florida. He looked like he had a really strong profile. And now he's just the awkward guy who nobody likes. And it's personally his fault in a way that you rarely see at this level of polarization in politics. You don't usually see people's personalities have this level of an impact, but he was just that uncompelling to people that he broke through.
And you could tell the tension building and the tension building and that by evidence of which, I mean, the lengths with which he was willing to go to degrade himself to appear 2 inches taller or capable of talking to a human being. I mean, the lifts, the cowboy shoe lifts, they had him walking bow-legged. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I don't know how tall DeSantis is. I think he's 5'8" or something. Trump is 6'3", so he's actually probably lucky that Trump didn't show up at the debates. That would not have looked very good.
So going into New Hampshire, it's just going to be
that's the real shit. That's actually microdosing a real election there.
Yeah,
it's that one Haley actually does have kind of a chance to win because Christie dropped out, and supposedly 80% of Christie's voters want to go to her because she's the Rhino candidate. And I think we're at kind of the point where no matter what happens, Trump will kind of get his LBJ 1968 moment there. Because even if he doesn't win, he looks like he's only on track to win by 10 points maximum, which would be actually it could be an earthquake if there was any other state in the country that was like New Hampshire. There's no other place that is similar to it in the Republican primary. So Haley could actually have a pretty impressive showing there, but there's no other places that are similar to it. So her ceiling looks really limited. Winning a state, if she ends up winning there, that would be pretty impressive. I think she in the media obviously loves her. They blow her up a lot, but I think she's already set herself up quite nicely. I don't know if Trump will make her his VP, but if Trump loses, she is in a good position, which is a pretty big accomplishment for somebody who hasn't been in public office since 2018.
The New Hampshire is in some ways they're the dumbest voters in the nation because they vote exactly along the recommended lines of U.S. News and World Report.
Yeah, they're really annoying. I do not.
Oh my God, yeah,
they're awful.
I remember when we canvassed New Hampshire. It's just the New Hampshire primary is several 100,000 people who all think themselves independent, but really just want to extract concessions from anyone who talks to them because it's once every 4 years. It's just everyone has to think about New Hampshire.
Historically, they are fucking infuriating. They're let's vote for Amy Klobuchar now. It's no, fucking kill yourself. Shut up.
Yeah, they are they're the Walder phrase of American democracy.
Yes, exactly. That is it. Yes, just a flinty, stubborn, just willing to prosecute any grievance or grudge, trying to marry off all their daughters. but just basically wants to wring as much out of anyone's attention as is possible.
Yeah, it was kind of perfect that they liked John McCain.
And controlling that bridge is like being the second primary. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing they have.
John McCain was like the Mahdi for them. That was their perfect fucking guy.
Yeah, they loved him. They made him a national figure. It was nuts.
Yeah. We cannot sell New Hampshire off to China quick enough.
Yeah.
I don't know what they'll do with it, but
They
get
suck.
rid of it.
Yeah, they're also a state where Biden is doing bizarrely well, like right now. He's up there by like 10 points. They don't fuck with Trump. They don't like him.
Well, yeah,
They're
probably because
just trying to
they have
be
long.
contrarian.
They all have long memories about like the repeated insults to John McCain's wartime piloting abilities
God,
and
that might
injuries he
actually be
sustained
it.
being tortured.
That might actually be it. No.
That's weird though, because Trump did amazing there in 2016, which was sort of like that's when he was hot off the trail of
Because he lost in Iowa. They were like, ooh, let's
Yeah.
be clever. Let's vote for the guy who lost. Ooh, we're so fucking smart. Like, I hate them. I hate them so much.
Way of introduction to the show, I'd like to begin the show like this. I've prepared a little monologue. I've seen things you Max wouldn't believe. Amtrak's on fire off the shoulder of the Beltway. Listen, shut up. I watched gold in my ear glitter in the darkness near Jerusalem Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in the rain. Anyway, I'm sorry. Time to die.
You think so? I'm kidding. I'm not kidding.
Oh man. So yeah,
Pretty
just
sturdy little Biden imitation you got there, man.
Well, I
is it
learned
just
from
a
the
matter
Bible.
of raising your voice? Is that the secret to having?
I
a
mean,
good Biden?
I just sort of like I try to copy Felix and Andrew Hudson's. I mean, like I'm sure they could do it better, but I just wrote this one up. It's about sort of it's halting, it's stopping, and getting loud, and then quiet, and then crucially at some point you have to say anyway. I'm sorry.
I think Andrew does the best one. He said my favorite fake Bidenism, which is like everybody knows that when you want to be Santa, you got to work like an elf. Which is, I mean, I know people say this about everything. I think about this all the time. I legitimately think about that every day because it's a perfect like 2019 Bidenism where it's like on one hand I'm thinking we should send this guy out in a canoe in the Bering Strait, but on the other hand I do think that's true.
Yeah,
about
like
being Santa Claus, but the key to doing it really is the random yelling. My sister has a like very good one of the first people to do a Biden impression, and she talked about how you remember the first debate they did where Castro like got they painted a big scarlet A on his chest and like put him on a dunking stool and killed him for saying that Biden seemed old.
Yes,
his closing thing in that debate was like, I remember John McCain came up to me and said, "You're a never man. I'm a never man. Will you be my Paul Barron? So it'd be an honor, man. And this is what it's all about." And not this vague bullshit. Like he remembers that he's senile, and then he gets really mad, and he's like, "I was supposed to do this when I was normal."